Hey, Angie. Yeah, Leilani, I just went live. It's Tuesday. What you doing here? So I figured I'd go live today because I'm not gonna go live
Hello.
Thursday, Friday, or Saturday this week. So hi, Carmine.
Dan the man. Hi. Hey Dan. Dan. Dan has a long weekend date.
Hey, Danger.
Hi Dan. Hey. Hi Dan.
Hey, everyone.
Hi Dan. What's up Dan? Hi Dan. Hey Queen. Hey. How long are you live tonight Dan? I am at class so I want to come back.
At least a few
Hi
hours.
Dan. Hey Dan. Hola. I am hitting the gym RN. Good to see you back.
Hey, everybody.
It really be your own people.
It really do.
Who no debates. AI. T God. Wonderful. Hi Dan.
Hey, everyone.
I hope
Welcome
you are
in.
doing well Dan.
I'm doing.
Dan the man. What did Tump do today? Dan.
Um,
Hi
federal
Dan.
spending freeze.
He Dan. What's good mate? Dan surprise.
Hey, everyone.
Mahak over Shanks. Hello. Hope you're doing good Dan. Dan, what a treat. Hey, Dan. How was the Mexican food yesterday?
It was good.
He's doing maximum chaos to scare us and tire us out early. You okay buddy?
Yeah.
How's the kitties?
they're
Obama.
Good.
Good evening Dan.
Good evening.
I was just sitting here hoping you'd go live today.
All right,
Always love seeing you here.
thank
Could
you.
you go
thank
over what exactly the federal freeze affects? Or no Google Dan today?
No, we
go,
could
Dan, let's
we
go.
could research it. Definitely gonna go over that.
DANNN.
It's really important.
Have you fed Walker yet?
No.
Hi Dan.
Not yet.
Hi Dan. Missed you friend. At Kristen that's what he did last time too. I needed Dan content today. I fear the shock doctrine is working on me.
It's working on me too, Jinx.
Unexpected
It's working on
Dan
me
is best
too.
Dan.
We're gonna talk about the shock doctrine. Shock doctrine.
We really need Joy Boy. I think an essay I wrote may have converted my pro-life theology professor to pro-choice.
Oh, nice.
Hello Dan.
That's pretty cool. All right, I'm gonna turn off
Shock
Angela real
doctrine?
quick.
Love Dan's current events. At Omar Robinson.
All right, welcome in everybody. Welcome in. So just to let everybody know, this is the situation. Tomorrow in the morning, I don't remember what time. Chat can remind me, but we have the RFK confirmation hearings. So we're gonna be live in the morning watching that. Then I'm gonna take a break, and then we're gonna go live 6 p.m. Eastern like normal for regularly scheduled programming, debates, and whatever we end up doing. 10 a.m. Thank you. I imagine that's Eastern. So that's tomorrow. I am on the fence about whether or not I'm gonna get up Thursday for the Kash Patel one. I know I'm not gonna be live Thursday night or Friday or Saturday. I have plans this weekend. Unfortunately, y'all. That's why I'm live right now. I figured I'd be live a little bit more earlier in the week to make up for the rest of the week. So as for today, I don't really want to do debates. We've been talking about having friendlies come up for event session for a while now, and I think tonight's a good night to do that. Also cool with doing some Q&A. I just want to hang out with everybody, and I know that we're about to lose 200 viewers because of that, but that's okay. If RFK and Kash Patel get confirmed, we're so cooked. Yeah. Yeah. So I read a comment earlier talking about the shock doctrine. I've never been on a live before. Well, tonight might be your first night. Wait, what's happening with RFK? His confirmation hearing is tomorrow, and he might be the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and he's a nut job, doesn't believe in mandatory vaccines of any kind. Brought a literally caused a an outbreak of measles in Samoa single-handedly. Um, had worms eat his brains, like we're y'all have heard him, right? So, yeah. Can you talk about Bill 722? Yeah, sure. 1 second, chat. Yo, is FAFSA cooked? If the Department of Education is gone, then FAFSA's cooked. But let me. You know what? We're gonna be answering all these questions where like normally I would say I'll research and come back. We're just gonna do them live right now. What's your favorite brand of toilet paper? I use the Sam's Club brand. House Bill 722 giving human rights to fetus. Oh, I think I did hear about this. House Bill 722. All right, we're gonna talk about this. Actually, really quick, while I have y'all here, did you hear about Carolyn Kennedy's letter to the Senate? No, I haven't. Hey, good to see your live. Love the content. Thank you so much. Then you got to convert to Costco. It's too far. It's too far. Really quick, I need to take the TikTok chat and uncrop it. This right here. I'll be very quick. Nobody leave. I swear. And we're gonna, instead of doing 200 off that, we're gonna do 200 off the top, or 300 off the top, so that I see the more recent. Yeah. Okay. Now we're getting them in real time. Y'all see how much better that is? Okay. Cool. Next, HR 722. This is going to be right here. Oh, hold on. We got to set up the Chrome. There we go. Boom. Andy already left. Oh, my bad. 1 second, chat. This is going to go there. Okay. Text. As of 1/28/2025, text has not been received. Oh. Wait. So text has not been received, but they still have the summary. To implement equal protection under the 14th article of amendment to the Constitution for the right to life for each born and preborn person, human person. Nothing is available yet. I mean, this is essentially going to be that that federal abortion ban that Trump refused to answer 3 times at the debate. 3 times they asked him, "Would you veto a federal abortion ban?" He refused to answer, and all the apologists came up and said, "Well, he's answered it outside of the debate. Well, he wouldn't need to veto it because it wouldn't come up." And all right. Any other questions? Oh, perfect.
Hey.
Hey.
Hi. Sorry, I always end up coming in the middle. And you've been on for like an hour now.
No. Today's not on the schedule, so I just started like 8 minutes ago. You're good.
Oh, okay. So yeah, like this is a part of a video that I made in regards to like all of the different bills that have been introduced, or if you search just the word the AB word. So you have HR 7, not House Resolution 7. HR 7 is another one that ties back into AB. That one does have a full text available, but that's about like restricting it being paid for by insurance. I hate that.
Oh, is this the one where they kept saying life affirming medical care for women?
No, it's actually
it's a different
one. No, so that's okay. House Resolution.
Yeah.
So it's HRES 7. This is just HR 7. It's no taxpayer funding for abortion and AB Insurance Full Disclosure Act of 2025.
Okay, so not this.
Yeah, not that one, though that one is still pretty gross.
Oh, perfect.
But as far as like the other bills where they're talking about prohibiting um, parts like so you have HR 685. Last I checked, it still didn't have any text available. Yep.
HR 685 to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act to prohibit the approval of new abortion drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, there was more. Where'd it go? To prohibit investigational use exemptions for abortion drugs and to impose additional regulatory requirements with respect to previously approved abortion drugs and for other purposes.
It's always and other purposes. Then you have HR 48.
HR 48. Wait, we're in the 119th Congress, right?
Yep, this is just in 119, yeah.
Okay. HR 48. Oh, okay. To amend the Public Health Service Act to ensure that women seeking an abortion receive an ultrasound and the opportunity to review the ultrasound before giving informed consent to receive an abortion.
Yep. You can look at, well, this one should have text if it was introduced into the Senate. Nope, still doesn't have text. S207.
Hold on one second. S207. Oh, it's a car. Hold on. Okay. A bill to prohibit the award of federal funds to an institution of higher education that hosts or is affiliated with a student-based service site that provides abortion drugs or abortions to students of the institution or to employees of the institution or site and for other purposes.
Yeah. And then you can look at HR 629. Oh, there's so
Thanks,
many
Obama.
more though.
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you so much.
Those are linked up with your Twitch now, right?
Thank you, Sage, for the sub. No, I need to figure out a way to do that. That's Sage found a way to sub on TikTok. Did you do that on the PC, Sage?
Yes, that's how I've been told. It's while you're live only and after the subscription expires, because it won't let me even turn back on my auto renewals for everybody, for all the ones that I did have, and it's very aggravating.
Gotcha.
Yeah, on a computer.
I will say, I don't know if this is a piece of good news or not, but Marvel Snap, which went down in the same period of time that TikTok went down, recently got re-added to the App Store, like last night. So maybe that's good news for TikTok. I mean, for the near future. Obviously, we have 75 days or whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
HR 629 to amend Title 18 United States Code to prohibit chemical abortions and for other purposes.
Yep. And I think, were you just on HR 729? I think that's when I came up.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it's the one to prohibit chemical
No.
abortions performed
No,
without the
I was on
presence.
HR 722.
722.
Yeah, that's what I was on.
Because it's so close.
It's
But
the
yeah,
729.
HR 729.
To prohibit chemical abortions performed without the presence of a healthcare provider and for other purposes.
Yeah, so that would be limiting it being able to be mailed. Then you have S250.
Thanks, Obama.
Thank you, Obama. I don't know who subbed, but thank you. S250. It's another car. Hold on. 119th. Okay, there we go. S250. A bill to restrict the availability of federal funds to organizations associated with the abortion industry.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Lena, for the sub.
HR 682.
Oh my god, they never end.
No, they really don't.
HR
That's why I made a bill about it, that there were so many.
HR 682 to amend Title 18 United States Code to prohibit abortion in cases where a fetal heartbeat is detectable.
Yep.
So
National
that's-
6-week AB ban.
So I think I see what's going on here. If they can't pass a full federal ban, they're going to do it piecemeal until
Yep.
it's virtually banned. everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that's not even done. If I can continue to scroll, so if you just type in abortion, you limit it to just the 119, you have 90 search results. Not all of them are legislation.
Yeah.
There's 31 pieces of introduced legislation with abortion in the title.
As a reminder, during the debate, the reason he was able to dodge the question 3 times was because Trump said, "Well, I wouldn't need to veto a federal abortion ban because no one's going to put one forward."
Yeah. Yeah, except the one that I just gave you, that is the federal abortion ban, HR 682 right there. But conveniently, no text is available for any of these.
Yeah, I imagine the text will be available very, very shortly before it's going to be voted on. That's something Republicans love
Maybe.
doing.
Yeah. But I saw you had that on the screen and I was like, "Oh, let me pop up because again, like I had searched for this and I was like, this is crazy."
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Today was the perfect day for you to come up and do this because I'm not doing debates for several reasons, and one of those reasons is that we are being so inundated with news that I'm not able to keep up, and I don't think anyone's able to keep up. We're going to talk about the shock doctrine today, which actually, you know what? I might just pull up the video. I don't know who sent it to me. There was a really really good TikTok where this woman was going over for a few minutes about what the shock doctrine is, what we're all experiencing, and how we can fight back against it. Does anyone know the video I'm talking about?
Huh. Sorry,
Anyway,
I was continuing to scroll. While you're trying to find that, S205, I'm not telling you to look it up, a bill to amend Title 18 United States Code to prohibit discrimination by abortion against an unborn child on the basis of Down syndrome.
okay.
That's crazy. Anyways, the amount that you scroll through is ridiculous. But I'll let you get back to it.
Thank you so much for coming.
That
over.
was crazy. That was some crazy work going on in Congress.
Yeah, and something tells me it's only gonna get worse.
All right. Well, if you ever want to have fun with debates again, just let me know. I'll always, I'm always in and out, so I'll be around.
Appreciate
It's always
Thank
good
you
to
so
talk
much.
to you, Dan.
You as well. Um, yeah, Prince, absolutely come up. Did someone say they were going to send me the video I was referring to? For those that don't know, the shock doctrine is a strategy where political actors exploit the chaos of natural disasters, war, and other crises to push through unpopular policies such as deregulation and privatization. The economic shock therapy favors corporate interests while disadvantaging and disenfranchising citizens when they are too distracted and overwhelmed to respond or resist effectively. I believe Steve Bannon mentioned this a couple of years ago. Yeah, so I will say about Steve Bannon, every time I've heard him, obviously like he's a bad person and I disagree with him politically, but the dude does seem he looks like a rotting corpse, but he does seem really sharp as compared to the absolute smooth brains running the country like Trump and Elon and stuff. I do think Steve Bannon knows what he's doing, which is bad. It's a bad thing for us. Hey Prince, what's up?
What's good, Dan? I was going through a whole bunch of lives today, and I didn't want to go and get too much info because I was mainly on like Brett's live and like things like that, and I know that Brett is more or less like like firearms and all of that. Like he knows that to a T, and I know I usually come for you or Chris for the other information. So this whole thing with ICE and Native Americans, what is where are we supposed to go? Where are they supposed to be sending us to?
Um, let's take a look.
I saw one comment that said he better not be harassing Brett. No, I love Brett. I always go into his lives and watch him. Him, Chris, Dan, I be in here all the time. And Ari's lives, I love going in their lives. Trust, I'm a good boy sometimes.
Okay. The Navajo Nation is on edge after some 15 people were reportedly detained or questioned by federal agents at their homes or workplaces as part of President Donald Trump's much-hyped immigration crackdown. Navajo Nation president said his office had received multiple reports from Navajo citizens of, quote, negative and sometimes traumatizing experiences with federal agents targeting undocumented immigrants in the Southwest, end quote. Recent reports of negative interactions with federal immigration agents have raised concerns that have prompted fear and anxiety among our community members. So from the sounds of it, I don't think that they plan on actually deporting Native Americans, but they are totally cool with inconveniencing them, detaining them, questioning them, allowing them to live in fear. And yeah, that's really scary.
Man, that's
harassing.
It's better news than what I expected. It's better than what I expected.
Well, that's at least in terms of where the law will take us. Now, I can't predict 4 years in the future, but that's where we are right now.
Yeah, well, that's the only question I had. I ain't going to take up too much time because I see there's vent sessions and all that. I gotta let you get to that because I want to hear some of them people going off. But I just want y'all to know too before I drop out of here. Anybody else who want to try had jump in here, I'm about to try and get me a flight up to Canada. I give me like 6 seats on the plane. Whoever feel like hopping on the plane with me, 5 seats because Dan's already coming. I can't let Dan stay here. That's insane. But nah, much love to y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and drop down there.
All right, thank you so much for coming up.
Yo.
Okay. Where were we? Unfortunately, I'm having trouble. Oh, I see. I think I got that. Okay, Ludus, this isn't the one I saw, but I'll go ahead and play it.
Shock and awe is a very real military tactic. It's what Hitler used, and it's what the Trump administration is using right now. Hi, my name is Raven. I'm going to tell you all about it and what you can do to avoid falling prey to this tactic. For those of you who don't know, I was originally in the Army as a 35 Papa cryptologic linguist, with my language being Arabic, working in signals intelligence for the Military Intelligence Corps. And I was also a female airborne infantryman. It's kind of a wild story. It's up on my threads if you guys want to ever go give that a read, and I talk about how I ended up on that path. But right now we're going to focus on shock and awe. So what is this tactic? It's exactly what it sounds like. It's shock and then awe. What happens is the person committing shock and awe gives you as much crazy, overwhelming information as possible as rapidly as they can. In Germany, it was called Blitzkrieg. This is exactly what they're doing right now with each new executive order. It's designed to overwhelm you and quite literally shock you. And if you know about shock, it usually paralyzes people. It is a common reaction for people to get paralyzed by shock. That is kind of the goal here, is that it's going to stop you from even being able to organize and mobilize within your local communities, to exercise your First Amendment rights, to protest and to march and to fight back against this regime takeover. That's exactly the goal. And it's working. A lot of people are falling prey to it. So the second half of that is awe. So they do all of these things, right? They throw all of these things at you, all these executive orders, this chaos, this rapid takeover that you didn't see coming, and all these things that you, even as Republicans now, are like, I didn't vote for this, this is insane, but you're just paralyzed by it. Well, then they come in and they do awe. And that's where Trump is going to make himself seem like some Lord and Savior, because he's going to say, well, look at all of these problems that are now solved. Look at He's going to point at things that he doesn't even deserve credit for. He's going to point at things about the economy, which he inherited from Biden, that he's going to take credit for. He's going to do stuff like this to make himself seem like the savior in this situation. Because, yeah, you just had to endure the worst of it. Yeah, we just had to go through essentially mass deportations, which is exactly how it started in Germany, too, by the way. It was mass deportations of the Jews. Yeah, you had to go through that. We know it was crazy. We know it was a scary time for you, but we appreciate you guys being true Americans and sticking it out through this dangerous time. And now look at us. Look at how great the country is now. We got rid of part of the problem and we're still taking on the rest of it as we speak. Look at this wonderful new place we've just started to take steps towards and create. It's exactly what he's going to do. Make himself look like the hero afterwards. What this also does is it expands your window of tolerance so that you are willing to tolerate more. It desensitizes you to the things that you're going to see around you. This worked in Nazi Germany. It desensitized the people of Nazi Germany to the point that they were reporting Jews. They were calling the Gestapo and having them come and take the Jews away because they felt like it was their civic duty. They didn't feel any sort of empathy, any sort of emotional repercussion for what they were just subjecting their neighbors to. They didn't feel that because they felt it was their national duty, which is exactly how MAGA is. So how can we combat this? For starters, if a MAGA comes into your comment section, do not engage, block, report, delete. Silence, 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 silence. These idiots have such an insane need to be heard that if you just keep blocking them and silencing them and not engaging with their comments, they're going to lose their mind and they're going to dedicate all their time and energy into creating fake new accounts and troll accounts just to get their voice out there and really get their pro-Trump stuff out there and argue with liberals. So just block, report, delete, do not engage, and it'll actually keep them distracted long enough that you and your community can get together, organize, and start planning your demonstrations. This will help keep them focused on the right hand while the left hand is doing something different. Also, what you can do, this is something kind of small, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it really matters. Ladies and gentlemen, and anybody in between who doesn't fall on that spectrum, you can start wearing red lipstick. It was Victory Red that they wore in World War II. I don't know if any particular cosmetic company still makes that color, but you can just wear red lipstick in general. It was what women in the US wore as an FU to Hitler, because at the time, Hitler outlawed red lipstick in Germany. This can be seen as a sign of defiance against the system, and I know you might think, well, I don't feel like I'm doing a lot by wearing red. You are, because it's really helpful for other people when they feel overwhelmed and alone, and like everybody else is on Trump's side. I feel like I'm all by myself out here. It's nice for them to have a visual, to see somebody, and without having to exchange words, they can just go, okay, I'm not alone. I will warn you, the second that you start doing this, MAGA women are going to come in and try and co-op it. Let them. Do not stop. Do not change course. Let them. They're going to try and co-op it. They're going to try and troll people with wearing the red lipstick, blah, 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 blah. Do not let it stop you. If they want to wear it, great. Guess what? Now they're showing off to their other MAGA friends that they're on the side of resistance. That's their problem to deal with. You keep wearing the red lipstick. Do not let them take that away from you. Do not give them that power at all, just like you don't give them the power of a voice. Finally, stay on track. Stay on track. Stay on track. Stay on track. There's going to be a lot more chaotic news coming our way within the next few days. Stay on track. Do not lose focus. Continue to meet up with your local chapters and your local organizations. Go on Google. There is a lot of organizations around you that you can join. Defense of Democracy, Voices Ignited, Common Defense is one for veterans that you can join. There's Veterans Against Fascism. There's a bunch of organizations. Look them up and go to meetings, see if they align with the goals that you have, and then start planning with them. Start actually planning. Start submitting the paperwork for the permits, for road closures if you want to march, if you want to have a demonstration. Start actually doing that. And no matter what these MAGA people throw your way, block, delete, report, silence, mute, stay focused. And whatever headlines come out, it's going to shock you, it's going to make you afraid. Do not lose focus. Keep planning, keep demonstrating, keep organizing. And again, if you're not a planner or an organizer, throw a little red lipstick on. Make these MAGA women get very distracted trying to troll you on that. Because then at least, once again, they're going to look at this hand while you're doing this. Remember, you're dealing with super low intellect here, so think of ways that you would distract toddlers, and that's what's going to work for MAGA. Stay safe, get organized, do not let shock and awe take over and consume you. Stay strong, stay on the course, and keep fighting back. It is your First Amendment right. I love you all. Bye.
I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the Discord and the TikToks channel. I think I like the video that I saw first a little bit more, but hang on one second. Okay. Have you covered the federal loan ban? Not yet. What are your thoughts on the red lipstick thing? I'm not a fan of it. I like Mim's idea of wearing a mask instead, but I also I'm never really one of these like we need to wear something so we know who's who or whatever. Thank you for the heart me's. Thoughts on no buy tomorrow? I haven't heard about that. Dan, what the hell is going on this week? We are getting hit with the shock doctrine, and we are all living in once again unprecedented times. I never stopped wearing a mask. It's giving Handmaid's Tale. Yeah, Ari was just up, and we went over the fact that the House has introduced over 30 bills, or with the word abortion in them. Okay. Federal attorney friend just got an email from DC to resign. No, that's not good. All right, we're gonna go over the federal ban right now. Federal judge blocked the freeze. Yeah, but we haven't talked about the freeze at all yet. What was that about abortion? There's over 30 bills proposed by the House in regard to abortion. Several of them would lead to potentially a federal abortion ban. It's exhausting. Yeah, it really is. It really is. I So partway through Trump's first administration, I was also exhausted by everything coming out, and I essentially stopped following it um to protect my peace. But I guess I was really just hiding in my privilege because a lot of people don't have the luxury of not following it.
You talk about extreme.
Thank you, Hector. I feel badly about taking breaks. It feels weird. Yeah, Tracy, that's really where I'm at. I don't know if y'all remember before the election ended. People would ask me like, "What are your plans after the election?" I would always say like, "Oh well, we don't have a plan. We have concepts of a plan, And I'd say things like, "Well, we'll probably still do some politics, maybe a couple days a week politics, one day a week playing games or something, one day a week something else." But that was really operating under the impression that like Kamala Harris would win the election, and I've really been struggling pretty much since the night before the inauguration, I guess. Maybe a little earlier, coming to grips with the fact that we can't really do that. They've made my existence political. Yeah, exactly. Bad news coming out every day. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm doing my best to both recapture the same vigor I had before the election, as well as manage my mental health, and it's hard. But I can only imagine what everyone's going through. So it's hard to not feel defeated. Yeah, exactly. Thank you all. Okay, let's talk about the freeze. So the Trump administration planned on putting a freeze on all federal grants and loans. This would mean that a lot of low-income programs, like the program that provides subsidies for people to heat their homes if they can't afford it, Medicaid potentially. Do they list it? The list was 2,600 programs. Yeah, Head Start, Meals on Wheels. All of this is not going to be receiving funding indefinitely. And fortunately, just an hour ago, a judge blocked this freeze for now, temporarily blocked. But I really think if I was thinking about doing debates tonight, and basically the question was going to be, or the debate topic was going to be, how can you justify this? Leah, indefinitely, as in we don't know when they will unfreeze. Not permanently. I used to think indefinitely meant permanently. Technically, that's not what it means. Activist burnout is a real thing. Yeah. Please play the interview with Rick McCormick. Okay. But yeah, what was I going to say? So, how can you justify cutting all of these federal programs for low-income people, for the elderly, for the disabled, for veterans, but also justify cutting taxes for billionaires? And I needed them to come up so that I can lay into them. I don't get it. Like, are we really dealing with evil people at this point? Like, I know I know the higher ups, yes, sure, but like 77 million people, I'm trying to figure out how many of those 77 million are evil. It's feeling like a lot. Rick McCormick. When was this interview? Apparently children should get jobs to feed themselves. Like, yeah, they're cutting like school lunch programs and all of these things that improve the quality of life for anyone that isn't a millionaire. And they're just freezing it. And why? Why do that? And then with the same breath, cut corporate taxes once again. Already cut them from 35 to 21, cut them once again to 15. Renew the individual cuts for multimillionaires and billionaires. Renew the estate tax cuts. Like, how can anyone that isn't evil justify that? Let me see if I can get the interview. I'm having trouble finding. Oh, I got it. Here we go.
You know, that's a big concern among people like yourself who've been outspoken. Donald Trump in his first term, as you know, added, I think it was $8 trillion to the deficit. And, you know, when you look at these programs, you know, are these really the programs that you would want to see cut? Head Start, free breakfasts and lunches for constituents in your district. Would you be okay with that, to cut down on federal spending?
If you look at what we need to address, we have bigger issues than that. We have Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. Those are all welfare issues. And a lot of those things are set aside for people who have paid into the system.
Just to be clear, Social Security is not welfare. We pay into it. It is our money.
To begin with. But quite frankly, when 75% of the budget is non-discretionary, what we call mandatory, and you don't address those things, they're going to have automatic cuts. Now, you talk about Social Security. I want to save Social Security, not cut it. But we have to do something, or it will become insolvent in the next decade, and you will have a 21% automatic cut, or we put so much debt on the American people because our backs are up against the wall that we will for sure go in that death spiral of debt. And that goes for Medicare, too, by the way. 11% automatic cut. We don't vote on that. That will automatically happen. So when you say, Rich McCormick, he wants to throw old people under the bus or poor people or children. No, I want to save that.
No,
I want to save that money by making
that.
it leaner, meaner, more instructive.
I'm saying that.
Yeah, no, I understand. And look,
Some people are saying
that okay, well, look, I mean, that is a valid goal, right, to save money and be more efficient, right? But the bottom line is, right now with this freeze, vulnerable populations could be directly impacted. And so my question to you, just to follow up with you, would you support getting rid of school lunch for vulnerable kids and breakfast and Head Start, for example, and getting rid of childhood cancer research? Do you support that? And what do you say to your constituents? I want to follow up on that question, too, because I didn't hear an answer from you.
Sure. So I'm an ER doc. And I know that philanthropy is where you get most of your money for childhood cancer research, for example. And it's not just I mean, you look at what the president just proposed, a $500 billion spending bill on AI to produce cancer early detection in the first stage on most body parts. That's his spending bill where he wants to increase cancer research. So it's just about what part of the money it comes out of. When you talk about school lunches, hey, I worked my way through high school. I don't know about you, but I worked since I was, before I was even 13 years old. I was picking berries in the fields before we had child labor laws that precluded that.
Is that a good thing, Congressman? Or do we want to go back to no child labor laws?
A paper boy. And when I was in high school, I worked my entire way through. You're telling me that kids who stay at home instead of going to work at Burger King, McDonald's during the summer, should stay at home and get their free lunch instead of going to work? I think we need to have a top-down review.
I think you're painting a lot of these kids with a broad brush. I would say that's not necessarily a fair assessment of all of.
Matter of fact, if there's any Trump supporters, I will do debates tonight. I need you to come up and defend this. I need you to come up and defend this. But your sentence better start with, I'm evil, comma, and. Because this is insane.
Of the kids. So you would say all the kids in your district who use the free lunch, for example, or breakfast, they're all just sitting at home and not working. Okay, I just want to clarify because that seems like what you were trying to insinuate.
This gives us a chance. No.
What is with all these lazy children leeching off the government with their free lunches? Why aren't they in the coal mines?
This gives us a chance, though, to see where is the money really being spent. Who can actually go and actually produce their own income? Who can actually go out there and do something that makes them have value and work skills for the future? I mean, how many people got their start in fast food restaurants when they were kids versus just giving a blanket rule that gives all kids lunches in high school who are capable of going out and actually getting a job and doing something that makes them have value, thinking about their future instead of thinking about.
If you are against children having lunch, you're an evil person. Now, if your response is, well, why should I pay for someone else's children? You are an evil person. I'm letting you know now, just in case you're here and listening to this. If you are upset that any bit of your little tax dollars go towards feeding children, you are an evil person.
How they're going to sponge out the government when they don't need to. We don't give people value. We don't give them the ability to dig themselves out when we penalize them for actually working and actually keep them on welfare. That's what's been the inner city problem for a very long time. We need to have a top-down review so we can get people out of poverty because you know what? America's very good at creating jobs and giving people worth. And we've been very traditionally good at that, but we're losing our way. And that's when we give people incentives to stay at home and not work. That doesn't work for America.
But a lot of these kids aren't even of like working age. They're young kids, and as you well know, and also some of the kids at the start, they're like 5 and under. But I just want to ask you because I'm trying to, I always try to think of different perspectives and what people would say to what you're saying, and they may argue. Well, some of these families can't afford to buy food for their kids because food prices are so high, egg prices are skyrocketing. Donald Trump promised to lower the food prices on day one. How are any of these actions actually doing that? What do you say?
Oh, I will tell you. So when you actually produce an energy source that makes it easier to truck and to train and to fly things, the price of commodities comes down. I mean, one of the reasons we had huge inflationary costs is because of supply and demand. Of course, we all learned that in junior achievement when we were little kids. But when you have the price of energy so high, it actually increases the price of products. We saw this during COVID when people started to consume massive amounts and didn't have the monies to actually pay for these products.
We saw inflation during COVID because people started to consume massive amounts and didn't have the money to pay for them. The reason he just implied that we saw inflation during COVID was because the poor spent too much money. We stimulated the economy too much.
When you talk about opening up free capital societies to actually work, when you talk about producing not just calories but nutrition, this is what JFK Jr. is all about. When in history, and this is a really good question for any reporter, when in history have we had our poorest people also be our fattest people? That's for the first time here in America.
Always, actually, because low quality food is bad for you. Are you... Is he being serious? That's the whole point. Food deserts. Junk food, garbage food is the cheapest food.
America. Traditionally, our poorest people have been very skinny and very undernutritioned. You
want to go back? Do you want to go back to when poor people were emaciated? God forbid the poor people in this country are unhealthy but alive. We need to go back to where poor people just die. That's what he wants.
We think that calories equals nutrition. It doesn't. We need to be smarter about the way we deliver our consumables, not just give them money, but actually make sure it's delivered in the right way.
Well, and as you know, look, a lot of poor people live in food deserts without access to healthy food.
Thank
but
you.
Of course, I think it's important to talk about the food that they're getting and whether they should have access to healthy food and food that is affordable. And again, that is a big question, how any of this will actually tangibly lower the food prices, which is what Trump said he would do on day one. Now we're seeing from the administration, well, you're hearing from his vice president, it's going to take more time. You're hearing from Donald Trump, the president, saying, well, it's a difficult issue. But, I want to ask also about foreign aid as well, because you are on the Armed Services and Science, Space and Technology committees. Some of this frozen foreign aid includes aid to Afghans who assisted the U.S. military, education and life-saving medical help for kids, and ensuring clean water. Only Egypt and Israel got exemptions. Does that worry you? Should more allied forces continue to get security assistance?
Well, first of all, tell me how Afghanistan, ran by the Taliban, is going to be using our money in the way that we want them to use it. I served in Afghanistan in 2016. I knew the government was corrupt then. It's one of the reasons the Taliban was able to take over again. When you talk about the feudal system, the warlords versus the Taliban versus legitimate governments, they have a massive problem with waste, fraud, and abuse inside, and they'll spend on whatever they want to. And they don't spend on women and children. You've seen they don't care about women and children when it comes to education and to actually teach them what values can actually make them money and produce capitalist society that actually gets them out of poverty. What they care about is a theocracy that maintains power. They have destroyed women's rights, personal rights. They have destroyed their ability to produce a product, and giving them foreign aid is not a good idea until they change their ways.
Okay, but what about other U.S. allies? I understand your concern about Afghanistan, and you honed in on that one issue, but the bottom line is, should there be exemptions for other U.S. allies beyond Egypt and Israel?
Of course there should. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not an isolationist. You'll see me very much speaking in support of Ukraine and other countries that I think are very important to our strategic future. But those are debates to be had. For right now, we have a temporary freeze on certain aid, but I think we can sort this out in rapid order.
Okay, really quickly, before we let you go, I'm just thinking about everything you've said during this interview, and you've made it very clear you're concerned about government spending, where taxpayer dollars are going, and so forth. You're clearly fiscally conservative. So I want to get your reaction on the use of these military planes that are being used to deport some of these migrants. It's hundreds and thousands of dollars more to use these C-17. Oh, okay. I think we just lost the congressman. I was going to ask him about the C-17s that are so costly, hundreds of thousands of dollars more to use to deport these migrants than the typical commercial flights. But we'll have to have him back on. And
because they're not actually fiscally conservative. They just like causing harm. who asked me to watch this video because I think I've just been radicalized. When was the date of this video? I think this was either today or yesterday. What's this guy's name? Yeah, it was today. You can't email him through his website? Hi, welcome up.
Hey Dan, I'm a friendly. I just wanted to find. I find it really funny how that man just ran on live TV. He's like, "Oh, I can't hear. I can't hear." He ran on live TV. He knew a hard question was coming, and he's like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna go."
Wouldn't be the first time. I've seen him do it before. JD Vance did it recently, right before the election, I believe. He was asked the question he didn't want to answer, and he just, I'm losing you.
Yeah, it's wild, man. I mean, that's all I really have to say. I don't want to stay up for too long to see if we get any other people up here. But it's wild. It honestly is. You know, I don't understand how they can say they're fiscally conservative and they do stuff like that.
Yeah, they're not fiscally conservative. The Republican Party.
Why are you running?
Thank you, Caffeine. The Republican Party cares about one thing and one thing only, and that's the top 1%. Everything else is strictly cruelty, and it's a byproduct of that. The people that vote, some of them are evil, horrible pieces of shit, and some of them are just incredibly misinformed and scammed. And it's really frustrating that we're going so backwards as a country. But yeah, I don't have anything else to say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just in shock. I really am. I mean, when it gets to the point where my dad had to text me that he has to send me a picture of my passport because I live in Miami, and I'm not the correct color, so he needs to send me a picture of my passport just in case I'm stopped by ICE agents. Is when it gets to that point, you know we're in a dark place.
Yeah. All right, man.
So,
thank you for coming up.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me up.
Yeah, no problem.
I love you. Have a good one, man.
You too. Why you look so sad? Because the United States is being controlled by a group of evil oligarchs, and half the country thought that was okay. Hey, everybody.
Hey man, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. I was just gonna ask if you've seen the White House press release that they did earlier today.
No.
She touched on some of the freeze that they were gonna do and what was gonna be frozen. Since we were talking about that earlier, so I just figured if you wanted to.
It was earlier today.
Yes, sir.
I can find it.
I know in the Discord we were watching it on the on the Discord we were watching it on the PBS news channel, but I don't know where you could watch it.
Oh, was it
like
a video?
afterwards. It was a live stream, like at the time, so I don't know if
Like with the
they.
press secretary?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. I did see a clip of this, but we can watch
Yesterday,
it. Yeah, it's about 3 minutes. We can watch this real quick. Was there anything else you want to talk about? Oh, he left. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna watch this real quick.
the White House Office of Management and Budget directed across the board freeze, with some exceptions for individual assistance, we understand, to federal grants. It's caused a lot of confusion around the country among Head Start providers, among providers services to homeless veterans, Medicaid providers, states saying they're having trouble accessing the portal. Could you help us clear up some of the confusion, give some certainty to folks, and also is that uncertainty, how does that uncertainty service the president's voters?
Well, I think there's only uncertainty in this room amongst the media. There's no uncertainty in this building. So let me provide the certainty and the clarity that all of you need. This is not a blanket pause on federal assistance and grant programs from the Trump administration. Individual assistance, that includes, I'm not naming everything that's included, but just to give you a few examples, Social Security benefits, Medicare benefits, food stamps, welfare benefits, assistance that is going directly to individuals will not be impacted by this pause. And I want to make that very clear to any Americans who are watching at home who may be a little
She didn't say Medicaid.
bit confused about some of the media reporting. This administration, if you are receiving individual assistance from the federal government, you will still continue to receive that. However, it is the responsibility of this president and this administration to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. That is something that President Trump campaigned on. That's why he has launched DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, who is working alongside OMB. And that's why OMB sent out this memo last night, because the president signed an executive order directing OMB to do just this. And the reason for this is to ensure that every penny that is going out the door is not conflicting with the executive orders and actions that this president has taken. So what does this pause mean? It means no more funding for illegal DEI programs. It means no more funding for the Green New scam that has
Green New Deal was never passed. What is an illegal DEI program? Can anyone tell me what that is?
cost American taxpayers tens of billions of dollars. It means no more funding for transgenderism and wokeness across our federal bureaucracy.
What are we spending on transgenderism and wokeness? What's the line items for that?
And agencies. No more funding for Green New Deal social engineering policies. Again, people who are receiving individual assistance, you will continue to receive that. And President Trump is looking out for you by issuing this pause because he is being good steward of your taxpayer dollars.
Waiting patiently for him to do anything about grocery prices like he promised.
Thanks, Caroline.
Sure.
How long is this pause going to last, and how is the Trump administration recommending that organizations that rely on federal funding make payroll, pay their rent in the meantime?
It is a temporary pause, and the Office of Management and Budget is reviewing the federal funding that has been going out the door. Again, not for individual assistance, but for all of these other programs that I mentioned. I also spoke with the incoming director of OMB this morning, and he told me to tell all of you that the line to his office is open for other federal government agencies across the board. And if they feel that programs are necessary and in line with the president's agenda, then the Office of Management and Budget will review those policies.
It's my best friend Dan. How are you today, sir?
I'm here. How you doing?
Hey man, I think you need a hug. That's what you need.
I think I might, yeah.
Brother, this week alone has been felt with some type of mediocrity. Are you of Muslim descent? Not Muslim descent, Middle Eastern descent, correct?
Yeah, Middle Eastern, yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, what country?
It's a lot, but Syria mostly.
Syrian? Okay. Can we talk about the fact that I'm already dealing with Haitian MAGA at my workplace, and they're trying to say that Lyndon B. Johnson's Executive Order 11246 is a form of DEI, even though people in the 60s were very well qualified and they couldn't get a job because of their skin color. And I said to them how important that bill is, or not, excuse me, not bill, executive order is in modern day because of the fact that what's going on in USC. If you remember the woman who was a part of Full House, who had their kids going to USC or applied for USC with a 2 something GPA,
Yep,
and
I know what you're
where
talking about.
someone of color could have a 4.0, work their ass off into getting into a nursing program where whatever her is it Felicity Huffman, right?
That was the one from Desperate Housewives. The one from Full House was McLaughlin, Lori McLaughlin. There was two main ones. Now, Aunt Becky, yeah.
Yeah,
Lori
whatever.
Loughlin.
Aunt Becky, Lori Loughlin. All right, her kids could not participate in sports, have a 2.5 GPA, and if they get into USC, they don't really give two shits. They're just gonna party and then fail out after a year and a half. So again, I was explaining to them how DEI is not DEI. Excuse me. This rhetoric. This just dude. DEI at this point is a racial slur. Anyway, I just find it funny how people think that that executive order from the '60s is a form of DEI, and then for the fact that they're just trying to spin it is crazy. The other thing is too, I kind of don't feel bad for Latinos for Trumps, because you even got some people who voted for him saying that they took my wife, they said that my wife's illegal. I'm like, well, that's too bad. That's what you wanted. They told you. And the other thing is too that I find funny, as you said just about a couple minutes ago, how in the span of a week and a half, my eggs aren't cheap. They're skyrocketing. There's barely any eggs in my local Stop and Shop. And then not only that, they're not even talking about the fact that gas is starting to go up. Biden left office with $2.80 gas prices, the same way that Trump got gas prices before COVID. And now we're about to shoot up to $3 and something cents here in the Northeast. So I'm just confused in how this guy was good for the economy. And the other thing
I just like for him to even start talking about inflation. I mean,
bro, we're not even going to talk about the economy until like midterms. And a lot of people should wake the fuck up and realize that this dude said what he had to say to get out of jail. Let's just be real with ourselves. And last but not least, man, I have some quarrels with you can say the same thing. You probably have the same quarrels I do. My first quarrel was with Merrick Garland. I think he was too slow with the process with this whole thing.
Yeah.
The second thing is the Supreme Court. Even though that the 6 of those judges were basically in the same bedroom as the Trump administration or just Trump in general, the fact that they did not abide by the Constitution, kicking off somebody or disqualifying somebody for causing an insurrection, which was proven with all the information that I don't know if you've read on your live yet, that was posted for the public to see. And not only that, with Jan 6, I think it's funny how Blue Lives Matter, that thing all dismantled in the span of a week and a half, stating basically that these Jan 6ers did not regret, because you know how MAGA says it was Antifa and Black Lives Matter that were there. They come to find out, go on TV and said they regret nothing. They regret whatever action they did. They did not care, have no remorse. And then 3 of them got arrested. And I think one of them got unalived by police. And I think they should be, I think those guys should be unalive, period, man, because what they did was a travesty on American soil. I'm not even, listen, I'm first generation, but I think it's a travesty that I care about this country more than some of these MAGAs who are, you know, that are melanin deficient, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, dude, I think we're in for a long ride. I think the Democrats need to stop pussyfooting and actually be aggressive. And I think Bernie Sanders needs to stop saving face and kiss ass to Trump, man. But that's another thing too. I've noticed Bernie Sanders is kissing ass. I don't like it. And no, a person of color cannot be racist. If you look at the word ISM, which is a system, because I hate when people say it's systematic racism, which is systematic's already in the word racism in itself. I don't benefit from the system because clear as day, as Trump is literally rolling back shit from the 60s that's supposed to help black people. Just saying. But anyway, man, you have a good night, bro.
You too.
Stay safe.
You too. Sid, he's basically, from what I've seen, Bernie said, like, I'm willing to work with Trump on things that we agree on, and I'm willing to work against him on things we disagree on. Something like that. Going to the next person here.
Hello.
Hey, welcome up.
Hey, how you doing, Dan?
I'm doing. How you doing?
I'm gonna be honest here. I understand why people want the Democrats to do something, but I'm gonna be honest. I think the strategy of just sitting and doing nothing, it kind of works. Let the American people find out what they voted for. You elect a clown, you get the show, man. If yeah, it's like it's not that as if the Democrats didn't warn people this was gonna happen. They openly said, "Hey, he's gonna do this. Don't vote for him," and people didn't listen. So as much as I do want to have sympathy and be nice for people, it's hard to when it's like you got warned, hey, this person's gonna shoot you. It's the quote from Man Stabbed. What are you gonna do? Stab me? It's like I don't understand.
Unfortunately, we don't have a system where Trump's policies are only going to affect the people that voted for him, and there's a lot of people that didn't vote for him.
I know, and
that
to me
don't
is
have
the
the
saddest
don't
part.
have the privilege of just watching things burn.
That to me is the saddest part of this whole thing is that some people are literally just gonna get, for lack of better words, screwed over because they got, because people were stupid. So that to me is the saddest thing. But I still, I have sympathy for those people, but I'm going to be honest, I can't have sympathy for people who got warned, hey, shit's going to happen. And you said, no, I don't believe it. I don't have any sympathy for those people. I try, but I can't. So
I don't think you need to.
I think it's fair game. Honestly, I was trying to convince myself because as what the last guest said, he's right. Gas prices are kind of getting high. I was trying to do you can't really blame him for something, but I was like, no, he had no reason for gas to jump up 30 cents. He has no reason for all this to be happening. He's the man in the chair, so he gets the blame. I don't care anymore. It's sad, but it's hard for me to care anymore.
Yeah, I agree. All right, man. Have a good one.
All right, have a good one, Dad.
I see we might have hit MAGA FYP. I need you guys to hear this. I don't know if you watched the interview with Rich McCormick, but basically, right now, what's happening in this country is that the guy you voted for is planning on freezing federal aid and federal grants, which would affect free lunches for children in this country. Rep. McCormick basically said these children should start working. If you are against children eating lunch, you are an evil person. If your argument is, well, why should my tax dollars go towards someone else's kid? You need to hear this. You are an evil person. Okay? So for all the MAGA that are in here, I know we just hit MAGA FYP. I need you to hear that. I'm glad TikTok put me on your FYP because TikTok puts me on Democrats FYP. They already know. They have empathy. I don't need to tell them. But no, it's not fear mongering. This is happening right now. You want me to play the interview? I'll play the interview again. You guys want to hear it? I'm going to play the interview one more time. I'm going to play just the part where he says children need to go out and work. Why are they freeloading off the government? I'm going to play it again for you guys because we're on MAGA FYP. I need you guys to hear this because I need you to be honest with yourselves and either say, you know what, I am evil. We are the baddies. Or be like, oh, fuck. One of the two things, okay? Because I'm done. I'm done blaming you guys. I'm going to show you the interview. If you have a functioning prefrontal cortex and a brain stem that attaches, okay, you're going to see that this guy says children need to get back in the coal mines. We're playing it again. 1.2x.
Donald Trump in his first term, as you know, added, I think it was $8 trillion to the deficit. And, when you look at these programs, are these really the programs that you would want to see cut? Head Start, free breakfasts and lunches for constituents in your district? Would you be okay with that to cut down on federal spending?
MURR. I didn't get any free lunch. You're an evil person. There's two kinds of people. There's people who say, I want things to be better for the next generation. And there's people who say, I want them to be just as bad as I had it. Okay? You are the type of person that is against progress. You don't want the world to get better. So MURR, however you pronounce that, you are the evil person that I'm referring to. I'm going to keep playing it.
If you look at what we need to address, we have bigger issues than that. We have Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. Those are all welfare issues. And a lot of those things are set aside for people who have paid into the system to begin with. But quite frankly, when 75% of the budget is non-discretionary, what we call mandatory, and you don't address those things, they're going to have automatic cuts. Now, you talk about Social Security. I want to save Social Security, not cut it. But we have to do something or it will become...
Peanut butter juice. If you want children to work in coal mines, you're evil. Whatever your real name is, right? Because peanut butter juice isn't your real name. Your name's probably like Kevin fucking douchebag, all right? whatever your real name is, you're a bad person.
Solve it in the next decade, and you will have a 21% automatic cut, or we put so much debt on the American people because our backs are up against the wall that we will for sure go in that death spiral of debt. And that goes for Medicare, too, by the way. 11% automatic cut. We don't vote on that. That will automatically happen. So when you say Rich McCormick, he wants to throw old people under the bus or poor people or children. No, I want to save that.
No,
I want to save that money by making
that.
it leaner, meaner, more instructive.
Yeah, no, I understand. And look,
Some people are saying that.
okay, well, look, I mean, that is a valid goal, right, to save money and be more efficient, right? But the bottom line is, right now with this freeze, vulnerable populations could be directly impacted. And so my question to you, just to follow up with you, would you support getting rid of school lunch for vulnerable kids and breakfast and Head Start, for example, and getting rid of childhood cancer research? Do you support that? And what do you say to your constituents? I want to follow up on that question, too, because I didn't hear an answer from you.
Sure. So I'm an ER doc. And I know that philanthropy is where you get most of your money for childhood cancer research, for example. And it's not just child. I mean, you look at what the president just proposed, a $500 billion spending bill on AI to produce cancer early detection in the first stage on most body parts. That's his spending bill where he wants to increase cancer research. So it's just about what part of the money it comes out of. When you talk about school lunches, hey, I worked my way through high school. I don't know about you, but I worked since I was, before I was even 13 years old. I was picking berries in the field before we had child labor laws that precluded that. I was a paper boy. And when I was in high school, I worked my entire way through. You're telling me that kids who stay at home instead of going to work at Burger King, McDonald's during the summer should stay at home and get their free lunch instead of going.
I need you. Listen, you could say I voted for Trump, but I disagree here. This is bad, right? But if you don't, if you think that children are being too lazy and aren't working and don't deserve lunch, you're evil. You're not wrong. You're evil. You're a bad person. That's just what it is. Just accept it. Be like, I don't know, the Joker or something. Just accept that you're a bad person and stop trying to justify these acts. Oh, well, it shouldn't come out of my tax dollars. Oh, okay, you're evil. You hate children. The freeze doesn't affect that. He just said it did. It does affect that. It does affect free lunches. I am so glad there's so many people in here because I need MAGA to hear it, okay? I'm going to play that answer one more time. If you're okay with child slave labor, you're an evil person. I'm glad you won. I'm glad. Yeah, Trump 2020, we're evil. That's a good platform. We're against child lunches. We're for child slavery.
Instead of going to work at school lunches, hey, it's research. So it's just about what part of the money it comes out of. When you talk about school lunches, hey, I worked my way through high school. I don't know about you, but I worked since I was, before I was even 13 years old. I was picking berries in the field before we had child labor laws that precluded that. I was a paper boy.
Before we had child labor laws. You want to go back to when we didn't have child labor laws? Pro-life, by the way.
And when I was in high school, I worked my entire way through. You're telling me that kids who stay at home instead of going to work at Burger King, McDonald's during the summer should stay at home and get their free lunch instead of going to work. I think we need to have a top-down review.
You're painting
Think
a lot
about
of
where
these kids
kids
with a
need to
broad
actually
brush.
be.
I would say.
All right, come up. MAGA, come up and justify what that man just said. Come on. Where are you guys? Hello, welcome up.
I'm not MAGA, but I was just gonna give my praises to the live and my shout outs to you.
Love you. I gotta dig into some MAGA right now. Appreciate you.
No problem.
Try that MAGA shit. Try it.
Thank you, Miles. Where are you guys? Really loud in the comments. Really loud in the comments. Where are you guys? Probably really hard to reach the request button when you got Trump's whole body down your throat at this point. Selling your souls for a cult leader. Why? He's not gonna fuck you, bro. Well, no, he is gonna fuck you, actually. You're getting fucked right now. Because you don't make over $360,000 a year. Hi, did you vote for Trump?
No, I'm a teacher. Can I speak on this topic quick or no? It's cool if you say no. It's fine.
30 seconds.
All right. I just don't understand why people have an issue with kids getting free lunch when kids are going hungry every single day. It's has nothing to do with them being able to go to work or anything like that. It's BS. Kids need food. It's absolutely ridiculous, and I hate MAGA for doing this crap. And I hate Trump for doing this shit to kids. But that's all I gotta say. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you so much. Where are you guys? MAGA. I don't understand. I thought you guys were saying it with your chest. Where was my free lunch? Where are you guys? Request up. Justify this. Wait, this guy. This guy right here. Hold on. Where'd he go? Dan's mad because he gets free lunch? You, come up. I'm mad because I care about children. Now, I knew from the start that you guys didn't because you let them get mowed down in schools and don't care because you need the metal thing that makes your Johnson feel big. It makes you feel Lyndon B. But I already knew you didn't care about kids. But this one is like a no-brainer. Like, kids should have free lunches. Nope. Not if Trump says no. Why aren't you guys coming up? I don't understand. Really loud in the comments. Jaden, are you MAGA? Bring Murrah up. He's scared. He didn't request.
All right. I just had a question. So did he say that like he wants to cut it, or was it like the congressman said it?
So the things that are not going to be cut did not include free lunches for children. It did not include Medicaid. It did not include Meals on Wheels. The only things that they said they wouldn't cut are Medicare and Social Security.
So have they said like thoroughly that they're going to cut it?
They're going to freeze it. Yeah, they're not going.
They
to
said
be,
that. They
yes.
said they're going to free.
Yes.
Is that just for lower income kids or for?
Does it matter?
I mean, I just feel like you should get free lunch if you're lower income.
Okay.
I feel like that. Yeah, but is that for everyone or just lower income kids?
I mean, I don't think it matters, in my opinion. I think even higher income children, they're children, they're blameless. If their parents are neglecting them, I still think they should have lunch.
Well, yeah, but I feel like if their parents are neglecting them, then that should be a problem with the government and not with.
Well, the government was providing free lunches, right? So that kids can learn and grow to be functioning members of society. And now the government is taking that away.
Oh, I just wait. So in school, I haven't been in school in a while. So so first schools, like every single kid gets free lunch.
It depends on the region. I don't believe that's the case, but at what point, what is your cutoff? I don't understand. Like, what's the argument here?
I just feel like if you're what are like I don't really know what the cutoff would be. I just feel like if you're lower income, then you should get free lunch.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but
because if you're
Trump and this man disagree, so
they said that, or I'm
well,
just
it's
confused.
being cut. It's being the funds for it are being frozen. It's on the list of things being cut.
So when is that going into play?
Well, right now it was blocked by a judge, but when would it have to go into play for you to be outraged?
I don't really know. I mean, if it goes in, I mean, like let's say like goes tomorrow, like I wouldn't support that.
Okay.
Or like, I mean, I don't really know that much about it, to be honest.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question.
Yep.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I couldn't vote for medical reasons. I was in the hospital.
Oh, okay. Would you have voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, probably. I just recently got into politics though. Like I don't know that much. I know a little bit.
Okay. Well, if Donald Trump made it so that low income kids didn't get free lunch, would that make you change your mind?
No, probably not. I mean,
Why? What is so good about that man that you're willing to sell your soul?
I just like his foreign policy. From what I've seen, at least. I mean, the thing with Colombia where he sends them there and then he says he'll put a tariff on him, and then Colombia, did they send a plane? I don't know if that's exactly right. Didn't Colombia send a plane yesterday because he said that he was gonna put a 25% tariff to get the people back?
So they sent the regular plane because Trump had them on military planes in handcuffs.
Yeah, but wait, what? Yeah, I mean, he said that he wanted to put a 25% tariff on them, and then Colombia said that they would take them. I feel like that's a good thing.
He said 50% tariff. So whether or not the tariff was the reason, rather than that Colombia just wanted to bring their people back with dignity, I think it's I don't think it's a good thing to do that.
I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like the USA should be fuck around and find out, that kind of stuff.
Okay, what did the children do to fuck around when they're hungry in schools? What do they do? Why are they finding out right now?
Well, I thought we switched the topic from that. But.
Yeah, I'm saying that this topic alone, you should care about American children more than getting rid of brown people.
Why are you assuming that all illegal immigrants are brown?
I'm not assuming that, but those are the ones being targeted.
That seems pretty racist.
Yeah. Do you want to get rid of illegal immigrants?
Yeah.
Why?
Because they broke a law.
Oh. Should people that speed?
They came into the country illegally.
So what? They're already here.
So yeah. So they should get out.
Why? How does it affect you? How does it affect you?
Because they came in illegally.
How does that affect you?
Well, I mean, it could affect me, like the Laken Riley situation. That could have been my sister, or my mom.
That you know what? That's right. You know that undocumented immigrants commit crime at a much less rate than native-born people. Did you know that?
It doesn't matter. They're not here legally.
Okay. So, just so we're clear, you're upset about that one person, which. Don't get me wrong. What happened?
I'm just giving an example.
Yeah, but you don't care enough about your sisters or mother or because more women are dying due to lack of healthcare access than to illegal immigrants. It doesn't seem like you actually care about women's lives. You just care about getting rid of immigrants. And when I ask you why, you say because they broke the law. They are not affecting you. My entire life, immigration has not been a worry of mine because I'm not a racist. However, for the people that vote based on immigration, I'm the one telling you right now, I don't know how young you are, but you need to learn this. If immigration is in your top 5, fuck it. Top 10 issues, it's because you're a racist. Period. How? Because economically, they're good for this country. Culturally, they're good for this country. They're already here, and it costs money to get rid of them. The only reason you want to get rid of them is because they don't look like you.
What are you talking about?
Why do you want to get rid of them? You don't care about women because then you wouldn't be in support of Donald Trump's policies that kill women, right? You don't care about fiscal responsibility because it costs billions of dollars to get rid of them, and they pay billions into taxes that they don't get out. So they're good for both.
How do his policies kill women?
Okay, so when he appointed Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe v. Wade, now there are states in this country where women do not have exceptions for abortion. So the only way they can get an abortion is for thank you so much, Caffeine. The only way for them to get an abortion is for the doctor to go to lawyers and say, hey, is this woman dying enough for me to save her? And in many cases, they haven't. I can show you many stories, and they outnumber Laken Riley. I hate to use her name because her dad said, please stop using her name for political reasons. They outnumber her 10-1. But you're worried about who the brown people kill and not who the white people kill. That's the problem. You don't care about women. You don't care about fiscal responsibility. You just want to get rid of them because they don't look like you.
That isn't true.
Then why do you want to get rid of them? It's not the women.
I don't care what race they are. I don't care what race they are. If they come into the country illegally, and they should get out.
Why? It doesn't affect you.
Because they came in illegally.
Thank you, Black Tone. That doesn't affect you. I don't give a fuck. They come in illegally. It doesn't affect me. Why don't I want them out? Why don't I want them out? What's the difference?
I don't know.
You know why? Because I'm not a racist. I don't care. They're in the country. They're working hard. They come here for a better life. They're humans. I'm a human being. We're the same race. Human being.
I didn't mention one thing about race. How am I racist?
Because you want people out for no reason other than that they weren't American.
What?
Why do you want them out? Because they broke the law. There's millions of people in this country that break the law on a daily basis. And as a matter of fact, speeding is more dangerous than crossing the border. But you don't want to deport people that speed. Why do you want to deport them?
Because it's different. There's a legal way of coming into the country.
Yes, that's right. And that legal way takes almost a decade. And I don't blame anyone for not wanting to wait a decade to escape a horrible life for themselves or their children. Now, I agree that we should change these laws to make it easier. We should change these laws to make it easier for them to come legally. And you know what? We should also protect the border so that less people come illegally. But the ones that are already here, you want to spend your taxpayer dollars to get them out, even though they contribute to your Social Security and your Medicare when you grow older. They don't get that money back. You're willing to take money out of your own pockets to remove them from this country because they don't look like you. That's the only reason, because there's no righteous reason. More women die to Trump's policies than are saved. Not to mention the fact that you don't mention Molly Tibbetts, who died because of an immigrant that came in under Trump's term. You guys only talk about Lincoln Riley. You don't care about women. You don't care about fiscal responsibility. You care about one thing and one thing only: getting rid of brown people. And you might not want to say it on live, but that's the reason. I don't care if someone is undocumented or not. If they're a good person, then they should stay.
You don't even know what race I am.
I don't care what race you are. You do, though. That's the problem.
I don't.
Okay.
Because I don't think race matters. I think no matter what, it doesn't matter what race you are. Then if you cross the border illegally, then you should leave.
You're right. Okay. When are you leaving?
Why? Why would I leave?
Because you didn't come here legally.
What?
You didn't come here legally.
How?
How did you come here?
I was born.
Yeah. And how did your parents come here?
They were born here.
Okay. And what about their parents?
They went to what's the immigration thing? I'm sorry, in New York City.
Ellis Island?
Yeah.
Yeah? Did they get permission for the Native Americans to come in? This is Native American land. Get the fuck out.
So then you should get out too.
I'm going. Let's go. That's the thing. You only care about who's coming in illegally now, right? But you don't care about the fact that these lines, they're all fake anyway. We're humans. Let's make the border more secure. I agree. We should be vetting more people, letting less people in. The ones that are already here committing no crimes, if you want them out now, it's because you're racist. I'm sorry. I hate to be the one to break it to you. If you want them out now, it's because you're racist. If you don't want them in, I understand. There's reasons to not want more of them to come in illegally. But there is no reason to spend billions of dollars to remove them, costing us billions of dollars in taxes that they pay and don't get out, right? There's no reason to do that other than racial bias.
How? How is it racial bias? That just doesn't make sense.
Okay. They're here.
Okay, wait,
They're here. I'll tell you how. They're here.
No, it's about something else. Okay, can you chase me?
No. They're here not bothering you, right? And you want them out. The reason you gave is unsubstantial, because you're saying, well, one woman died, but the guy you voted for who's doing this has unalived more women with his policies. Right?
That was just an example.
Okay, great example. Yeah, I can count them on one hand the examples of women that have died to undocumented immigrants. I can count. It would take me it would take me hundreds of hands to count how many have died to American citizens.
Yeah. All right. Wait, can I? All right. There's 6 billion people that live in third world countries. Am I right or am I wrong? Should we take them all in just because they're from a bad situation?
I'm gonna repeat it again. I have no problem with wanting to restrict illegal immigration, okay, and making our borders more safe. But that should also come with a reform of legal immigration. That is a separate argument to wanting to remove the ones that are already here, which makes no sense fiscally. It makes no sense morally, and it is only justified by someone who is a racist bigot. Okay?
How am I racist?
Because you want them out for no reason. which means that the deep-seated
That
reason
isn't
is
true
racism.
because they came here illegally.
That's
They
not a
still
good enough
are.
reason. That's not a good enough reason because you came here illegally. Your grandparents came here illegally.
Well, it's the law. Well, what was the law then?
Okay, all right. So, are you saying that if we went back, right? We went back to when slavery was legal, you'd be fine with having slaves?
No, obviously not.
No. Okay, so let's talk about morality instead of the law, right? So, in morality, what is the moral reason for wanting to remove these people who aren't harming you?
Well, I mean, they're taking jobs away from
They're not taking jobs from you.
How do you know that?
You're because you're not working in construction, you're not working in agriculture. Okay? They're not taking jobs from you. You're lying, you're hiding your racism.
How am I?
Because they're not taking jobs from you. They're not taking jobs from you. In fact, they're paying into your Social Security. They're paying into your Social Security and your Medicare.
What if I work in construction and they're taking jobs away from me because people are exploiting them for getting paid cheaper?
Yeah, I wouldn't believe you.
Why?
Because you're lying. You know that's not true, right? Just say it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but
so
I
it
know.
doesn't affect you.
I'm
Why
just
do you
giving an
want them
example.
out?
Because they can't cross the border illegally.
That's not a good enough reason. Do you understand? I'm saying the law doesn't matter. I'm talking about morally. Why do you want them out? For the same reason that you wouldn't go back to when slavery was legal and say, well, it's legal, so we should have slaves, right? You just said you wouldn't do that. So we're talking about morality. What is your moral reason for wanting them out?
Because they broke the law and
What is your moral reason for wanting them out? Not your legal reason. What is your moral reason for wanting them out?
I don't know.
You don't have one. That's because you've been given this bill of falsehoods. Okay, it's called fear mongering. You're afraid of immigrants. Now it just so happens that you're not. Okay, then what? You want them out for just your feelings then? Because if you can't justify it by coming up with a moral reason, then it's because you have some deep-seated thing that you're not addressing. No one wants something for no reason. Do you understand?
Well, I still don't get the racist thing. Just because I want it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what race they are. I still don't get that.
Okay.
Wait. All right. When Obama said that he was going to do the largest deportation, did you agree with that?
He didn't say he was going to do the largest deportation. Obama didn't do.
He did do the largest
Yes,
deportation.
there is a difference between deporting someone at the border, right, because they came here illegally, versus deporting someone who's lived here and started a family here and is working here. Do you get what the difference is?
I mean, yes, somewhat, but still. Obama put kids in cages and
Okay, stop! Shut the fuck up! I saw that comment too. Muir. Obama did not put kids in cages. Okay, he built the facilities that held families. Donald Trump separated those families and put the children in cages separately. And if you want to conflate them, listen. I know you're barely 18 years old. Okay, I get it. You didn't experience Trump's first term, but evil shit happened then, and more evil shit's happening now. And you are one of these just following orders people. Like from Germany. I know you had social studies, okay? You're one of these just following orders. Because if you're okay with evilly removing these people who are just living their lives, if you're okay with these raids that are detaining Native Americans, that are detaining American citizens, veterans, if you're okay with this just to get out the brown people, then it kind of sounds like you are a bad person.
Well, I never said specifically brown people. It doesn't matter if they're white, black, brown. It doesn't matter. Asian. It doesn't matter. If you come into the country illegally, I think you should. I think that you should be doing it the legal way. I don't really care who it is.
I'm going to say this one more time. Stop saying they should come here the legal way. I agree with you. I agree less people should come illegally. The ones that are already here, the only reason to want them out is because you hate immigrants. That's the only reason. There is a good reason to not want more to come in, but there is no good reason to want them out other than that you hate immigrants. Does that make sense?
Like somewhat.
Okay.
Yeah, kinda.
Good. I want you.
All right, and then I just have one more question.
Go ahead.
What's your thoughts on Trump's thing about Palestine? I don't really know about that, moving the people out.
It's atrocious. The idea that we're going to take people from their land just so we don't have to worry about Gaza anymore and just start.
How is it their land?
Separate. You said it's not their land?
Are you religious?
Why would that matter to whether or not?
I'm just saying. Are you religious?
I'm not.
All right. Well, I mean, the book of worship is the Quran. Am I wrong? There, it doesn't say Palestine in that. It doesn't say. It says Israel over 40 times. It doesn't say Palestine. It's not their land. If you really want to do that, because you said Native Americans.
Okay. This is what I'm gonna have you do. All right. I want you to go to your room, go to bed, and think about what you've done. I needed that chat. Got a lot of requests.
Hi, Dan.
Hi.
Okay, so I know you were talking to the guy prior about like immigration and everything. I'm engaged to a Palestinian, and his family actually kind of had to leave during the Nakba. So I'm not sure where you're saying it's not Palestinian land. His whole entire family had to flee, literally flee, and go to Kuwait, and they're like well, half his family in Kuwait, but they're here now. So I really am confused about how it's not their land. I don't care about how he wants to bring in religion into anything. I don't care about, it's the holy, but none of that matters. If you are going to uproot a complete like area of people that have been there for, I don't even know exactly how long. I don't want to put quotes in this and have people go off on me in the comments, but that is genocide. That is wrong. That is not what you do to people. And I mean, my family has been here in like Tennessee for I don't even know how long. Like all my parents and like all my family have been here, so I don't know like my full exact history. But somebody along the line immigrated here. It's not up to me for somebody who comes here. I mean, illegally, yes, but none of these people are bothering me. I work and live in a very populated, immigrated area where I'm constantly around Hispanic people, constantly around Muslims, I'm constantly around people of color. I don't live next to a lot of quote white people. And I think that's what makes me so open to all of these issues. Also, can you hear me well? I'm kind of like in my like closet cleaning and I don't want it to be like echoing.
I can hear you.
Okay. I'm like shaking right now because that pissed me off so bad. I'm so sorry. But I work in healthcare. I work in a pharmacy. And I want to go back to like how we were talking about, you know, the DEI regulations and everything. I work with people who are, you know, immigrants and they do have their citizenship now, of course, but I constantly see patients who, you know, don't speak a word of English. They're picking up prescriptions. Their children barely speak English. I mean, I'm around this constantly, and I have to call translation services. They don't understand their medications. They don't know what's really going on. They go to the doctor. We're here to help these people, okay? I don't care if you're white, black, Hispanic, whatever you are. We are here to help these people, and I have to use a translation service to make sure I'm getting through to these people. What if that is taken away? How do I explain to this person how to take their medication? How do I explain to this person, oh, this is a side effect of this? How does this person tell me their issues, their problems, if we cannot communicate with each other? What do I do in that scenario? And I'm sorry, that's my cat. I don't know if you can see it, but oh my God, I've been following you since like, I think like the night of the election. I think I saw your live or whatever go up, and I know I'm not a maggot or whatever, but I'm the most, I wouldn't even say liberal because I mean, I don't really care about those like conservative liberal terms and stuff. I just care about people and empathy, and I want to help the people in the country. And if you are already here, you are paying towards my, when I retire when I'm 65, you're paying for my mother's retirement. You're paying towards her Medicare, for all of these freaking white people who don't realize, like you said, $10 billion into all of this stuff every year, and they don't get a lick of it, and they take so long to even be granted citizenship. Why are you wanting to uproot these people? I don't understand. I like, it bothers me so much that somebody can say, well, this person is working to help our country. This person is working to help me have food on the table because they're out there actually doing the labor. I'm not doing the labor. I'm sitting at home when I get off work and I have to think about, how I have to pay for my family or anything. Like 9 times out of 10, the people have to that are doing these hard working labor like jobs, and they don't have any protection to them. They're constantly worried about being deported. What is this person? How is that person affecting me? Truly, I come from a very poor family. My family has, like, realistically, I'm going to be honest. I think I'm going to be the person in my family that is going to, hopefully, God willing, but be able to financially be stable. But I come from a very poor family that has always been on Medicaid, that has always had food stamps, that has always been in the lower impoverished, like, part of the country. And I see people who are similar to me that voted for this man, and they don't think a lick of what he is doing is going to affect them. And it literally drives me insane. It makes me want to go crazy that you can think only of yourself and not of the thousands to millions of people that are just like you that are going to be affected by what he does and what he says on the news, on television, on, like, just any platform. It's actually mind-boggling. And I don't ever get on lives, and, like, I've never been on a live before. I've never joined one or did anything. I just like watching them. But seeing how like, I live in Antioch. You know how it's funny about the shooting and stuff that happened last week? I'm in like, my city that I'm in is, I think, 35% Hispanic and, like, maybe 40% African American. Like, there's, like, hardly any white people in my city. And I'm constantly around a lot of people that need help, and it's just so sickening to see that I'm in a blue county and the rest surrounding me are red, and all of these people don't give a crap about the people in my city or in my country. And it's like, I don't know, it's ridiculous. But I see somebody's getting mad that I'm talking in the comments, so I'll just, I'll wrap it up. But if you guys want to join and kind of go against what I have to say, go ahead, because it seems like you don't give a shit. But I'll go ahead and get off.
Thank you so much for coming up. Really appreciate
Of course.
it.
Thanks, Dan. I'll keep watching.
Bye.
Bye.
Anna, thank you for the $5. So we actually haven't been on the FYP for the past, like, 15 minutes. TikTok let me know because we watched too many CNN clips. So I kind of want to do a reset. If you're not following, there's 733 of you. This is your time. Drop a follow. We're gonna reset. YouTube and Twitch, I'm not resetting. You guys stay right there. TikTok, I'm gonna reset. Drop a follow. Maybe we can get to 90K today and have a very angry crab rave. We'll see. Thank you all for the follows. We'll be back in a minute. Twitch and YouTube. Quick question. How many people are watching on Twitch and YouTube? All right. 15 on Twitch and 45 on YouTube. You can't hear anything because I'm not talking. Thank you, Carly. I wish we could teach empathy. It is sorely lacking in this country by far too many. Yeah. JD Vance told reporters on Sunday that groceries is going to take some time to go down. It'd be nice if they had any kind of initiative to bring groceries down, but they're focusing on other things. You need to touch grass after this. Teaching empathy is impossible. Yeah. Hi, welcome up.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
All right. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I just came up. I know you were kind of having friendlies up, but I just wanted to. I'm also here in Florida, but wanted to share a little bit of history that a lot of people compare, Trump to Schmittler. We'll put it that way. But I have a better example, and it's literally in my family. So I'm actually related to a dictator, or somebody that was a dictator. Are you familiar with the dictator that was in Dominican Republic, Trujillo?
I'm not.
Okay, a lot of people aren't, except for people that live there. But Trujillo was a dictator from 1930, I believe, to like 1960. And both my mother and my grandmother were born of his two brothers. I've shared this story a little bit on some other platforms, but he did Trump's exact playbook is what he did there. And people that are familiar with his story will know exactly what happened. There's even right now in Dominican Republic, there's people that have either dual citizenship and they're voting for Trump. I have family members that voted for him that left there, but my family got exiled from the country afterwards. So I see what's happening here and it disgusts me because my family lived through it once. They were part of them were on the wrong side of history back then, absolutely. I mean, my mom and my grandmother were just children when this happened, but I see exactly how history repeats itself, and it's freaking terrifying. It is terrifying. So if you want, I suggest look him up and look at what he did in the country as well, and you'll get so you can see somebody in the comments right now that says que vive el jefe. That's what he went by. But yeah, so related to him, lived through it. Yeah, he eliminated debt, but he was a terrible person. And trust me, I was related to him. So no. Anyway, just came up to say that it's been a rough week.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I'm out of here. Have a very good evening.
Thank you for coming up.
No problem.
Can you like blitz up? Not gonna lie. Can you like give me like 5 minutes maybe?
Yeah.
Oh wait, can you hear me at all?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let me have like 5 minutes or something.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on?
Not much. It's just swiping through. Two things. One, what's the streaming agenda for tonight? How long are you going to be on?
I don't know. I was planning on being on for a few hours, but I kind of want to just turn my router off and throw my phone out the window and not look at the internet for the next 4 years. So I'm on the fence.
I hear you there. Don't really have anything else except saw your non-political backup. The gym's awesome, and Maine Coons are the superior cat. That's all I had to say.
Appreciate that. Y'all, I believe Dan also does debates, so if you want to drop him a follow. Seems like a good guy. He's got a strong name.
Hey, at least one good thing.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Appreciate you, buddy. Peace.
I don't want to butcher this name. Yunarki, thank you for the $15. Dan, stay strong. Thank you for the fight. Love the lives and listen all the time. Thank you so much. Dan, did you hear what Destiny did? Yeah, I did. Gonna go to the next guy.
You talk about extreme.
Thank you, Leah.
Hello.
Hi, welcome up.
Hi. I just I'm wanted to educate real quick about Title I because I heard there were some questions on the last live about it. There was some uncertainty, and I just wanted to help strengthen your arguments moving forward. Title I is the thing that allows children to receive free or reduced breakfast, lunch at schools. During the pandemic, everyone got it. The thing he is canceling is not that because that already expired. He is canceling the Title I, which is for the poor kids. He's taking food from the poor, is literally what this asshole is doing. So there seemed to be some confusion about that earlier. I just wanted to fill you in on what Title I was, how it worked.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I've said it before. There's a lot of things I don't know about, and before the election, it was much easier to learn everything I needed to know for these debates. But now, with every day being a new thing that Trump does, several new things, these are like new areas that I have to learn. So I do appreciate you clarifying that for me.
I mean, I'm an educator, so I mean, this subject kind of hit real close to home for me. I work in a very poor district, so literally every kid in my building relies on that every single day. Because when they go home, they don't eat. Like, the only guaranteed food they have is their breakfast and lunch they get at school. And on Fridays, we get to send them home with food packs that might last them a day. So it really sucks.
Yeah. Really quick, Tino Knight, just FYI, if you don't want poor children to have lunch at school, you're an evil person. I need you to know that. I mean, you're still going to exist. There's nothing I can do about that, but you are an evil person if you don't want kids to eat. They're children. They're blameless. And, yeah.
Is someone really saying that in here?
Yeah.
I'm about to the point of putting hands on people.
No, I don't know if you saw me crash out earlier. I'm beyond that point.
I don't know what I'm going to do if ICE rolls into my school. They've been sending out letters to us saying what the company line is and what we're supposed to do, but I don't. This is some dystopian bullshit we're living in right now.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for
I
coming.
know. Yeah, I know you got to get back to it, but I just wanted to leave you with that and just say keep doing what you're doing. I love it.
Thank you.
You have a good one.
You too. Is that the case? Yeah, Dan, they're planning on freezing spending for Title I and other programs that help poor children eat, like free lunch at school. And anyone that doesn't want children to have lunch at school, you're evil. I'm gonna keep saying it. I'm gonna keep saying it until you guys get it through your heads. If you don't want children to eat, you're an evil person. Yep, this is very true. This is, I believe, multiple studies have shown this. Air conditioning and lunches for kids, the top two things for kids at school for positive outcomes.
Hi.
Hi.
Do you want to take a few minutes and go get something to drink, go potty, and take a
Okay.
break for a few minutes?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Take a breath.
Yeah.
Do some wuxia.
Here, I'm gonna bring up Tanner in case he's ready as well.
Perfect.
Oh, so you just let me up for comedic relief or something, huh?
You have some
Huh?
explaining to do, Mr. President.
I'm sick right now, actually. That's why I had to wait a second. I had to cough up my lungs. It feels like a kitty cat has scratched my throat for 4 hours.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I've heard I sound like death, so
Don't do the voice.
I can't.
Not
I can't right
tonight.
now. Not worth it.
How's your day gone?
It's been okay. I mean, I woke up, or I went to sleep at 7 p.m. last night, and then I woke up at 2 a.m. because I was sick. And I went back to sleep at 7 in the morning and had class at 8 in the morning.
Oh no.
Really quick,
No, sir.
before
Go ahead, sorry.
really quick, just in case they, I don't want them to leave before I thank them. Thank you for another $15. Your name, hold on. The name was Love and Light. Thank you so much, Love and Light, for the $15. I really appreciate you.
But Dan, I had a. Oh, sorry. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, honey, go ahead.
Well, he walked away. I'm trying to think of. I had 3 questions and I forgot them already.
I just want to remind everyone real quick, if you are on Apple or Android, which is probably everyone, you cannot resub or renew your subs. You can from the website. Also, you can still buy coins at tiktok.com/coins, and it's cheaper. But until all this TikTok stuff is over, the apps are gone. So just wanted to remind everyone. I know someone was asking a little while ago why they couldn't resub. That would be why right now.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, I went in there to go because I got a notification that all of my auto subs, like everything, ended, and I was like, I didn't end anything. Some of those have been on there for like over a year, and I went in to go try and restart them. It couldn't restart anything. But if you go on the actual website, like from a laptop, while they're live, you can resub.
Right. Yeah, I heard also that. Gosh, what was I gonna say? What the fuck is wrong with me right now?
You're sick, my guy. That's what happens.
Fucking think. I totally forgot again. Fuck.
It'll come back. It'll come back.
I was gonna say something like actually important and valuable. I can't remember. Ugh.
So mental health check to everybody in the chat too. How's everyone doing? Because today has been a big day. It's been a long day. And I know there's probably some of you in the chat that might be affected by what's going on today. Looks like everything is on pause until February 3rd. That's what the judge's order says as of right now. I know everyone is exhausted at this point.
Uh-oh, somebody just joined my group work chat. I don't know who it is.
Also, if anyone in here is on Medicaid, just a word of advice, call your pharmacies and ask them to extend all of your prescriptions to 90-day prescriptions. You may have to get something from your doctor, so do it now, before February 3rd, and get them filled. Ask your doctor to, if they need to write you a new prescription for a different dosage, whatever they need to do it now, because that's one of the things that may be affected is the pharmacy programs.
Tina, thank you so much for the $10. You got this. Thanks for caring. Thank you so much, Tina.
Dan, before I go, I had 3 questions and I can only remember one, but maybe if I say them, it'll start to refresh. My first question was, if you had to pick like a favorite politician that you have, who would it be? They don't need to be like a president or anything, or a vice president or anything. It could be anyone.
Living?
No, it doesn't have to be.
Maybe RFK's dad.
Interesting. Somebody said Andrew Yang, and I almost agree with that. Actually, I would probably agree with
If
that.
it's living though, it's AOC.
Yeah, AOC is pretty cool.
Both Kennedys, I feel like, are really high on my list. Robert especially, but both of them super high on my list.
Guys, what's wrong with this? Never mind. I'm just gonna shut up. Oh yeah. Okay. Second. Okay. I remember another question. My other question was, what was your favorite part about Kamala Harris? It could be policy, or it could be a characteristic that she had, or something that she had. What was your favorite part of her? I'm acting like she's unalive. I don't know. Or wait, no. Hey, you tested that theory. You can say dead. I'm acting like she's dead, but no, she's not. I don't know why I'm acting like that, but you know.
Honestly, me personally, I liked how she debated. As someone who debates myself, I liked that she set a trap, knowing that Trump was going to waste half of his answer on immigration, which is like his number one issue. Waste half of his answer on immigration, defending his crowd sizes, and just looked on with just almost judging him, like she succeeded in the bait. It was so good. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's like like little speech bubbles that pop up in cartoons. Like all I saw was just really. That's all I saw. Just like just her, just like.
This former president. That was another good line.
There's some really good older videos from when she was a prosecutor. I got to see her twice in a courtroom. Once when I was doing an internship, and once when she was down in the LA courts on a program we had down here, and she is incredible. But there's some great old videos of her during her early prosecutor days. Super fierce. What you saw in the debates was very much how she was when she first came in through San Francisco.
Too. Very passionate.
Extremely. She did a lot for us here in California. I don't think people quite know how much she went to bat for the people here. We were sad to see her go, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, now I remember my last question, and this one you don't have to answer if you don't have an answer, but do you have a favorite Republican of all time?
Of all time?
Could be any, like, have you enjoyed any Republican that's like running that's in, office?
Probably Lincoln, but I don't know if you count that as like a Republican.
I mean,
I've said it before. The most recent Republican I would have voted for, like as me currently, like if you take me and put me back in time, the most recent one I would have voted for is Eisenhower.
Yeah.
I think I could have swung John McCain. I think I'd have been okay with him.
I'd have been
If it were
okay
Sam
with him,
McCain
but
as well.
I wouldn't have voted for him. I didn't.
I like
That-
McCain as well, but he was very, very anti-LGBTQ. But he did have some very good policies, and he was a very, 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 very respectable man, and he defended Obama.
Yeah, I don't think he's a
So-
bad man. It's just I wouldn't have voted for him. Number one, I didn't like the actual me didn't. But also, if you take me now and put me back, then I definitely wouldn't. But yeah, no. Eisenhower was the
All
last
right,
one
cool.
I would.
Yeah, cool. All right. Well, thanks for your time.
Of course, thank you so much.
Feel better,
Yeah.
Tanner.
Tina had something she wanted to say about Medicaid, I believe.
Yeah, hey Dan. Thanks for letting me up. So I wanted to, because I know there's so much going on right now, and I think that people don't understand how, because I keep hearing talk about the children, but they don't understand how much this is also going to affect our disabled and our seniors, but not just those that are recipients of it. If you think about this, I have an adult child with disabilities who's on Medicaid. He receives so many hours a month of care. That is paid for Medicaid, by Medicaid. That means the person that is employed by them to help care for him now will lose their job. The people that are putting together the plans and doing all the stuff, if we lose these programs, we'll lose their jobs. So it's not just about the recipients, it's also the people that are caring for them and that are implementing these plans for them. They're job coaches, because a lot of people with disabilities work jobs, and they have job coaches that, again, are paid for through these plans. And so it's really, really important. The first thing I did today was I called my senator, I called my congresswoman, I emailed them, and I live in a very blue state, so I know that they're fighting for this right now. But if you live in a red state, you need to really pick up and start fighting for this, because it's not just the children, it's going to be everybody. It's going to affect everybody. It's going to affect our jobs, it's going to affect our children, it's going to affect our elderly, and it's going to affect our disabled. And they're all going to be on the streets and not be able to eat. So that's kind of, I wanted to kind of bring that point out, and if anybody has any questions about that, but I have personal experience working with seniors and disabled, and it's amazing how much goes into it and how many people are paid through those programs.
Lily, I see Lily's comment. She said veterans. One of the programs that was on the list of 2,600 programs was the largest program outside of the VA for homeless veterans. It has a huge chunk of funding, federal funding, and it was in the list. There's actually quite a few veterans programs that are not run by the VA that were on the list.
Yeah. So I mean, the things that we have to do is we can't sit by and just say, oh well. I've heard other people in other lives will say, oh well, we can F around and find out, they voted for this, but I think it was Dan earlier on your other live that you were talking about with someone who was like saying that, and I'm like, do you realize all the people that did not vote for him that are going to suffer and cause all sorts of anxiety? I was trying not to have panic attacks today, because I'm like, I'm fortunate. My son's fortunate that I could help care for him. But I know so many people, because I coach with Special Olympics and other things, that don't have those same supports. My boyfriend works in a behavioral health house for people with disabilities that have such severe behavioral problems they actually cannot be out in public, but you don't want to institutionalize them either, so they're in small houses, and all those employees, and where are we going to put those people? They're going to be on the streets causing problems and then go in jail. I mean, I just don't understand what's going to happen to them.
I would recommend to anyone that might be affected by any of this, check your state. A lot of states have, especially if you're in a blue state, have secondary programs that are similar or funded by these federal programs that will pick up some of the subsidies. I talked a little bit about the prescriptions earlier. That also doesn't just apply to Medi-Cal. Anyone that's on a prescription like discount program, a lot of those are federally funded. They will not exist Those were part of the list as well. So if you get discounts on your medications because you're low income or you meet the income requirements or you're under the income requirement, those were also part of the list. This list was extensive. There's a
Mhm.
couple of websites that have it or have parts of it. It was a lot. They said it wasn't SNAP, but there was SNAP benefits on there or subsequent food benefits.
Mhm.
WIC was on there.
Yeah. And check your check your Medicaid plan, because not all plans will allow you to do 90 days. Or some prescriptions will allow you to do 90 days, some they won't. My son has some very expensive prescriptions and they will only allow 30 days.
Got it. Yeah, that was recommended earlier. Someone in
Yeah.
my family had recommended they were calling to get 90 days, and I figure at this point it doesn't hurt to call and try, just in
If you
case.
can, my recommendation, what I've done is if you have a family member and if you are the parent of a child with disabilities, keep carrying them on your insurance, even if you use Medicaid as secondary. We've done that to secure making sure that he can still get the care that he needs, and Medicaid does not completely dictate it. And as the age 26, you can go past age 26 if they're disabled. So if you have a plan through your work that you can carry them on, do that and have Medicaid as your secondary for the medical insurance and prescriptions.
Well, that's kind of
So,
all I had for today,
yeah.
other than I just want to make sure Dan got a minute and kind of walked away from the chaos. Total side note, he just offered all 2 million federal employees an opt-out. If they quit and or resign by February 3rd, they get 7 months of pay, and he gets, they said about 10%, 200,000 federal jobs will open up and become available to loyalists. So that's going to get really interesting to watch.
All right, I got to go, Dan, but thank you. And, feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions about the Medicaid stuff.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you coming out.
Carousel, thank you for that. Yeah, you can boot me. If you need a break, holler. I'll be around.
I really appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Always.
So this is insane. The Trump administration announced Tuesday that it is offering buyouts to all federal employees who opt to leave their jobs by next week, an unprecedented move to shrink the U.S. government at breakneck speed. A memo from the Office of Personnel Management, the government's human resources agency, also said it would begin subjecting all federal employees to enhanced standards of suitability and conduct, and ominously warned of future downsizing. The email sent to millions of employees said those who leave their posts voluntarily will receive about 8 months' salary, but they have to choose to do so by February 6th. This is on Associated Press. I have no more I told you so's to give. Does never being happy ever get tiring? I don't know if y'all have noticed, but I've literally been squeezing the arm of my mic stand all night. A friend of mine posted something on... Y'all are going to bully me, okay? But I'm old, and I haven't deleted it because I have Messenger. But a friend of mine posted something on Facebook but it's very. It really summed up like how I'm feeling. He said, "Seriously, how does anyone?" Actually, he might be watching. If you're watching, hey, seriously, how does anyone sleep anymore? As the world spins faster and faster, each day grows shorter, each hour more urgent. Torn between making a difference and shielding what matters most, I'm always antsy about what to do tomorrow and all it might bring, no matter my choices. Torn between making a difference and shielding what matters most. Like, y'all don't know how much I want to protect my peace and just not stream politics anymore, not pay attention anymore. But fuck, that's not the answer. Oh, thank you, Mim. That's a good call. Did you check your blood pressure yet? I'm scared to check. Like, there's no way it's low. Did you get a PO box? I did get a PO box. Hold on. I should put in my link tree, right? It's right here. Can we mail you stuff? Yeah, just. I was about to make a joke that was gonna get me banned. Maybe Discord down. This week has been a long year. Yeah. Maybe not Linktree. Yeah, I'll put it in the Discord. Thank you, Carousel. Wicked Gore, thank you for the $1. Danny, thank you for the $2. Danny said not to read it. Wicked Gore, Dan, I can't anymore. Why do they hate us so much? Why is my existence a political issue? Man, I don't know. I don't know if you were here when I'm still physically pained from yelling at that racist before, but I don't know.
I have concepts of a plan.
Thank you, Lily. Thank you.
Man, how you feeling, brother?
I'm trying to keep it together.
Man, know what I'm saying? I see the look on your face, but I had to come up here, man. Hey, look. I hate to say this and I hate to say it. You know that feeling y'all feeling right now? How y'all feel right now? I just want to tell y'all, welcome to white supremacy. This is what black people have been trying. This is what black people have been feeling this whole time. You know what I'm saying? Because we knew what these people were. We knew what the Republican Party was. They said it. Remember, the words of Lee Atwater. They're going to follow that playbook. You know what I'm saying? And, you know what I'm saying? And I know that people ain't going to want to hear this right now because just like, man, how do you combat all this? But that's what they bank on. They bank on the fact that people will get discombobulated and feel like, what can they do? You can't feel like that. You're going to have to fight. You're going to have to figure, you're going to have to, if you care about this country, and if you care about people, you know what I'm saying, you're going to have to fight. And I see that now. You know what I'm saying? And I don't say it like this. I've been on the sidelines knowing what I know for a long time. You know what I'm saying? It's my fault too. I don't take accountability for Trump too because I should have had my ass out there on these front lines too. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? If the people that know better, then guess what? The people that know better got to be the ones that lead the ones that don't. Unfortunately. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. The ones that don't listen, let them fuck around and find out. We can't. Excuse me for cursing. We can't let them mess around and find out. We can't worry about that. But what we can do amongst each other and amongst the people that we know is start linking up and start talking and start sending information, making sure that people like congressmen, aldermen, your local politicians, all these other places know. We get their information and we start either running our own candidates or getting together, creating our own parties or doing something other that's challenge the status quo. Because everything we seeing right now ain't cool. The cognitive dissonance in this country is at the all-time high, and that is part of the plan. You know what I'm saying? That's why they wanted to cut down education. That's why Donald Trump said, hey, I love the uneducated. He said that for a reason. Most of the people that's on this live, me, Dan, all y'all that's watching this, y'all are people that actually would sit down and actually read the article. You know how many people would tell me I wouldn't read the executive order? Just today. And I'll go and I'll read the executive order and they didn't even read the executive order because it's right there what they saying in their face. Yes, Dan, I'm old too. I got Facebook too. If you go, I'm Christopher Porter on Facebook. If you go to my Facebook, you will see me going down having a mark with what me and my friends used to call Madden plays, because we would go to the article and actually have to mark what is being said, like John Madden used to do with football. You know what I'm saying? To show what is being said. And it's a lot of people that don't understand nor have the comprehension to know what's being said to them.
Wrong.
I don't know that the carousel meant to say wrong there, but
you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's all good. But you know what I'm saying? Like I tell you, one book I would tell everybody to read. It's Dr. Francis Cress Welsing. You know what I'm saying? Look up some Amos Wilson. Look up some of these people that have talked about this stuff since the 60s that have formulated thoughts around this to tell you and to tell you exactly what this is. This is what people have been trying to tell us since the 60s what this is. You know what I'm saying? This is white supremacy. Welcome to what black people have been talking about for this time. Welcome. We happy that y'all, we happy y'all here with us. So now when we talk it, we can now attack it. Instead of it being, oh man, this ain't happening, this is not what it is. You see what it is now. You ain't gotta fake it, you ain't gotta act like it. This is what it is. This is what white supremacy is.
Thank you so
You know
much
what
for
I'm
coming
saying?
up, man. I really appreciate
No
it.
problem, brother.
Dakota, do you have questions for me or CB?
Hello?
Hey.
Sorry, I want to preface this by saying I'm a huge fan of yours. You know, I didn't vote for Trump or whatever, but I have been listening, and I think it's really important to be as accurate as possible when we're discussing this most of the time, because I think that sometimes there's a tendency to overreact and say things that are not accurate, and then lose confidence later because then people feel like you're the boy who cried wolf. So I say all that to say there were two things that I thought were being said on the live that I'm not sure are accurate, and so I'm interested in seeing any evidence to the contrary. The main thing was you guys were saying school lunches were going to be a part of the freeze, but everything that I've seen shows that that's only speculation and that they have said specifically that that's not the case. So I'm curious. And then actually, the second thing is related to that, because when you were talking about it with that one young guy who was clearly like 13 years old, you were making the point that we watched the video of the press conference, and she listed the things that would be exempt from the freeze, and she didn't list that, but she had prefaced all of her listing by saying that this is not a exhaustive list. This is not a comprehensive list. This is just a few examples. And so I'm just curious about the evidence that school lunches are a part of this freeze, particularly when I think specifically somebody else mentioned that the Title I school lunches, they specifically stated that those were not going to be Title I funding is not a part of this freeze. So,
well, where's it?
Someone in the comments is saying they're liars. Why believe them? I don't know that we can believe them. I'm not saying that we can believe them, but I'm saying that I would like to see the evidence that is, because it's being stated on the slide as fact. So
if they stated specific things that were not going to be cut, but then said and other things, why would we assume and wait? Why would we assume and wait to see if Title I is one of the things that's saved versus?
Well, to be clear, I said that they said that they didn't. That they said explicitly that Title I was not included. I've seen written in multiple one second. I've seen written in multiple articles that Title I was not included. And these, I don't read Fox News, so that's not what I'm talking about. I don't read conservative outlets. So I'll try to pull it up in a second. But I also think it would be much easier for you to just tell me your basis of evidence that it is, because I think you're generally well sourced on these things. So I'm just curious where you're getting this from.
Let me pull up the original memo. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Okay. We're just going to read the memo together. The American people elected Donald J. Trump to be president of the United States and gave him a mandate to increase the impact of every federal taxpayer dollar. In fiscal year 2024, of the nearly $10 trillion that the federal government spent, more than $3 trillion was federal financial assistance, such as grants and loans. Career and political appointees in the executive branch have a duty to align federal funding and action with the will of the American people as expressed through presidential priorities. Financial assistance should be dedicated to advancing administration priorities, focusing taxpayer dollars to advance a stronger and safer America, eliminating the financial burden of inflation for citizens, unleashing American energy and manufacturing, ending wokeness and the weaponization of government, promoting efficiency in government, and making America healthy again. The use of federal resources to advance Marxist equity, transgenderism, and Green New Deal social engineering policies is a waste of taxpayer dollars that does not improve the day-to-day lives of those we serve. So, first of all, I would need a specific on what they mean by Marxist equity, because this can apply to any social program, from WIC to Title I to any other anything that takes taxpayer money and gives it to poor people or children.
Yes, but I think it's important for you to, well, one, I'm curious if that's what you're basing all this on.
Well, we're going to keep reading. I'm just pointing this out.
Yeah, I think since you're pointing out that in that sentence, I think it's also important to counterweight that with the end of that sentence, right? Which is not serving our constituents or whatever it said on a day-to-day basis, which obviously the programs that you were discussing do serve.
I would need to, yeah, but the fact of the matter is, if I had anyone in their administration on this live right now, I'd ask them, give me one example of a piece of Marxist equity legislation or policy that does not improve the day-to-day lives of those we serve.
Yeah, for sure.
That doesn't
I think
exist.
that's fine.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
That doesn't exist. Because whatever they're referring to here would be improving the day-to-day lives of those they serve.
But I think that's subjective, right? I think that, like, if someone were to say, oh, well, giving, for example, what are they called? Subsidies for purchasing EVs. Like, that's not.
That's in this part. That's in promoting sorry, that's in
No.
this part, the Green New Deal social engineering policies.
But just because something is in one thing doesn't mean that it's also in another, right? And so, particularly when you're talking about the Trump administration, their verbiage often repeats various things to rile up their base, right? So adding in the word Marxist can be specifically meant to be effective in terms of like meaning something that is not encapsulated in the other categories, or it can also just be meant to be not a dog whistle, but to, you know, bait to their base, right? To ravage them up because of simply the word Marxist.
Yeah. So I would say unless you have a guarantee from the administration that Title I is not included, why are we giving these ghouls
you didn't
a
understand
benefit of the doubt?
Well, you didn't understand. I prefaced all of this by saying that I think it's important that we speak accurately. And I think that on this live, it has been stated and asserted as a fact, not a possibility, not allegedly, not possibly. And I think that for the 3 months that I've been, it's been a few months that I've been listening to you, you generally are really sharp about these sorts of things. And so that's why I came up, because I was curious if you had seen something that indicated as a fact these things were a part of this, that I had not. And it's sounding like you haven't. And now you're arguing with me about giving them the benefit of the doubt, which is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying instead is to say some people are saying, or it may happen, this may be included, it's not clear yet, which is generally what you would have said in the past when I listened to you.
Well, we did watch an interview with a GOP congressman.
Yes, I watched it with you guys, and he was responding to questions from an interviewer. He was not responding to whether or not which the interviewer was, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, talking about that she was reporting on the speculation, not as fact.
So we're going to finish reading the memo. It's not very long.
Okay, yeah.
And then we'll discuss. This memorandum requires federal agencies to identify and review all federal financial assistance programs and supporting activities consistent with the president's policies and requirements. For example, during the initial days of his administration, President Donald J. Trump issued a series of executive orders to protect the American people and safeguard valuable taxpayer resources, including the blah, 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 blah. Who gives a fuck? Okay.
Right.
These executive orders ensure that federal funds are used to support hardworking American families. To implement these orders, each agency must complete a comprehensive analysis of all their federal financial assistance programs to identify programs, projects, and activities that may be implicated by any of the president's executive orders. In the interim, to the extent permissible under applicable law, federal agencies must temporarily pause all activities related to obligation and disbursement of all federal financial assistance and other relevant agency activities that may be implicated by the executive orders, including but not limited to financial assistance for foreign aid, non-governmental organizations, DEI, woke gender ideology, and the Green New Deal. So, must pause all activities related to obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance. So, this is the original memo, and what they're saying is all, including but not limited to these things. So now if later they talk about, well, we're not going to hit Medicare, Social Security, and then maybe other stuff, I am not in the position to say, okay, well, the original one said all. Now they're saying they're not going to cut Medicare and Social Security. Maybe Title I is also in there. There is no reason for me to give these absolute hellspawn the benefit of the doubt.
You're still dodging what I said. Which is
I'm not.
fine.
I'm highlighting it. This is what I read.
And what I'm saying is your point. My point earlier when you brought up what she said in the White House press briefing was that she said that this is a list, not a comprehensive list of the things that will not be impacted. She listed a number of things. She listed Medicare, Social Security, a variety of things.
Mm-hmm.
But she prefaced that list by saying this list is not comprehensive.
Yes. And this is just...
Are you going to let me finish?
I know where you're going with it. Go ahead.
You know where I'm going. Okay, then answer where I'm going with it.
You're saying that I shouldn't say with certainty that Title I is going to be... the funding freeze is going to affect Title I if she said that list is not comprehensive, right?
Yes.
Yes. They said it in the original memo, all. Okay? So why am I going to take...
And then she said in the meeting that it's not all.
Okay. All right. So why? Just answer me this. Why, when they have They have two separate things. This is an official memo versus the press secretary, right? Why am I going to give them the benefit of the doubt when
I'm not asking you to give them the benefit.
Yes, you
of the
are,
doubt.
because
No,
I'm
not.
going based on
I'm
what I
asking
know.
you-
This is what I know.
I'm asking
This is
you-
what I know.
I have not asked you to give them
Let
the
me-
benefit of the doubt.
let me
I
finish this
asked
thought.
you-
I'll let you go in a
let me
second.
No, I did this a second ago. I stopped when you interrupted me and allowed you to finish because you said you know where I was going. So I want to finish what I'm saying. I'm not asking you to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm asking you to voice the uncertainty that there is. That's all. I didn't ask you to give anybody, giving somebody the benefit of the doubt would be to say, oh, it's not, this isn't included because I've seen somewhere else. But saying people are reading this and this is what it says, and so that's why people believe this is one thing. Saying that this is absolutely what's going to happen is a different thing, particularly when after this happens and those funds are not impacted. That's what I'm thinking about, is when those things are not impacted and then it becomes a situation of we're raising alarms about things that are not happening, were not happening, and so then people begin to not listen to those alarms when we begin to raise them in the future. That is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Right now, the only things that are protected are things that they are going to backpedal on, because the original statement said all. Okay, so this is what I know. All will be frozen except for what she listed. I'm not going to point out maybe nothing will be frozen because she did not give an exhaustive list.
That's not what she said. That's not what she said.
That's what when you combine all the information in front of you.
I'm not missing anything because
intentionally
this
supposed to be
this doesn't-
vague.
I'm not missing anything because this memo also does not list the things that she said. So for you, you can't
The
take
executive order didn't list the programs that are
First of
specifically
all, it's
going to
not
be
an executive
affected, and they
order,
did
it's a-
that on purpose.
It's a memo.
So that when there's outrage
and so
over, say, school lunches, they can say,
There-
"Oh, well, that was never
there is-
included."
there is
They're
a-
trying to get away with as much as they can
it's a
possibly get away
memo.
with by being as vague as possible.
I'm
That's
very
the whole
aware-
point.
I'm very aware with how this works. I'm very aware of what they are doing. And I'm also very aware of how to speak on the things that they are doing with accuracy and nuance. And that's not what's happening here. That's the only thing that I called out. I am very aware that what they're doing is they're
So the
writing
accuracy and nuance is we don't know, and we won't know until they see how much they can get away with.
No, the accuracy and nuance is to say that they announced this freeze. They are saying this in this section, and they are the advocates for this. This is how most reporting happens: is advocates are saying that this will impact these other things that they're not talking about. That is the accurate way
I
to say
played
it.
the
That
video,
is what
though.
Generally, is what.
I played the video. Everyone heard the press secretary
I
say
know
what
you
she
played
needed to
the video,
say.
and then you
Okay,
spoke different. You played the video, and then you did not repeat what the video said. You repeated in contrast to what the video
I
said.
specifically
which is
pointed
the
out
video-
that
the video-
Medicare and Social Security are not going to be affected based on
I
what
know.
she said.
And then right after that, you said somebody mentioned something else, and you said that wasn't listed, so it's going to be infected, and that is not accurate because the list, she said that the list was not comprehensive. So you do not know as a fact that something is not going to be affected just because it was not on that list.
Okay, so
The
just so
point
we're clear,
is-
no, I really quick. I'm so sorry, Patty. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Just so we're clear, okay, 77 million people voted based on vibes, and you're telling me,
What are we going there for?
Well, if you let me finish my thought, I'll.
Okay, yeah.
And you're telling me that people are going to start taking me a little bit less seriously if I say, based on the memo, that Title I will likely be affected, and then it turns out that they backpedal and actually Title I is not affected. People are going to say, oh, Dan was just fear-mongering. Fucking miss me with that, okay? I'm
okay.
sorry.
Well, I know that people do that. We know that people do that. Now, whether you care about those people or not is different, right? Like, I think that it's very fair of you to be like, yes, people do that, but those people were lost anyways, and I don't fucking care about them. That is fair. But will people do that? Abso-fucking-lutely.
Here's the thing, though. If Dan doesn't talk about Title I and nobody talks about Title I,
and tell me that people are not
then
going to do that.
there's
Because
no
you know
outrage
that people
against
are
it, and it's
absolutely
going to
going
be
do that.
included. We have to push back about everything that could possibly be included because that's the only way to make sure that it's not included. They were vague for this reason. Whatever we make a big stink about, maybe won't be part of it. But they have not explicitly listed all of these things as not part of it, and they're doing that on purpose.
I absolutely know that they are doing it on purpose. That does not mean that you cannot speak accurately about it. The fact that what I'm talking about has not come up in this conversation until now is an example of what I'm discussing. You can talk about these things and push back on these things and also speak accurately about these things.
Okay.
So let me get this straight. The issue is with the semantics of Dan saying that this is going to be affected versus this seems like it could be affected. Is that the
That's what I
distinction
literally
between
said
what
to
would be
start.
okay?
That's literally what I said to start. That's literally what I said to start.
I think nitpicking about semantics as we face the end of our democracy is not helpful. I'm going to be honest with you.
If you guys, I mean, I guess, but again, I prefaced everything that I said with that. I said to start, I said I think it's important to speak very specifically about these things because I believe that there is a risk of saying people are already looking for us to be wrong or to overinflate things, or people say, oh, well, people lie all the time. So I think that it's important that while you're doing this advocacy that you try to be as accurate as possible.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Just one last thing, and sure, I don't think it's fair, but I do think that it is helpful to be as accurate as possible when discussing these things to lessen those kinds of things. Do I think it's fair? No. Okay, what do you want to ask a question?
So you said that you agree that they're going to try to get away with as much possible, right?
Absolutely. I think that that's why we've seen so many executive
if they're
orders.
going to try to get away with as much possible, then that means things like Title I would be on the table because they're going to try to get away with it.
No, that's
so
not
if
what
that's
I'm
true,
saying.
and you agree with that, then Title I would be on the table, and Dan would have said exactly what you agree with.
No, I don't. I agree that they're going to try to get away with as much as possible, in the sense that, for one, that's why we've seen so many executive orders, because you have executive orders like this that are super loud and are going to get everybody's attention, and then you see a bunch of other executive orders that were also signed. Well, this wasn't an executive order, it was a memo, but whatever. You see a bunch of other orders and memos that were also signed that people are not paying attention to because we're paying attention to this. So I do think they're going to try to get away with as much as possible. Now, does that mean they're going to try to do everything and anything? No, because they don't want to do everything and anything. They're going to try to get away with as much as possible as they are interested in doing. And so you are presupposing that this is something that they are interested in doing, is taking away this funding. I don't have that as a presupposition. So I don't know that this is something that they are obviously going to try to get away with, because I don't know that obviously this is something that they're interested in doing.
Okay, I'm not sure how much more clear they could make it.
Okay, how have they made it clear?
Throughout the entire campaign, cutting funding. All these poor people take advantage of the system. They've made all of these enemies out of people who are on public services. They talk about, wealth redistribution and all this stuff being issues. And you think that they're not going after this when they're going after things that are very similar to this? It's
like what? What are the things that you're talking about?
The entire vague executive order.
What are the things that you are talking about that they are going after that you want me to counter you on?
I'm so sick of these people.
Thank you so much. You know what,
I'm kind of done with the friendly fire.
No, I would like to hold this point. What are the things
you've made so many points, and you have done so much talking over Patty. It's ridiculous. You came up here to make your point. You claim to be friendly fire, but you don't seem to be friendly at all. You have a lot of points. You have spoken so much, sir, and I am so sick of your voice right now.
But
here's
isn't that the
deal.
point?
No. You need to just take a second, please. Okay.
I have taken a second. I'm listening to you.
Okay, then stop talking. This is the part where you listen.
I'm
okay,
listening.
Your mouth has done its turn. Now it's your ears' turn.
Say something.
Okay.
She's talking, bro. Just let her finish.
She's talking about talking.
Because you keep talking.
Okay, you give Mim some respect.
I would love for her to make a point. That's all I'm asking.
I would love to have the opportunity to speak, but you're too busy using your voice to speak over mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but most of the time when there's a flood, you don't wait until you're ankle deep before you prepare for it. And I don't remember anybody going, Mustache Man didn't mention Poland. I guess we won't worry about Poland.
You're not?
Maybe maybe if you actually care, you will be preparing and considering all of the people that are worried about these things and stop being on your little high horse worrying about semantics. Because when you're arguing semantics, it means you're losing the argument. And so that's what you have to stand on.
I think you grossly misunderstand what I have said, and I have reiterated time after time.
Okay, if I am misunderstanding, then literally everybody else is.
I waited.
You have had I am so over you, dude. You have spoken over literally everyone
I waited
here.
just like you did. So I want to respond to this.
Okay. Well, really quick. Just so we're clear, you did get outvoted on the Dino.
Yeah, I can go. That's fine.
But no, I do want to hear CB's.
No, I don't have a desire to listen to someone if you guys aren't going to let me respond. Like that.
Don't do him like that. Don't do him like that, y'all. Don't do him like that.
If you don't want me to respond, I can go down. That's fine. But I'm not going to sit here and like have you guys lecture me and then be booted. Like if you want to kick me, that's fine. I can go.
I'm not trying to lecture you. Anything like that. I want to actually hear what you're saying.
Before CB, I think it's important to respond to what Mim said. Like, this is what I mean by, like, she's going to say something and then I'm not going to be able to respond.
And don't speak fully, please.
The only thing I want to say to Mim is I have reiterated point after point after point that this is not about not preparing. I think that we should prepare. I think that we should be having these conversations. We should be discussing the things that are coming, the things that are possibly coming, that we possibly should be preparing for. I think that all those things are fine. And I think you can have those same conversations while pointing out the nuance of these are the things that we are expecting to see. That is how, and maybe this is because I am a journalist, that I think of speaking in this very specific way. But speaking specifically does not mean that there is no resistance. That does not mean that there is no condemnation of these things.
Okay. And again, I would say that if you're arguing semantics, you've already lost.
Hold on a minute. I just want to say this.
It's not true.
That's all I have to say back.
I just want to say this. We can say the truth. We can say the full truth, but tell what it truly is at the same time. You know what I'm saying? If we know these people have a history of lying, if we know these people have a history of using dog whistles, if we know these people have a history of saying things and then reneging on them, you don't give these people, as Dan was saying, the benefit of the doubt, brother. Now, I understand what you're saying. For accuracy purposes, hold on 1 minute. Accuracy purposes, yes, we should fully explain it. Yes, he is correct. We should fully explain it to the T. But tell people what it is. With these people who showed you who they are. These people have showed us who they are. This is what Dan is trying to say. You cannot give these people. I understand what you're saying, yes, to be accurate, because the other side is going to take that and be like, oh, look, he's lying. I get it. I deal with this on a daily basis. I know exactly what you're talking about.
But
right?
the thing is,
hold on.
I thought you. Sorry, you paused. I thought you were stopped. I thought you were done. Keep going.
You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you cannot let these people, these I'm just gonna say it, these white supremacists, get off with what they're doing and saying, because they will go back on it like a dime. If you know that's part of the plan, right? If they're trying to get as much as they can, because they did this in Project 2025, if you read it. I have it on my book. I have the PDF. I have read it. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Well, at least most of it, at least 500 pages of it. And that's most than what people even thought about reading it. And all this bullshit that you're saying is up in there. It's literally up in there. What they was gonna try to do. They had a whole mandate with Stephen Miller, with all these people. It's somebody with my name. My name is Christopher B. Porter. It's somebody in that document with my name in that mug. I was blown away. I'm telling you, this is part of it. The ladies have a point. If you already got to be, and I'm not trying to dump on you, brother, because I get what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you cannot give these people the benefit of the doubt, because they're banking on that too. They're banking on both. They're banking on the over panic, and they're banking on to give them the benefit of the doubt so they can slide whatever else they want to slide in. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna let you guys. I'm gonna let you guys have this.
But I don't land it right there, because I want to hear you. Because I want you to reply to me. I want you to rap with me. So,
there's nothing else to say because there's nothing else to say because you guys you're not listening to me, and that's fine. You want me to be of a very specific opinion so badly that you're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, I don't want you to be.
I'm almost done. Which is okay. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I have not said that you should not be having this conversation. I haven't said that we shouldn't be pushing back. These are all the things that you guys are trying to accuse me of. That, oh, if you're having a fight about semantics, you've lost the fight. We're not having a fight. Like, if you're two people on the same side, if you're two people on the same side and somebody's shooting a gun, you're like, actually, no, you could shoot that gun better if you do it this way. That is more akin to what I'm doing. I'm not having a fight with somebody. I'm trying to explain to someone, I think that there's a better way to go about this that is more deep.
So he's mansplaining.
I had to respect the dino.
That's what he's saying.
I had to respect the
Thank
dino.
you.
Okay.
And I apologize for coming and swinging, but he spoke over Patty 5 times. I was counting it. And when you speak over a woman 5 times, it's no longer a friendly conversation. I'm sorry. You can't say it's that. So
thanks,
I
ma'am.
apologize for coming in grumpy, but that's one thing that will always make me very angry. I love you guys. I'm going to drop.
I will.
I'm going to go down too, but I wanted to say one thing.
Yeah.
His whole argument reminds me of when Roe v. Wade was overturned and me and others were screaming from the rooftops, they're coming for a national ban. And everyone was like, no, they're saying they're not. No, they're
Going
not
back to
gonna
the
do that.
States. Yeah.
And here we are.
Right.
So we know exactly
And-
who we're dealing with. But anyways, thank you for bringing me up.
And I just want to, before I drop,
And thank you for the $3,
this is
Patty.
why I was-
Of course.
This was what I was trying to tell. This was what I was trying to tell people. These people do this as far as like as you go with like black people. Let's say the executive order that he just signed to get rid of the civil rights law. He didn't initially attack the 1964 civil rights law, but he attacked the provision in it that came a little bit later that said, "Hey, we want to that black people." I believe it's what is it? 112 something. Where it made sure that businesses could not discriminate against black people. While he's attacking the 1964 civil rights law, he's attacking one of the amendments in it. You know what I'm saying? So I understand what that dude was saying. Yes, you do speak accurately, but you don't motherfucking allow these people, if you know they're trying to get as much as they can, right? If you know they're trying to, if you know they want to, and him as a black man should understand this, which was wild to me. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If you know that they're going to attack, you don't allow them. That's like saying, "Hey, I'm going to allow you. I know you want to punch me, but I don't hope you're going to motherfucking smack me." You know what I'm saying? You ain't going to let nobody give you the opportunity to punch you or to even slap you.
Yeah.
So why even give them the opportunity? It's these things where he knows he's playing semantics, but homie was smart enough. I ain't gonna front. Homie is smart. He is smart enough to play that little game. You know what I'm saying? And he knows most people, because he is intelligent, is not intellectually inclined to actually go forward back to back with him on that topic because and that's why I came up here for the ladies, because I seen them getting frustrated. You know what I'm saying? Because they're trying to say exactly what I'm saying, but they can't. But you know.
Yeah. No,
Now,
I
I'm not saying
appreciate
the
you
ladies
coming
couldn't
up.
defend themselves. I'm not saying the ladies couldn't defend themselves, but you know. But I won't drop down, man. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mikkel, are you still in chat? I have one last thing to say on the topic. I think my final thoughts are his argument. The steel man of his argument is we should try to be as accurate as possible. Because if it turns out that Title I is not included, then people will be like the boy who cried wolf. People won't take us seriously. My argument is, so semantically, I actually think we already cooked on the semantic argument, because it literally says all in the memo, right? And then the following, the press secretary saying, oh, and maybe other things will be excluded. That's not enough for me to say all is irrelevant. So on the semantic argument, I think it's over. But on the pragmatic argument, I also disagree, because the amount of people that were convinced to vote for a sexual abuser off of bold-faced lies, I don't think I'm going to lose a large amount of people by mentioning that it's likely Title I is going to be cut versus, oh, well, we don't know for sure. The idea that I should sanitize this purposely vague memo just in case later they backtrack because of the pushback is not the pragmatic answer, period. I would rather people be outraged ahead of time than us be relieved that Title I was spared, but other things were still cut. Title I is funding for lunch for poor students, breakfast and lunch at school. Anyway, I don't know if Mikkel's still here or not, but that was my final. I was gonna say it to him, but I did need to respect the dino. He got kicked a while ago. So whether if it's a semantic argument, we're wasting our time. If it's a pragmatic argument, I still disagree. As a matter of fact, I'm at the point where I almost think that's just reading between the lines on between the lines, Freudian slip, reading between the lines on a very vaguely worded memo, right? I'm almost at the point where we should start lying because it looks like it works. So yeah, I don't know. Obviously, I've been doing my best over these 4 months to tell everything accurately, but fuck, man, we're actually descending into fascism, and we're worried about make sure that it's not an exhaustive list. They might save Title I. Like I can't right now. Sarah, thank you so much for the $50. Take a break. Pizza, coffee, water, emojis, and breathe. It's tough out there, but remember, when we work together, we're very powerful. Thank you so much, Sarah. I really appreciate that. Will Medicaid be saved, do you think? I don't think so. I don't think anything except what they mentioned. And if they do end up saving it, it's because of backlash. They like everyone was saying before, they are trying to cut as much as they can get away with. Mikkel is doing exactly what they want us to do. Yeah. And like I don't doubt some people were saying, "Oh, he's definitely MAGA." No, I don't think so. I don't doubt that he voted for Kamala. I don't doubt that he recognizes the dangers. I just think that he's getting hung up on the wrong things here. Play Jasmine Crockett video. Which one? Yeah, like I'm genuinely at the point where like whoever the next Democratic nominee is, fucking start making promises without ways to do them, right? Like whatever the crisis is, if prices keep going up, right, or the stock market crashes, we're gonna fix the stock market. When they ask how, we're gonna make America nice again. I don't know, make some bullshit up because this shit works on the other side. Trump said we're gonna get rid of inflation. When asked how, bupkis, nothing. And we're gonna worry about maybe Title I might be cut. Make sure to mention that it might, rather than that they said all and are now backtracking. Make sure to mention might. Bro, I'm at the point where we should start telling people, hey, Trump's gonna come sexualize your daughter. We have video evidence of him not only sexualizing his own daughter, but 10-year-olds on escalators. Like, I'm so over this. What we tried for 4 fucking months. We're telling the whole truth, and the truth is on our side. The policies were better. The character was better. Kamala didn't try to overthrow the government, and it didn't fucking work. And by the way, I didn't lie. That's the worst part. None of us lied about Title I. Thank you, Kara, for the $5. Thank you for having these exhausting conversations. We all appreciate this labor of love so much. Love you 5 ever. Thank you so much, Kara. What do you think about the White House press secretary lady? She seems rude. I mean, listen, I don't care about her demeanor. If she lies as much as Kayleigh McEnany or Sean Spicer or Sarah Huckabee Sanders, then she's hellspawn. I don't care. She can be nice. She can be mean. If she tells the truth, I'm okay with it. Because all her job is to relay what the White House is doing. If she tells the truth, I'm cool with her. I don't think she is. Spicer wasn't even this bad. Well, yeah, Spicer. Well, because he left. She was caught in a bunch of lies today. Bro, I don't even know. I'll bring up a story.
Hey Dan, yeah, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Yeah, go to my page. I shared it. She broke it down. Jasmine did a couple hours ago on what's going to happen. That's from the inside. So I think
What's your at? I'll pull it up right now.
Story.
And
she was just saying.
No numbers?
Yeah.
Story with 2 eyes?
Yeah, story with 2 eyes.
No, it's not. Wait, there's something else. I'm missing something here. STORII.
Yeah, I'm like, it's my picture.
Hold on.
Oh, I don't know that whole at part thing.
Well, that's
We're
what,
friends.
okay, because I don't think that's you.
No.
Okay, yeah.
She cute, but that's not.
Yeah.
She ain't cute as me, though.
Can anyone tell me what her ad is so I can pull it up?
Story of style. Story of style.
Story of style. Okay.
Thank you guys. I'm not good at
There
this.
we go. Okay. So you said you shared it?
Yeah, it should be in my repost or whatever. However you look at those.
Oof, I'm not logged in and your account is private. That's rough. Can someone send me the video she's talking about? Actually, Mim or one of the mods.
Crockett.
Yeah, I'm not logged in on this this Chrome.
Oh, on this.
Yeah, so the Chrome account that I use for these lives, so that I don't accidentally leak something, is not logged in, and so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
But we'll
Are
get
we
it.
not friends? Oh, you're not logged in. I see.
Yeah.
But yeah, so she explains it, and she said, don't quote her, but she think March 14th, the government is going to shut down because he's not getting everything he wants, basically.
Okay, I got it.
Congresswoman Jack.
Thank you, Mim. All right, we got it. I do need to do something really quickly before we play this video. Thank you so much, Casey.
Thank you, Casey.
Hi, welcome up.
Hello.
Casey, thank you for the $25. Booting belly button as soon as you bring them up. Got you. Okay, now we can play the video.
Jasmine
My
Crockett.
words, I could be wrong, but I think we're going to end up shutting down the government. The problems that we keep seeing is that he is trying to test his power. He said that he was going to be a dictator on day one, and that's exactly what we are experiencing. Because he decides that his power of the pen should overrule everything else. The reason that he is wrong, in my legal opinion, is that when it comes to appropriations, that is not something that the president does. It is something that the Congress does. The Congress has the power of the purse. What does that mean? That means that it has to go through 535 people before it makes it to the president's desk. And that is the only way that we literally take in your tax dollars from the various ways that we take in tax revenue. And then we redistribute that money in the various ways that we do. That has to go through Congress. He unilaterally believes that he can, with the stroke of a pen, say, never mind, we're going to undo that. A couple of issues with that. Number one, we have the power of the purse, not the president. Number two, that has already been signed into law. We have organizations that are relying on us. They have made contracts based on that. And so I personally think those organizations need to jump into some of this litigation because they are relying to their detriment on what we promised them. That's yet more legal terminology. But he tried this when it came down to the Constitution. He believes that he can override the Constitution as well. And so that's why he's been pushed back by a Reagan Republican judge immediately, where they said you can't get rid of birthright citizenship. But I think that what he's trying to do is he is daring this Trump Supreme Court to cross him. Listen, all we need is some people with a backbone, and that's on both sides of the aisle. We need some Republicans that say we are not okay with you destroying everything. And when I say everything, it's not just gonna be black folk, it's not just gonna be brown folk, it's gonna be rural white folk as well. So if y'all don't come together and understand we need to organize for the midterms right now, or at least yesterday, then we are going to continue to go down this road. So right now, all I can tell you is that we don't have the numbers. I'm going to do everything that I can to say the Democrats need to stand together, and we need not give them anything. Because if they are not promising to do right by us, not to mention, even if we engage in negotiations, if he feels like he can just go ahead and take all the Democratic priorities out of whatever, then we also are going to be losing. So right now, I know everybody is panicked. I know everyone is upset, and I completely understand. All I can tell you is that hopefully we will have some judges, whether they are Democrats or Republican appointees, that will follow the law. This is very simple. What he is doing is lawless. He is lawless, and y'all decided that y'all wanted a thug in chief, and that's exactly what we got. We got somebody that showed y'all he don't have no respect for the law. He will continue to violate the law. He is violating the law. We will see if judges will continue to enable him to violate the law.
So yeah, basically backing up what you said. He think that he can do what he wants to do. He's pushing the envelope to see how far he can get.
Absolutely.
But W's for my federal judges here in Washington State for blocking the birthright citizen, and then the DC judge today. So hey guys, keep your head up. I know it's a lot going on, but executive orders are not law. I do work in government. I do work in law. I just try to reassure people, follow me. I do have groups working on midterms for 2026. So if you guys want to be a part of that, follow me, and I can help you guys organize in that way as well. Have a good night. Keep up the good work, Dan. I'll chat with you later. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay. I have a couple things to say. First of all, very common Jasmine Crockett W. Can't follow her account private. She'll just she'll accept your follow. You can still follow private accounts. It's just they have to accept it. Loki, the non-political account can already go live, but thank you. Okay. First of all, Devin said I didn't have to call it out, but I really have to, because it's so generous. Devin, thank you so much for $100. I want you to know I stand with you when MAGA and the self-righteous come after you. Buy a drink and know you are not alone. Stand strong. Thank you so much, Devin. I really appreciate that. Devin's in YouTube chat, so that's why I look that way, because that's where YouTube chat is. I am gonna go get a high noon. As you said, buy a drink. I will consume one. So that was the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing I wanted to say was, I really want to thank, there's over 700 of you here on a night that we're not predominantly doing debates, and I really, really appreciate that. Ever since the election, we've been trying to balance the debates at the start, because that's where the viewers come in, and then doing news and activism and whatever else we might do afterwards. Because I recognize that a lot of people just watch for the debates, and then while you're watching debates, sometimes you do get more active or more informed, and et cetera, et cetera. So the fact that we're carrying around 700 viewers, not doing debates, I really do appreciate that. For those that want to do something and haven't joined the Discord yet, we are slowly organizing, at least within the Daniverse community, as it's called. We have different regions where each person can get their region tag, and then we could talk about either whether it's going to be protesting, whether it's going to be organizing for canvassing. Obviously, canvassing is probably not going to be a thing until when we're closer to the midterms, but protesting, canvassing, letter writing, whatever it might be. I'm not an expert on these topics, but the Discord community is getting bigger and bigger, and I am always willing to use this platform for good. If y'all need me as a vessel to do these organizations and make announcements, I am totally down. If anyone is an expert on advocacy or canvassing or any of these things, feel free to reach out to myself or any of my mods. I like that me thanking the 700 people led to 60 people dropping. But Mississippi House Bill 1484. I think we read that one. Yeah, the bounty hunter, the illegal alien bounty hunter program. Yep, we read that one. I work for a nonprofit, and we were all terrified. I called my reps today. Bring me up friendly. Okay, so what I'm gonna do actually, Dan, have you seen the raids happening here in Puerto Rico too? I haven't. Okay, is there anyone that wants to come up but doesn't need me here? Because I need to use the restroom. But if like you just wanted to speak on something or just vent, okay.
Oh my gosh. Hi, Dan. I feel so honored. Go do what you need to do. Take care of yourself.
I'm gonna bring up one more just in case.
Heck yeah.
Hi.
Hello. Only to entertain you guys, I can tell you about the context of what's been going on at everyone's favorite local women's and they them's health clinic, and our angry protesters that we get all the time. They've been real active lately. I think something about all of the craziness that's been going on, and like they just can't internalize it and figure it out, and then they just lash out on the rest of us. It's really awesome. So if you're interested in getting involved in anything and yelling back at angry forced birthers and protecting people trying to access healthcare seems of interest to you, reach out to your local clinic, see if they need help. It's really fun, and it's a great community, and we need more people to do it. So that's what's been going on top of all of the other executive orders and anti-abortion legislation that's been going on. So it's really great. The vibes are awesome where we're at. But how's everyone else doing?
I love that. I love that so much. I've been seeing a lot of, I live in a red state. I live in Georgia. So I've been definitely seeing actually a lot of pushback for Trump's insane executive orders. So I love that people are actually going out, protesting, doing what needs to be done. There's actually, if people don't know, because of TikTok's censorship, there's actually a lot of other countries who have spoken out strongly against Trump and his insane orders that are taking us back. So I love to see that protesting. I love to see that activism. So that's amazing.
It is really sad because like we're not seeing it, and it's just like as an American, I'm like, oh my gosh, guys, like why are we doing this? I believe there are lots of groups that are organizing right now for protests in the future. So just, I guess, keep an open eye on that. If you guys are interested. If not, donating to your favorite nonprofits right now is going to be really essential. That, and like if you're interested in donating to the ACLU, or perhaps buying a pack of pocket constitutions, all of the proceeds go to the ACLU, and that's one of the big organizations that's going to be having our backs and fighting against the Trump campaign. They've already, I I'm not really great with legal terms, but they've already filed a couple of lawsuits, to my knowledge,
Yes.
with
I've
some of
seen
his
that too.
policies. Yeah, so like no matter the capacity that you're able, to give or whatever, organization, movements, protests are going to look like, still even just like giving a follow and keeping tabs on organizations like the ACLU
Yeah.
or PP, all that fun stuff is always great.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like I said, there's a lot of people in red states. Our voice may be silenced, but we're still strong. So
I'm
definitely don't think that you're the small part or the small voice because you live in a red state. Because a lot of us we're still fighting very strong.
I'm in the South right now, so TikTok, go away. We're here. There's people here.
So annoying.
So annoying. How dare they?
Yes. I actually did want to say something that I see. This may be controversial, I don't know, but that I did see that is very common in particularly the Democrat Party, where we're so quick to call people uninformed. As a woman of color, as a Black woman in the South, I wanted to actually wish we would change that narrative because a lot of people know exactly what they voted for. A lot of people chose racism, they chose sexism, they chose hatred. They chose that reality even if they lost something for themselves, like we saw the farmers who entire businesses would be shut down. I think a lot of people, particularly in blue states, don't realize the impact and the reality of it.
Oh yeah.
And I think we need to stop calling them uninformed and start realizing that that's what they want. That's what they wanted. And we have to realize to find another way. I saw the leader of the Young Democrats of Georgia kind of speak on this as well, where it's very unfortunate, but we can't necessarily level with them with morality anymore. Like a lot of these people wanted children to be taken out of schools. They wanted families to be taken out of churches. They wanted children to be separated from their parents. Like these aren't people. and I have some MAGA family for myself. I've had some Muslim family members who were okay with the Muslim ban apparently because they have this rhetoric of there's money to make. I have actually a brother who's Christian, who's MAGA, who doesn't even fully support Trump anymore, but because he calls him a liberal Republican. I don't even know what that means.
Oh my God.
But he says that birth control is abortion. So I think we have to realize that they're not uninformed. This is exactly what they want. They want that nonsense and craziness. So
they love that red meat.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's insane. Like, it's funny to laugh at because no way someone can be this ridiculous. But it's unfortunate that it's affecting the rest of us that want progress, that want peace, that want understanding between people.
For me, it's the brainwashing.
Oh yeah.
That's the worst part. Because there's a lot of people that are just awful, but when I'm sure you see it with your family members, because I have mine as well, and it's just like, you don't even know what you're saying. It's
right.
Awful. I hate it.
People think like that, and I'll ask just one thing of Dan, and then I'll get out of here because I know people feel about the friendlies. I wanted to ask. I saw this recent thing where Trump has actually enacted multiple Project 2025 policies through executive orders, which some have been blocked by federal judges. Did you have any comment on that? Is that actually true? I know you're more educated than a lot of people that are actually on social media all the time. So if you could speak on that, Dan.
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I saw that Trump had tried to enact 38 policies of Project 2025. even though some have been illegal and some have been all
Oh.
automatically blocked.
I
Have
don't.
you
Yeah,
seen that?
I didn't see the actual number. No, it's very clear for anyone that read Project 2025. Some of these things were started in his first term, and some of these things he's trying to implement. I don't know the number though. If that's from an article, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
So, but that is something we can take a look at for sure.
There's a lot of checklists going around of it of people that have like
Yes.
made the main Project 2025 awful plans, and a bunch of them have been checked off. Raise prescription drug prices, a bunch of other ones that they just like overturned from Biden's executive orders. There's a lot.
Thank you both so much for coming up.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Okay. Damn, we got kind of a lot of people here in the box.
Hello. So, after this recent thing that's happened, I just wanted to bring something up because it's taken a while for a lot of people to make the connection, but we kind of lost history in schools over the years, so I thought I'd bring up something else that this is reminiscent of. We know who this looks like, but it's good to remember after he became chancellor, before there was a war, there was Action T4. The removal of welfare programs to end emotionally disabled, physically disabled, the emotionally distraught, and the elderly. And that is exactly who this is going to affect. What used to be called welfare after that was gifts for loyalty. This is what's going on, and people need to remember the history. That's really all I had.
Thank you so much for reminding all of us of that. Thank you. My stepdaughter's in high school and she doesn't have a history class as a freshman. That's kind of weird. Okay, so I just got something here. Instructions for Federal Financial Assistance Program Analysis in support of M2513. All federal agencies that provide federal financial assistance are required by February 7th, 2025 to complete the attached spreadsheet and submit it to OMB, Office of something budget. Someone remind me what the M is for. Means and budget? The Office of Means and Budget. The information requested must be provided for any program that has funding or activities planned through March 15th. Oh, management and budget. Okay. Agencies are encouraged to complete this task for all their programs as soon as possible. OMB will be following up with additional deadlines for subsequent periods. And if we scroll right here, Title 1. It's one of several thousand programs. Mikkel, I don't know if you're still here, but can we worry about it yet? When do we start to worry? We got to be accurate. Make it bigger. It's not letting me. Hold on. It's at 500%. I can't make it any bigger. That's the best I got. So this document is called Instructions for Federal Financial Assistance Program Analysis in Support of M2513. And this is from Politico. It'll be in the Discord. It's the 52-page memo that came out after the 2-page memo. Thank you, Dana. FAFSA is not in this document. Office of Personnel Management? No, this is OMB. Was OPM the one that released the first memo? Okay. Give me a second. Hi,
Hello?
welcome up.
What's up?
What's going on?
I just wanted to ask, what exactly happened with everything that happened today? Because I heard people saying that it was just all the websites shut down, or I was just wondering what exactly happened.
Like the government websites?
Yeah, all like for like the grant or for Medicaid and Medicare, stuff like that.
Let me see.
Yeah, the portals all shut down for like multiple hours. I know that the governor of Illinois, Tim Walz, also came out and said something about it too.
Yeah, so it looks like government web pages are going down now. I'm not going to immediately assume that they're gone forever. It's likely just that they're updating them with all their evil updates. But that's what I'm expecting. I think that they're down so that they can remove any mention of DEI, any mention of assistance programs that are going to get frozen, any mention of it's the portal for payments. Oh, is that what he's talking about, Dana? I haven't seen that.
Yeah, because I know Tim Walz was saying, like, he was talking about how the state gives more money to the federal government than they even give back to that state, and that they're basically stealing money at that point if they're shutting those programs down.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is going to be tied up in courts for sure. Discord says action not completed. I can't log on. Gina, try there should be three dots like in the corner. Press that and then press open in browser. That should hopefully help.
Yeah, I think a lot of them came back up, but it was just the fact that they were closed for so many hours. There was like hospitals that weren't able to even get through payments or anything like that because it was like I think every single state had it.
Yeah.
Which doesn't even make sense. Also, I wanted to say we're already seeing the effects, or we already can see the effects of what his plans are with the tariffs and how it's going to affect the job market. For example, I work in air cargo, and my specific warehouse, there's obviously we get imports from, a ton of different countries, but we get so much from China. In my specific warehouse from my company is 100% Chinese products. If those tariffs go through, almost everybody's going to lose their jobs. It's like a guarantee. So even now, we can see. So I got furloughed recently for the next like month or so because of Chinese New Year. They don't push out very many products in China. They don't export a whole lot. So there's really no work going on in most of the warehouses that get Chinese exports. But like that's just an example. Like just China not exporting things to the U.S. like efficiently causes people to just not have jobs. That's what's happening now. Like right now, for example, to me, I'm supposed to get mine back, but if the tariffs go through, at least half of the people that work in my warehouse would end up getting fired or would end up getting let go.
Yeah.
It's very unfortunate. And that's not even, I mean, my company's small, but you could imagine every airline across the country, thousands of people would lose their jobs.
I appreciate you coming up and sharing that with us.
Yeah, no problem.
I wish I had something to say.
No, that's okay. I understand. I've got a whole lot of extra time on my hands, so I've been researching a lot of things and whatnot since I don't know, a part of the in that memo that you pulled up a second ago, did that have anything to do with EDD in it?
EDD?
Yeah, like I know because it was breaking down for each state, right? Like it was government assistance for each state. That's why there was like so many of them.
No, it's breaking down every like individual. Here, I'll pull it up really quickly again.
Oh, okay.
1 second.
Yeah, unemployment benefits.
So like this Agency for International Development, and there's like several entries.
Oh, okay.
You have USAID Foreign Assistance for Programs Overseas. Then you have CDP. Then you have Ocean Freight Reimbursement Program. Like it's all the different programs in each agency listed out individually. That's why.
Right.
That's why there's so many. Department of Agriculture. There's a bunch. This is all Department of Agriculture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, man. You can go ahead and drop me. That was just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up. And for anyone that was wondering, yes, Head Start is on this list. Thoughts on? There's a great Reuters article on this. Thoughts on JD Vance? Not a fan. Is Wick? What is yeah. Yes, Wick is on here. Wick is on here. Opioid crisis centers. Remember, they want to stop the opioid crisis, but they want to defund the opioid crisis centers. Section 8 is on here. mental health research grants, block grants for community mental health services, mental health disaster assistance, and emergency mental health. I don't see a mental health crisis line, though. I'm so sorry, Gina. Fortunately, this is going to be pushed back on by courts. They've already blocked the freeze, and I mean, all we can do is we got to start writing letters to Congress to maybe push back against this. And if it gets to the point, we might have to start protesting. Frankly, I think we're probably at that point. What are they taking money out of our checks for then? Oh, Israel. Where's this list from? This is I'm reading it off of Politico, but this is the memo that came out after the original memo. Dan, where did you find the interview that you played earlier? It is. I put it in the Discord, but it is called GOP Lawmaker Stuns Anchor When He Accuses 5-Year-Olds of Sponging Off the Government. So hopefully that'll come up for you. I don't know how long it's going to be up there, though, because it's a CNN interview and it's posted by a random. For whatever reason, CNN hasn't put it on their own YouTube website. We need to get French and fast. General strike. Okay. Let me bring up another guest. Cole's Cash. That's a pretty funny comment. I'm not gonna lie. HUD Housing and Urban Development. There's a ton of programs in HUD that are affected. We have a Trump burger opening in Houston soon. I'm gonna be protesting that. Oh my god. And we were gonna use Houston as the meetup spot. All right. Reaching my mental limit, guys.
Hello, Dan.
Hi.
I just had a question about like trans people in sports. I would like consider myself like pretty progressive, but I don't know. I just don't know where. I don't know. Do you think trans people should be in sports? I know no one cares. I was just curious about it. It was on my brain.
I think it's a non-issue. But
yeah, I don't think it's that much of an issue either. But like,
I would just defer to whatever the communities decide. Ultimately, these are all really these are decided at like even lower than the state level. So Quinn,
oh yeah,
when Quinn was up here a couple weeks ago and gave a really good nuanced take on it, and I'm not in a position to remember exactly what she said, but yeah, it's not really something I think about a lot.
Okay, I had one other question. I was talking to some people about whether or not like God, Christianity existed, and I don't know. I really don't know if he does or not. I'm not really a believer, I would say, but he was saying, all I said was like evolution. Like, do you not believe in evolution? And he asked me if like what comes first, the chicken or the egg, trying to disprove evolution or something. I didn't know how to respond to that. I was just like, the chicken or the egg.
The answer.
I don't think that's how evolution really works.
The answer is the egg, because the creature that laid that egg is not quite a chicken. They won't get that because they don't understand evolution. But the first chicken was laid by something
I don't
that.
really.
You know, I'm just giving you the kill shot answer to that question.
Oh.
Because they think it's a dunk, but then when you
I was just trying to say I don't really understand evolution either, but like, I just felt extremely like stupid and ingenuous to me asking me that question. But I don't know.
Yeah, someone said it.
I appreciate that. Fuck with what you do, man.
So someone said it in chat, and I actually don't disagree. You can be a Christian and believe in evolution. It's not unthinkable to think that the 7 days that God created the world in, like, those are not human days, But anyway,
Yeah, I appreciate that. I fuck with what you do. Again, like you're I would say like you're a good human. You know what I mean?
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
There's so many bad humans right now. I think you're a good one.
Thank you.
To put it simply. All right.
You sound like a good one as well.
Preach, bro.
Have a good
Hey, thank you. Okay. Sorry, I was a little nervous. Bye.
It's just a very tiny minority of U.S. evangelicals are anti-evolution. Yeah, unfortunately, the Speaker of the House thinks the world is 6,000 years old. So, going to the next guest.
Hello, how you doing today, Dan?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Can't complain. So, I heard you debating yesterday, so I put a little bit of a, you know, express what you
Your
saw.
your mic is not michaeling right now.
Is this better?
Yes, that's way better.
All right. So for what it is, I was in the Air Force for 21 years, so not that long.
Thank you.
And my pleasure, sir. So I did logistics for 20 something years now, so I have a pretty good view of what it costs to move people from place to place, and y'all numbers are spot on. Every time a C-17 takes off, goes across the pond, that's $500,000 minimum, one way. So every time you put like it's $1 million, that's a fair assessment. I show you I have the statistics there and whatnot. There is something I've been debating with my wife a little bit about, and that's about the DEI portion. So in context, I was a DEI person inside the military back when I was in the military. Not anymore, and I do feel like it's from where I was at in my position. I'm not sure if it was really warranted within the active duty military side of it. Within the civilian side, I feel like there's probably more of a say for that, but there's definitely a piece for the access portion because the military is mainly concerned about being physically fit, and when we have civilians that work alongside of us, we don't really consider them. There's a building inside where a lady is walking up 3 flights of stairs, but she's 9 months pregnant because we don't have an elevator in that building. So it's more nuanced than what most people think. Like, oh, this is un-American. And I feel like DEI has been part of America since its inception. We have electoral college. That's DEI. I feel like having 2 senators for North Dakota, less than 1 million people. That's DEI at its core. So I always find that kind of weird. But anyway, I appreciate what you do. You definitely help inspire me. Keep it up. I know mental health is a tough one for us, so just make sure you know that you're loved out here and continue pressing on.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay. Before we go to the next guest, I have a couple things. Number one, I haven't said it a lot today because obviously my head's been in a weird place. But if you're not following, drop a follow. Next to my name, there should be a orange heart or a gray heart. But if it's a red oval, hit up that follow button. On Twitch and YouTube, do that thing that you guys do. Sub, follow, whatever it is. Whatever the free one is. The second thing is that I am going to... Okay, I can do this with my right hand, but I can't with my left hand. Is that just me? Look at my hand. It's cooked. Like, what's going on there? I'm going to lower the desk, was the second thing. Show again. So this, right? And then I can't do it without like holding these fingers back. No music is wild. I can't. YouTube gets mad at me when I play the music. Maybe I should just end the YouTube live before we do desk shenanigans. Going down just like our democracy. How do we demagify people? I don't know. Thank you, Santana. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be live, but we do have a lot of requests, so let me see what I can do here.
What's up, man? I'll be quick so we can get to the other people. First of all, the issue with your hand, you're probably related to the butler from Scary Movie 2. You should probably get that tested. And don't touch the mashed potatoes, please. God. Second, the whole reason I was wanting to come up earlier, I was having a conversation at work. I work in a refinery in Texas, and it's hard. It sucks. It's just surrounded by MAGA. I was having a conversation about Tom Homan saying that he was going to go into schools, and this guy that I work with was saying no, he never said that. And then he sent me a video of Tom Homan with Dr. Phil asking him. Dr. Phil was asking Tom Homan, "Are you going into schools?" And he said no. And then I sent him a video of Tom Homan's CNN interview where he said that he's going to go into schools. So dude's contradicting himself. I was probably just going to put that somewhere in Discord just so other people can see it.
Yeah, you could probably put it in news. And then...
Yeah, I was thinking about putting it there. It's just a couple of Instagram links. So, but yeah, man, go get that DNA test. Check that hand out. Something's fucked up there.
Thank you.
I'll let somebody else come up, man. You take it easy.
You too. Thanks. You train/do the exact things with each hand? Nah. Wait, Mim, I don't know if she was I don't know if she was implying that. I actually don't know if she was implying that or not. That might have been a regular question. I'm not sure. Where do we find you if TikTok leaves again? YouTube and Twitch are the main ones. Links are in my bio. Yo, where should I put I'm gonna put the I got a PO box today. I'm gonna put in the Discord, not my link tree. What channel should I put that in? Hey Kyle, can you bend your pinky on its own? Kind of with my right, but definitely not with my left. Announcements? Okay. Where can I find the Discord? It is in my link tree in my bio. If it doesn't work, open it in browser. Is that a TikTok USB-C mic? Trying to find this. This is USB-C. It was on Amazon though. Yeah, no problem. There's an about me field in your Discord profile. Yeah, but my Discord profile is viewable by anyone. I don't want to keep it in the community. If you want my love, then boogie on down. I don't know if that's quoting a song. What's your YouTube, Dan? It is Dan Malik Politics. All right, we're going to go to the next guest. Just give me a second, guys. Oh, 420 viewers. Y'all know what that means. It was a song? Okay. Said too fast, Dan. Say slower. Hey, have you seen that have you seen that the US has been issued a red warning for genocide by the Lemkin Institution? I did not. Serious question. What is one good reason I should vote blue midterms? I voted red my whole life. One good reason, particularly in the midterms, is to stymie the amount of damage that Donald Trump and the Trump administration can do in this term. Now, if you disagree and you think what he's doing is good, then I might not be able to convince you with that. So I would probably talk about the fact that the Republican Party only ever cares about the top 1%. During Donald Trump's first term, he only passed one major piece of legislation, which was tax cuts, 83% of which went to the top 1%. We received crumbs in exchange for a massive hole in our deficit, in our budget, that your children and your children's children are going to be paying for the rest of their lives. There was no reason for him to cut corporate tax rates that much, 35% to 21%. And there is never a reason to cut the individual tax rates of the top 1%, except to benefit billionaires. So those are the reasons that if we ignore like all the personal stuff, just like you personally, you would personally be benefited by voting blue. But if you like have empathy and like a heart as well, then you really should vote blue for the following reasons. One, Republicans are, as you can see right now, trying to cut any kind of aid in the same breath as trying to cut taxes for billionaires. Donald Trump himself is a horrible person, and if we retake the House, perhaps we can impeach him. So maybe those are enough reasons. But if you voted, you said you voted red your whole life, which means you voted for Trump 3 times. I don't know if that's going to convince you either. So I'm just going to keep it at Democrats are for, cutting your taxes and not increasing the debt in the same way that Republicans are for cutting billionaires' taxes. I hope that helps. No, I'm 22 just twice. Fair enough. I'll have to join sometime when you're debating. Yeah, that sounds good, B-dubs. I'll be debating tomorrow. I feel like my camera is a little too dark right now. If he's impeached, won't that leave us with Vance? Yes. That's right. But I still, at this point, at the very least, Vance didn't sexually assault anyone. Vance didn't sexualize his daughter or 10-year-old girls. Vance doesn't have a cult of personality of hood-wearing Nazi apologists. So, yeah, I think the right thing to do would be to impeach Trump. And if that means Vance is president, then so be it. Vance, I think, also wants a political career for decades to come. Yeah. Never thought I would say this, but I miss Mike Pence. Also, Vance is boring and we need that again. What would you like for us to send you in your P.O. box? Honestly, nothing. But people were saying that they wanted me to have a P.O. box so they could send me stuff, so... The reality is, like, as much as I appreciate the gifts and donations and all that stuff, and obviously I really do, the things that always hit home for me are just like Discord messages or TikTok messages about like, I was feeling so hopeless during the election and your lives like made me more optimistic, and those are the things that like keep me going. So I don't know that there's anything that you can send me that would be more than just like those kinds of messages. Now that being said, those messages are hitting very differently post election. Water, yeah, true. If Trump is impeached, can he ever get office or VP again? If he's removed. So impeached, he's been impeached a couple times, but he needs to be removed by the Senate. Speedrun to 50th for the 250th, any percent? Wait, 50th to the 250th? Do I know what that means? Turns out funding for school lunches isn't going away. Did you see the good news? Where did they announce that? How do they remove him? Okay, so you get impeached in the House, and you just need a simple majority. But then you need to get convicted in the Senate, which needs 2/3, so 67 senators. The second impeachment was actually the most bipartisan removal vote in history. 7 Republicans voted to remove Donald Trump for his actions on January 6th. 5 of those have since then about-faced, completely gave away their spines, and are in are living their life for their leader, Donald Trump. The other 2 are no longer in Congress. So, kissing the ring. Yes, thank you. So if removed, he would never be able to do it again. Correct. If he was convicted in the Senate, he would never be able to do it again. Now, I'm not holding my breath. To be clear, I'm not holding my breath. But he's gotten a lot of lawsuits for the temp freeze in federal assistance, but doesn't he have immunity now? No. Okay, so the lawsuits are to block his actions, not lawsuits against him personally. It's a good question, though. Is this an impeachable office offense? Well, I would be shocked if he doesn't do something impeachable in the next 2 years. I'm going to just be honest with you guys. My opinion, obviously. I would be shocked if he doesn't do something impeachable. What's the best way to galvanize the left's voter base to participate in midterms? A-Dub, if I knew that, I would have done it before the election. To be honest, if he gets removed by impeachment, he'll be a martyr in their eyes. I mean, he was already a martyr. The moment that guy missed, Trump became a martyr. I don't know if you guys remember, that's when Elon went from like tacitly supporting conservatives to full-blown Trump apologist, full-blown, we're changing the algorithm to support Trump. It was the moment of the attempt. Pausing federal programs is definitely impeachable offense. Yeah, probably. Would you ever do a debate or something with Destiny? So my answer before, like last week, was yes. I'm definitely on the fence about that now, given what has come out. I would have to see if he like openly takes accountability for his actions, or if he just tries to like hand wave it. As much as I appreciate like his political voice, I think what he did was probably beyond reproach. I missed the tea. Yeah, I know older stands. Okay, so allegedly, it's all allegedly. To be clear, it's all allegedly. What my interpretation of it was, Destiny's back on YouTube. Yeah, I saw. Well, my interpretation of it was that Destiny leaked nudes of someone. Allegedly, Destiny leaked nudes of someone. I actually don't think it's revenge porn. Although I guess it falls under the same like legal definition. Leaked nudes of someone to one other person. And then that other person either maliciously leaked a bunch of stuff or were hacked. Now the question is why did he do the first leak to the one person? Right? He didn't get permission. To me, it kind of seems like it might have been. That's the thing. So, Ange, I don't know that it was with the intent to harm, but to brag. Yes, Skankus. That's my allegedly. Again, I think it's probably to brag. It's like some kind of like he gets off on it. That's my only thought on it. But that's just from my small knowledge on the situation. Like I said, all allegedly. To brag is almost worse. Arguably, yeah. So the question becomes. Yeah, harmful, of course. The question becomes, does he take accountability and recognize that even though he wasn't the one that leaked it to the world, he's still the reason that it happened? And should large streamer not be a creep challenge impossible? Even though he wasn't the one that leaked it to the world, and even though he might not have meant to leak it maliciously, what he did not only led to a full-blown leak, but was beyond the pale. It's beyond reproach. Like, what? You don't have the right to leak someone else's nudes without their permission, whatever the reason. Doesn't have to be actual revenge to fall in that category. Yeah, I agree, Mim. I do believe legally it does still fall in that category. Wait, is he being sued? He is being sued. He is being sued by the party involved. It was a breach of trust. Yeah, legally it's still revenge. Yeah, yep. Which is why he's being sued. So, given that like 77 million people voted for like a rapist and all that, obviously, I'd be willing to see someone make an effort to change. But from what I've seen so far, it sounds like he's kind of like shifting blame, like, oh, I'm not the one that leaked it to everybody. So that's where I'm at right now. I doubt he'll take accountability though. Yeah, that's if he doesn't take accountability, then I can't see myself platforming him in the future. Not that, I mean, who am I anyway? Like, I'm much smaller than he is, but like if I was given the opportunity prior to this, talking about that, yeah. If I was given the opportunity prior to this, I would have jumped at the opportunity. Whereas now I'm just like, yeah. It's so harmful for people to downplay. Yeah. No, I 100% agree. And that's why it's so, you guys are about the same. Okay. And that's why I'm not really, quit talking code, please explain. I think I explained it pretty openly. Allegedly. Who are the people? The person suing him is a content creator named Pixie. What about debating Hassan? Yeah, I don't see a reason why. Are people saying that, Mim? I don't know if I'm just saying allegedly for legal protection. I don't even know that he denies it, to be clear. Hey, Dan, would love to get a chance to speak with you. Just want to educate myself. Damn, I'm sorry, Bray. Yeah, Brendan, I'll bring you up for a bit. I don't know how long we can talk, because we have a lot of guests, but... Yes, Patty, I 100% agree. Absolutely agree. Hi, welcome up.
Hello. Can you hear me all right?
I can.
Okay, let me. I'm just setting up my phone here. Sorry. Can you still hear me all right?
I still can. Yep.
Okay. First of all, pretty high anxiety person, so I'm sorry if I'm a little bit here and there. I've never really done one of these TikTok lives, and I don't mean to take up too much time, but just I've seen like some things online and just wanted to educate myself, and I have been in these lives a lot and think of you as like a very trustworthy source. So I guess the first issue that I'll bring up, and I think I've got a stance on this, but I would just love if you could point me in the right direction or explain some things, is just like um the whole like I don't know how to say it, but like guns basically. And like what you think about them and if they should be regulated and how they should be regulated and just things like that.
Yeah, so I just totally agree with. There's another creator who pretty much focuses on gun reform. His name is Brett Cross, and he has 4 major reforms that would save lives of children in this country. Number 1 is safe storage laws. Number 2 is red flag laws. Number 3 is comprehensive, universal background checks. And number 4 is an assault weapons ban. And I agree with that. I personally don't think anyone needs an AR-15. I would certainly give up my right to a very big gun in exchange for children's lives being saved. I do still believe in the Second Amendment, and I think people have the right to defend themselves, but I don't think any civilian needs an AR-15.
Okay, cool. Can I like swipe up on my phone? I would like to write this stuff down just so I can educate myself further. Is that possible while I'm
Yeah,
live?
I won't be able to hear you while you're swiped out, but you can totally do that. Yeah.
Oh, I'm trying to think. I don't have anything to write it down with me.
No, it's okay. I mean, you can go and write it down and then come back. I'm cool with that. Oh yeah,
Okay.
actually, if you'd like, join the Discord. You'll learn a ton in there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I've never really used Discord, but I think to educate myself, I will definitely do that. So I'll definitely do that. Again, I don't want to take too much time, so I'll move on. The other issue was hold on, I'm trying to think of it. I'm sorry. Guns and oh yeah, the I don't know how to properly address this, so I apologize if this sounds bad. But like the Israel-Palestine conflict, I've seen like which like U.S. parties identify themselves with which side. So I think I know what side I would want to be on. But I would just love. Is there information about that on your Discord?
There are definitely sources about it in the sources doc. We have like a 100-page sources doc in my bio, but on Discord we'll probably have more people who have specialized knowledge on that.
Okay, totally. That sounds good. I guess that's really it. So I guess the answer to everything is just join your Discord. Sounds good. But yeah, before I take off, also I don't know how to leave, so just kick me whenever. But I just want to say I appreciate you. I appreciate what you do. I'm in here pretty often, and like I see what you do is very genuine and comes from a place of just trying to give people the correct information and point them in the direction of truth. So I appreciate that a lot. And yeah, I'll be in here a lot more, and I'll always follow up on your content. So yeah, I appreciate you, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up.
Yep.
Oh yeah, I should have said it like Cole Cash said. You did great. I know you said you were a high anxiety person, but that was a good first showing as a guest. So appreciate you, man. Okay, wait. Someone said they had a question and were requesting. I know they were requesting a while ago, but now I don't see their comment anymore, so it might be cooked. Oh well, okay. In the club, we all high anxiety. I just realized that one test video you made still is up. Yeah, I'm surprised as well. Okay, I'm gonna bring up bears for a bit. Then I'm gonna bring up user 135. I also wanted to ask 10, 15 or so paragraphs. So someone in the YouTube chat said that Destiny put out a statement. I don't know if people want. I don't know how much you guys are even interested, but if y'all want me to read the statement, I don't know how many people in here would care or watch them. Did you see my message? No, I didn't. Let me see. What's your take on Aaron Parnas? He seems to be like a good source of breaking news, from what I could tell. He went live yesterday. Yeah, I saw that. Please do go ahead. Okay. Once this person in YouTube chat. Yeah, if you can link it, Kev Dog. I don't know if links show up in YouTube chat. Do you like Ground News, Dan? I've heard good things, but I haven't used it yet. All right, I'm gonna bring up Bears, and then we're gonna. Well, we can read that afterwards.
Hey Dan, how are you? How you doing?
I'm holding up.
Yeah, I think we all are. I don't know. I've been in the live on and off kind of all night, kind of thinking the message I want to send tonight, and I really appreciate that lady that come on. I was listening and I went to the gym and I came back and she was playing that Jasmine Crockett video, and she did a nice sentiment of just keep your head up, which I think we could all use right now. And I don't know. I would be lying if I said that, oh, I'm super confident in checks and balances doing its job and keeping democracy whole in this country. It feels like one thing I've really learned and become aware of is, like, I know this is going to sound cliche and all, maybe if there's any MAGA or Trumpers in here, they're going to be like, oh, like, here we go. But as a straight white man in this country, I've never come close to feeling like I feel right now. I've never really had to worry about the future for me, my sisters, my mom, who deals with a severe disability. And it's so stressful and taxing and exhausting. And it really makes you realize how at least I took the state of this country for granted up until this point. And I know we're not perfect and there's a lot of bad things, but we've never had to worry about democracy at stake until this orange felon piece of human scum swindled a bunch of dumb, moronic, poorly educated. Oh my God, I really don't want to curse a lot. I don't want to dampen your live or whatever that does, but it's just, I had a conversation with one of my good friends from high school who we were polar opposite people, but we've been friends for a year, and he's always been very generous and kind to me. But his dad and his family, they've known Trump personally for years. Like, they did real estate deals back in like the 80s, so like they're good friends. And we had a conversation the other night. We went to a bar and we were talking, and it's just like these people, they get to a point where I was showing him stuff about how Trump exploded the deficit. He's like, oh, that's fake news. That's fake news. 5 different things. That's fake news. At one point, and this might sound bad that I'm still friends with him, but I don't really care at this point. Like, we've become friends before I knew where his political leaning was, and he's always been good to me. But I'll take criticism for it. I show him the several pieces of evidence that Trump exploded the deficit. He says it's all fake news, and we're talking, and I like, do you really trust your opinion? Keep in mind, he graduated high school. He has not graduated college, and he's not the smartest guy at all, by any means. But he inherited a very successful business, so he's rich, and so he thinks that it makes him smart. Basically, he said that he trusts his opinion more than the experts, and that every single expert is not actually an expert, but they're just lying to you to push an agenda. And it's like, to be that far deluded and detached from reality, it must be nice. Because you don't have to actually worry about anything that goes on or anything that happens, because you're only worried about yourself. And it's just, I apologize, I'm kind of all over the place, and I think we all are. It's just, it's almost mind-blowing how detached and so far under these people are. And it's like, I've said it before, but when Trump said he could shoot someone on live TV or whatever it was, or Fifth Avenue and get away with it, I genuinely believe that now. Like, before you say, oh, probably is his hardcore, but like, I genuinely believe if he live streamed himself unaliving somebody, that nobody would change. Because we've gotten to a point where what the fuck else could he possibly do that'd be like, oh, well, I voted for Trump 3 times, but now I'm not going to vote for him because of this. And then you see people who, the guy whose wife was deported, and I saw a disabled vet, his post on X went viral because his wife got a job at a VA hospital, and then something Trump passed canceled that job. And he's like, I'm sure this is an unintended consequence. And it's like, and then there's the ICE raids, and a lot of them are happening in just areas that voted for him. And then you see what he's doing with everything. It's like, what are we doing? Like, what the fuck were you guys doing? And now people are looking up what oligarchy means. Now they're looking, you see the Google searches spike for different things. It's like, you wait, you vote, and then you fucking do that? And oh my God, it's like, I'm not trying to act like I know everything or come off that I'm an expert. I'm only 22 years old. I'm still learning a lot and trying to absorb as much as I can from the experts. But it's infuriating how fucking dense these people are, and how, like, I never understood how January 6th wasn't the line for everybody. And it just goes to show how far people will go to strengthen their own echo chamber than to critically think and be like, oh, well, maybe I was wrong. And it's so disheartening. And like I've said before, I was planning on going to the military after I graduated college, but now I don't think I will, because I'm not putting my life at risk for a country full of absolute moronic, racist, sexist pieces of shit. And at this point, my closing message is this. If you voted for Trump, I genuinely hope your life gets exponentially worse, because that's the only way people are going to learn. People don't care about things unless it happens to them. And so I genuinely hope people that supported him and helped get him reelected, from the bottom of my heart, I hope your life gets exponentially worse. And I hope that, although they'll find someone else to blame it on, I just hope their life gets worse. And I know this might sound rough or blunt or rude or whatever. I don't give a fuck. Fuck everybody. I'm done with this bullshit. So I appreciate letting me come on here and rant. I apologize if I cursed a lot.
No, you're fine. Listen, tonight was made for you. Vent sessions.
What the fuck are we doing?
No, you're good, man. Tonight was made for you. Vent sessions.
Like God. So yeah, I should start paying you like a therapist bill every month or something. But yeah, it's so disheartening. And yeah, I have more to say, but I'm not trying to go back in my closing statement like I have a million times in the past. So I'll get off and let you bring someone else on. And everyone, just try to hang in there and know there are people that care and aren't completely moronic, stupid morons. So hang in there, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night, Bears. Okay. We're going to bring up one more guest event, the one that I already mentioned. And then what we're going to do is, people were asking to see Destiny's statement. We're gonna first read Pixie's.
They take in the geese.
Thank you, Ronoa. We're going to read Pixie's initial statement, and then we'll read Destiny's response as well, because I don't think that it's fair to read his response without her statement. But yeah, we're gonna do one more guess, and then we're gonna do that. Here we go.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. All right, this is my first time on live, so I'm a little bit nervous, but I wanted to talk to someone about some local politics who's a smart person, because I've been racking my brain about how this might be a good thing. So I live in Utah, and my wife is an elementary school teacher, and so I follow local politics relatively closely, because over the past, give or take, 6 to 7 years, there's been a lot of anti-teacher things that there weren't prior to that. And there is this one local representative, and every time there's a bad bill for teachers, he is the one behind it, without fail. His name is Jordan Tusher. I know his name super well. It's on the back of my eyelids. Because a few years ago, there was this bill that was going to force all teachers to submit all their lesson plans for online for review to make sure that the parents could see them and they weren't indoctrinating children. And thankfully, that was pushed back and quelled. But recently, he's pushed through a bill that would disallow all public unions from collectively bargaining. And so all teacher unions, all firefighter unions could no longer collectively bargain. And they've pushed and pushed and pushed and said this is not a union busting bill. This is just a bill to allow more people to have their voices. And I can't see any way that that would not just make unions pointless. Is there any reasons for hope, any reasons you could see as to how that wouldn't just put a hole right through the middle of every union?
I think if they get their way without pushback, then that's what they want.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So the only hope I would say is that we're still alive, we're still here, and we can push back. It's just hard. It's hard. We're all so inundated with everything going on. I can only imagine what people that are being directly affected are feeling, because I haven't even been directly affected. I'm just watching like a war zone, all of this news come out, and it's really, really affected my mental health. I can only imagine what everyone else is going through. So it's tough for me to say we got to fight back, when I just want to curl up and hide. So yeah, that's
All right, appreciate you. Your lives are where I curl up and hide. So we much appreciate it.
I appreciate that.
Okay, thanks. Have a good one.
You too. Okay. All right. So, here we go. I didn't think we were gonna go over this drama, but you know what? Now that we're on YouTube and it looks like we're picking up a few people from Destiny's community, I guess we'll go over it. Okay. Life was easier when Totally Spies was on TV. Hold on, is that the show I think it is? Oh no, I never watched this show. Did anyone really quick, this is super random. Did anyone what was the show called? Okay, there was a show that used to come on at like 2 a.m. Okay? It was not a cartoon, it was live action. It was 3 women, and they were like special agents. 2 of them were blonde. Not Charlie's Angels, no. She Spies. She Spies. Did anyone watch She Spies? Does that sound familiar for anyone? I was hoping Dan was about to reference Dexter from Cartoon Network. Nope. Hold on. I'll pull it up for those that don't know. But this was like a guilty pleasure show of mine. As like a 13-year-old boy or whatever. I'll look up when this aired. Sounds like a Netflix movie. Not gonna lie, Dan, it looks mid. It was mid. It was extremely mid. The writing was bad. The 2002. Yeah. I got it on the nose. I was like 13. With Pam Anderson? No, Pam Anderson's not in it. This girl is. Hold on. What is her name? Natasha Henstring. She's from other stuff too, for sure. I just don't remember what. LOL, which one was your bias? I think probably the middle one. I don't remember though. It's been 22 years. Oh my god, it's been 22 years. Okay. Anyway. That's almost as old as me. Yeah, alright. Okay. We're gonna read the... Okay, so this is from Pixie's Substack.
You talk about extreme.
Thank you. Who was that? Thank you, Vons. So I don't know if there's any more. I know that Pixie is a left wing or left leaning content creator. If she has done more things, I am not aware. But I had seen her a few times on probably on Destiny's stream, but I also followed her on. I followed her back when it was Twitter. And yeah. Okay. So I will be suing Stephen Kenneth Bunnell II, which is Destiny's actual name. On November 29th, I learned that the streamer Destiny had non-consensually shared pornographic content of me online. My dignity, peace of mind, and hopes, trigger warning right now for revenge porn and breaches of trust. My dignity, peace of mind, and hopes for the future were stripped away in a mere matter of seconds following the betrayal of someone I previously trusted. Who are these people? So Destiny is probably in the top 3 biggest political streamers online right now. And Pixie is also a left-wing content creator. Which Destiny, the one that debates? Yeah. Were stripped away in a mere matter of seconds following the betrayal of someone I previously trusted. I am at least the 3rd person he has done this to. I hope to be the last. I will not be commenting on the experience of the other women he has hurt, as it is not my place or story to tell. I will, however, share my story in the hopes of preventing this from occurring again. I have known Destiny for around 5 to 6 years now, and often find myself in heavy disagreement with him. Despite this, I do my best to see the best sides of all people, trying my hardest to spread positivity and create understanding where I can. It's corny, but I want to meet people where they are and focus on which ways we can build bridges together towards a better future for everyone. Some people call this a fault of mine. They claim I'm naive and should be more careful. Those people are right. This kind of hits hard. When I was 19, or 5 years ago, I was extremely sexually inexperienced and sheltered. Being severely terrified of leading someone on, or SA, I thought I could trust Destiny, who had multiple long conversations with regarding consent and boundaries. This is so wild because I remember watching a video on YouTube. I mean, it was from his live of him like going over in depth. She might have been actually maybe she was on that live, but going over consent and boundaries, and me thinking like, damn, this is a pretty good take. But I don't know if this is like a do as I say, not as I do kind of situation. So you can imagine my surprise when I discovered he distributed pornographic content of me without my consent. Yes, you read that right. Stephen Kenneth Bonnell II sent pornographic content of me to a random 19-year-old e-girl Discord kitten whom he had never met before, and then she published it to the whole world. Rest assured, despite never having met her, he at least spoke to her plenty of times on the phone. And this is a link of Destiny replying, I believe this is on Discord. Ugh, there shouldn't be. No, I'm so sorry. There's literally zero excuse. I'd had phone combos and stuff with this person. They were fairly close to me. It's worthless to say it at this point, but I'm super sorry. There's literally no excuse. I won't say or confirm anything about them. If there's anything, any particular action or thing I can do, just let me know. Of course, this is what he says happened. I think it is just as likely that he used her as a proxy to widely distribute this material while claiming deniability. I have been told, and I can check if you guys are curious, but I've been told that this particular statement was retracted on X. It doesn't change anything that's said so far, but the idea that that he did it maliciously, she has retracted. I don't know if that's for legal reasons, but I do understand why Destiny would knowingly and willingly. I do not understand why Destiny would knowingly and willingly put me in a position where I would receive nonstop sexual abuse and harassment. If we believe him, he was trying to impress a barely legal teenager using my body and my privacy. Yeah. I do think this is the most plausible, but also not an excuse. Not at all. And as someone in my fault. As someone in chat said earlier, it potentially is worse, depending on how you look at it, I guess. And I mean, this right here is kind of it's really just where it becomes beyond the pale. Like if he doesn't take accountability for this, then I don't know how. Like, to answer the original question that brought this up, I don't know how I would ever consider collabing with this person anymore. This is just like so insane. The betrayal, coupled with the hundreds of messages I've received filled with sexual harassment and abuse, have left me feeling hopeless and devoid of almost all happiness. The only thing that has kept me going is the hope that I can bring this man to justice and have him face legal consequences for his actions. For the past month, I have been speaking to lawyers about my situation and what to do, and have decided this is the best course of action. Some of the comments from YouTube. Pixie was pretty pivotal in some of Destiny's canvassing efforts and stuff like that. Is his Jubilee video still up? I mean, I would imagine so, but I'm not sure. I will be suing him for violating U.S. Federal Code 15 USC. I don't know what this thing is. Can a lawyer tell me, or someone with legal background tell me what this is? How did Destiny get the photos? I'm pretty sure she gave them to him consensually. Section? Oh, thank you. U.S. Federal Code 15 USC, Section 6851. Civil action relating to disclosure of intimate images and for publication of private facts in Florida. I'll be seeking emotional and punitive damages for his actions. I've been told that a court case like this could potentially cost tens of thousands of dollars. I'm terrified. I mean, this guy talks about potentially suing Hassan as if for fun, and Hassan actually has the resources to defend himself. This is what she linked. Wait, where did it go?
That's really interesting that Destiny also said he was an out.
Okay, this is a 41-minute video, but Destiny has said before that he would consider suing Hassan. So she's saying that, like, if he's willing to sue someone as rich as Hassan is a multimillionaire, then he certainly has the resources to bury her legally. Hold on 1 second. I gotta see something real quick in chat. No, I don't think Hassan is involved. She's just saying that if he's willing to sue someone who like Hassan, who has way more clout than her, way more money than her, this is why she's terrified to sue him. That's why she's using Hassan. No, you're good. You're good. I cannot imagine what he might try to do to me in this process. Sometimes I wonder if he does this as an intimidation tactic. I wonder if he is purposely trying to put fear into my heart when he casually talks about throwing money into a lawsuit with a multimillionaire who can fight back. She's showing the power imbalance. Yep, that's a great way to put it. As if it's an indirect flaunt/warning over his capacity of outspending me in whatever legal case I throw at him. At the request of my friends, I have been encouraged to link my Give, Send, Go, I guess that's like a GoFundMe, regarding this case in hopes that we raise enough for me to legally succeed. She's raised $30,000 so far. $30,857 of a goal of $130,000. Whoever the next quote Joe Rogan of the left end quote is, it cannot be someone that crosses sexual boundaries, violates consent, and puts women's well-being and safety at risk. Yeah, this was something that, what is her name? Her name is Pixie, Pxie. I don't know what her real name is, but her streamer name. Why does Destiny keep doing this? I don't know. But yeah, this was a topic that came up a lot, especially after the election was over, and it was clear that like Joe Rogan and what his influence was on young men was profound. People were talking about, oh, who will be the Joe Rogan of the left, and Destiny's name came up a lot because he has a big platform, very good debater, but that's why she's bringing this up. She's saying that this obviously is not the person for this if he's willing to do this. He's smart and has mostly good rhetoric, but he's extremely impulsive. It cannot be someone who puts women in positions where they will be sexually abused and harassed. It concerns me that Destiny has been interviewing potential DNC chair candidates such as Marianne Williamson or Martin O'Malley. This was very recent, by the way. He's been interviewing them like maybe a week or two before this dropped. Side note, I kind of like Martin O'Malley, and I kind of liked him in 2016. For those that don't remember, Hillary and Bernie weren't the only ones running in 2016. There was actually one other dude that made it to the Iowa caucuses named Martin O'Malley, and he got like 1% of the vote. But overall, he was kind of based. I'm not gonna lie. It's just he was up against two juggernauts. Okay, but in fairness, Marianne isn't a serious DNC candidate. I agree. She had said some very, very strange things. Yep, so sad that his stupidity has destroyed all the good he was doing with those interviews. Yeah. I don't know who the. By the way, we could look this up. I don't know who the other DNC nominees are. Or because they have several chairs, right? DNC doesn't just have one chair; they have like 7. Is that correct? How many DNC chairs? The DNC is headed by a chairperson, 5 vice chairpersons, and then a bunch of other people. So are these candidates for the chairperson or for all of them? Sorry for the distraction, but this is something we should probably know about. Okay, candidates. In order to qualify as a candidate for chair, prospective candidates had to submit a nominating statement signed by 40 DNC members. Damn, I'm not gonna lie. Martin O'Malley and Marianne Williamson are the only ones I've heard of off the top of my head. This name looks familiar. Faiz Shakir looks familiar, and Ben Wickler also looks familiar, but I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this is. Obviously, it says Minnesota DFL party. This race is for the top dog? Okay. We can maybe look at this later. At least a couple of people Destiny interviewed seemed like awesome candidates. Yeah, I saw clips of the Martin O'Malley interview, but I also liked him like back in the debates in 2016. It's just obviously he's not Bernie Sanders, and he just didn't have a place in that primary. Like the more moderate part of the party was supporting Hillary, the more left wing part of the party was supporting Bernie, and it's like where's he getting his support? You know. But okay, sorry for the what's it called? The tangent. As time passes, he tries to position himself to have interviews with increasingly powerful figures such as Zelensky. Destiny shot his shot at a chance of interviewing Zelensky to one of his communications advisors. Okay, this is a screenshot of that. I really thought O'Malley was running to be Hillary's Veep. Didn't happen. Yeah, I think I would have liked him more than Tim Kaine. No one knows Tim Kaine even to this day. I can't help but be filled with fear that Destiny might continue to succeed despite facing no repercussions for his actions. So this right here is why someone like Christine Blasey Ford comes out when she does. It's why someone like E. Jean Carroll comes out when she does. And it's why it's so painful to hear people say, why are they coming out now? You don't think it's triggering seeing someone elevated to Supreme Court justice or president of the United States knowing that they sexually assaulted you? Now, this isn't the sexual assault, but it's the same concept here. Especially when they're rich. Yeah. Which is the case for all of the people we're talking about. Rich white men. I hate to say it. Do you think Tom Homan is the new McCarthy? I can see the argument for sure. Yeah. Destiny is Hispanic. Okay, that you reminded me. He is half Cuban. Is that right? I'm missing the rich part. All right, then you're good, LRDC. But let's not forget Nick Fuentes is a quarter Spanish or a quarter Hispanic, and anyway. If the Democratic Party wishes to succeed in the future, it cannot be a party that accepts the sexual exploitation of women. It cannot be a party that allows men like Destiny to break into the mainstream, for allowing him access to such spaces would be a direct endorsement of his behavior. You can be Hispanic and white. Actually, that's true. That's true. Even on like government forums, the Hispanic question is a separate question. You can be Hispanic and white. Louis C.K. is aggressively white, and he's Mexican. I don't know if you guys know that. Marco Rubio is the whitest Cuban there. Yeah, Louis C.K. is Mexican. His dad was from Eastern Europe. I can't remember what country, and he moved to Mexico. And his grandfather, was from Eastern Europe, moved to Mexico, and then became a Mexican citizen and had Mexican children. Over half of Hispanics in the U.S. Census identify as white. Interesting. I have been told that the payout might not be worth the harassment and attention I will receive. In an ideal world, I would do this privately, but have been told there is no realistic way the court will grant me anonymity. This means my only option is public. I have been told by a variety of people to not go public. I have been told by some people that Steven, quote, really does feel sorry, end quote. This is like callbacks to Good night, Gina. Yeah, Ty. Regardless, what Destiny did is unacceptable, and oh, sorry. I have been told by some people that Steven really does feel sorry, but I am not inclined to believe them, especially taking into consideration his actions regarding me. Hate the onus is on the victim to move past it. Yeah. Excuse me. Regardless, what Destiny did is unacceptable, and I believe he will do this again unless he faces justice. Let me be clear. Destiny has violated federal law in his transgressions against me. He has violated my consent and is directly responsible for the sexual abuse I have received. I am terrified. Evidence log. We read this one already. This is him apologizing for what happened. Okay. So, Pixie, it's more complicated than that. I feel like there's no justice for what's been done. Excuse me. I feel like people for the rest of my life are going to try to send it to my family or workplace wherever I go. Sorry, guys. The high noon's giving me hiccups. Give me a second. Okay. I feel like for the rest of my life, people are going to try to send this to family or workplace or wherever I go. I feel extremely violated with how so many people saw me non-consensually in a vulnerable position. I feel like people are always going to use this as, quote, proof that I slept my way into whatever achievement I garner. I feel like it's evidence that everything would be better with me gone. I think this is Destiny's response. I think the number of people who know or even keep up with it enough to go after you on this is probably almost zero. I think people hate others involved, parentheses me, Lauren, Nick, LOL, parentheses, way, way, way more, and it overshadows everything a lot more. To give context, I do believe that this mass leak also included the leak of people were saying that there was a leak of Destiny receiving favors from Nick Fuentes. No, excuse me, of Destiny giving Nick Fuentes favors. There's no evidence that it was Nick Fuentes, but people were bandwagoning on that because everyone hates Nick Fuentes. So he's trying to say like all of the other leaks distract from this one. So as for any achievements or anything like that, the majority of the work and stuff you've done has been completely independent from me anyway. So the only people who would say anything like that are people who would have said shit like that anyway and aren't worth the time. Wait, this is his response. Well, this is his response to her privately. He did release a public response, which we're going to read after her public statement. What did he do? He leaked everything intentionally? No. So he leaked her nudes to one singular person who then either leaked them intentionally or was hacked. But he leaked those nudes to the singular person without the consent of the person whose nudes they are. Dan, how are you, man? I'm doing great. I'm doing all right, Greg. How are you? This right here, he leaked them. Yes, he leaked them intentionally to that one person. Thank you, Mem, for the clarification. He leaked them intentionally to that one person. Now, I don't know if that one person then did a mass leak maliciously or was hacked, but regardless, he leaked them intentionally to that one person. So yeah, I mean, listen. Even if there is merit to the things he's saying, what he is saying is just dismissive of the way she feels here. Amazing live, Dan. I gotta go, but I'll check back. Never stop doing what you're doing. Thank you, Supercell. I appreciate you. Okay. So that was downplaying the pain I felt. Yes, and then This is her saying, Destiny offering to pay some bills, I guess, to try to make me feel better. I'm sorry. Is a water bill being paid going to make me feel okay about lifelong trauma I've received? Oh, Chris, I read your Facebook post today. Like I said a friend of mine posted something on Facebook that I think really like encapsulates what everyone's feeling right now. And you appeared. What's up, Chris? This is super lame, and I don't at all want to imply that somehow just giving you money helps anything go away or fixes everything for you. But if you have any bills or owe money on anything or have any financial stuff I can help with, I can at the very least chip in and help with any of that. So it's at least one less thing you have to worry about or stress over while you're worrying and going through this. And to answer your question, Chris, why we're talking about revenge porn, oh, I didn't even realize it was not about Trump, Chris. But yeah, the topic of Destiny had come up, and people were asking what he did, so we were just going over it. Lily, I don't think he ever said that he didn't do it. His argument is just that he wasn't the reason that it was leaked to the public, and so he's downplaying it. But he did. I do believe he admitted it. But you know what? We're gonna read a statement, so we'll know exactly what his stance is here. Okay, so that was the end of her statement. We're gonna read his statement and see how he responded. Okay. So already starting out strong with a 10-year-old meme. Legal arc beginning in mysterious ways. Such wow. I don't know why Zoom's not working on Reddit. Yeah, 100% agree. Homeless Chupacabra. Even if the stuff stayed private, it is still a huge breach of trust. Absolutely. Sometime in November, extremely sensitive and personal material of mine. Can you guys see this, or is it too small? I'm really doing my best to try to make it larger. Dan, wait. I'm waiting. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to skim this off stream real quick. Okay. All right. Thanks for the patience, everybody. Sometime in November, extremely sensitive and personal material of mine was leaked. This affected not only me, but many people in my life. I want to be clear, the leak happened without my knowledge, consent, or authorization. I never had intention for any of these images to be published. I am actively, number one, I'm actively pursuing criminal and civil litigation on these matters against multiple parties. Number two, speaking publicly about these materials brings more attention to them, which harms all the victims involved. Number three, I have been trying to move on from covering drama. Oh, I guess I'm doing that now, huh? I've been trying to move on from covering drama content as it had been increasingly negative impact on those in my life. Number four, one person involved has expressed unaliving thoughts in relation to the matter, and I did not want to exacerbate the situation by talking about it publicly. I'm not going to be opening these links, FYI. It's one second. They're private private messages. Because there are now multiple parties involved in litigation, it is unlikely I'll be able to answer any questions until pending litigation has resolved. Did he put his statement on Reddit? He did, yeah. Have you seen the proposed HR 25? Yeah, it was one of the many ones we looked at earlier. That said, though, I am limited in what I can say. It is important to that people know about my recent communications with and regarding Pixie, someone who I was friends with and collaborated with on many occasions. Since the leaks were first circulated, Pixie had stressed to me that keeping things out of the public eye was important to her. I've always said I would do my best not to confirm or publicize anything, and I kept my word. On December 11th, I received a message from multiple acquaintances, a mutual acquaintance named Lauren Hayden, known online as Lauren De Laguna, who has a legal background. Lauren has had a negative sentiment toward me after I rejected her romantic advances earlier in the year. I understand that she organized the fundraiser to support Pixie's lawsuit against me and assume that she has been counseling Pixie on how to proceed. Hey, Cactus. Now I will say, okay, I know a touch about her. She used to date Martin Shkreli, and doesn't seem like a very great person. Just FYI. That doesn't change anything about Pixie or the fact that she has a legal expertise, but that's the reason that he's bringing this up, to discredit Pixie in this way, because there's no, yeah. He's bringing up the fact that she is providing like legal help as a way to discredit Pixie's allegations. Yeah. That same day, I received a message from Pixie where she suggested that she would create a post about me that would go live after she unalived. This concerned me greatly. I genuinely believed that she was still in mental anguish following the leaks earlier. I responded in earnest, doing what I could to reassure her, letting her know that she had every right to pursue legal course of action. At no stage did I try to intervene her otherwise. This was highly emotional, volatile time, and my main concern was her well-being. That's what sucks about this too. Lots of people have a bone to pick with Destiny, are coming out swinging without regard for the actual victim. Yeah, so what's going to happen, and I'm not saying that this is what Lauren is doing, but certainly it's going to be the case. Destiny has a lot of enemies, many of which are horrible MAGA people who are going to take advantage of this situation, take advantage of this victim to go after him, which just further traumatizes Pixie. And that's just super frustrating about the whole situation. A few hours later, I messaged a mutual friend, Straighteraid, who I knew to be particularly close with Pixie. William, that's a different Lauren. That's a very different Lauren. That Lauren you're referring to is someone that Donald Trump gave a pardon to. Yeah, no, very different Lauren. That would have tied this drama in an interesting circle to the Trump administration, but okay. We tried to figure out the best way forward in terms of making things right, or as right as they could be for Pixie. No, that's also a different Lauren, JC. There are a lot of Laurens. So this is Lauren De Laguna. That Lauren is totally unrelated to this situation, and Laura Loomer is a vile dogshit person, but separate from this situation as well. Lauren Hill, I do not believe is involved here. Okay. In that conversation, we spoke about things I could do to alleviate the toll on Pixie's mental health. I took straight-away suggestions and presented them to Pixie. I explicitly offered to help her financially, having had it communicated to me that she was also under financial pressure while dealing with this matter. Wait, what are we talking about in TikTok chat? Who's Mark Carney? Anyway. Bots? Okay, sorry. I got a little thrown off track here. Okay. Pixie responded stating that whatever price she would ask for would be too high and would only result in making her feel worse. Later in the conversation with Straighter Age, she told me that Pixie seemed to want me to cover her entire tuition for law school. Others told me that Pixie thought it would be appropriate for me to pay her anywhere from $5. So I don't know why we'd be talking about other people saying what she's saying. Hey, Shell. At no point did Pixie make a specific or explicit request for financial compensation. Okay, well, at least he points that out, but it seems weird to even bring this up and then have to qualify it. Why not just cut this whole part out? Anyway. I think sometime on December 13th, Pixie unfriended me on Discord, okay? It became clear that no amount that I agreed to would be satisfactory by nature of the fact that I agreed to it. Third parties communicated that the point of any financial compensation would be to punish me. That language was incredibly frustrating to hear secondhand. I had already shown a willingness to make things right as best I could. I had spent time talking to mutual friends of ours with the intent to help address concerns with her mental health and unalive thoughts, the sincerity of which I genuinely believed. I was objectively harmed by this situation and was actively seeking to find... I was objectively harmed by the situation and was actively seeking to find a resolution that worked well for everyone. Is he referring to like the leak? Like, is he saying because also his stuff was leaked? Because that's wild to bring up. That's so wild to bring up. The YouTube ban? Wait, I got banned on YouTube? Oh, you mean... Wait, who got banned on YouTube? Destiny got banned on YouTube? Oh, he was just live like yesterday, wasn't he? Oh, for a bit. He's talking about his own nudes? Yeah. I don't know why he would bring that up. That's kind of wild. I am not sure where Pixie got this idea that she needed to financially punish me. Some of my personal messages have gone out to the world because of what happened, including multiple incredibly explicit videos of mine. many of which have been forwarded to family members and colleagues. Information has come out which has irrevocably damaged my personal relationships. This saga has been a nightmare for all parties involved. Her accusation that I likely used a proxy to widely distribute. Yeah, so she did retract this accusation on Twitter. Empathy, when someone shows excessive sympathy for a male perp of misogyny such as SA. She did retract this, but I also just don't know what the point of all of this is here. I flat out cannot believe that anyone would think I intentionally leaked this material to the public. I increasingly felt uncomfortable by the language being used regarding financial punishment and wanting to, quote, teach me a lesson, along with constant references to the precariousness of someone's mental health. It no longer felt productive to engage in these conversations. As is well documented at the start of this, I was completely willing to make things right with Pixie. At this point, I just tell people close to me that if Pixie wants to pursue legal actions against me, she's always free to do so, but I don't feel comfortable talking to her or about her until at the very least my current legal actions have run their course. It has been brought to my attention that Pixie has now tried to re-add me as a friend, but I ignored these requests. I've never told anyone what they can or cannot speak about, and I've always left that option open to them. Despite what some people have said, I've never threatened Pixie with litigation or NDA'd anyone. My goal was to respect the wishes of the people who had been affected by the leak. Pixie has now stated her intention to sue me and is fundraising for that. I do not believe I violated any laws, and since Pixie has made clear what she wants to do, I will have to let the evidence and legal filings speak for themselves. It is unfortunate that this has come to this, but it means that all communications with her or Lauren, who may or may not be representing her, will have to go through counsel. Why would he threaten her with litigation? I think he's arguing that her implying. I think he's arguing that because she thought he might be implying that through the when she had mentioned earlier that he's cooked under the new provision in the VAWA, violence against women. When she said she wasn't sure if he was mentioning how willing he was to sue people like Hassan, if that was some kind of like implicit, or is it explicit? Implicit threat. Yeah, it's a response that he can sue Hassan. That's what he's responding to. And then I have one more thing. Okay. What do you think would be the appropriate way of even approaching her about that? Which is probably extremely difficult to prove in her case. She's not a high-profile micro-celebrity maliciously. You didn't even leak it at all. You distributed it non-consensually. Yeah, I know. I looked into it. Yeah, so this is him. This is essentially him acknowledging that he did distribute it non-consensually. For anyone that was like, oh, like this is alleged. Like he did admit that he distributed it non-consensually. The question now would be what the punishment would be, and if this violates the code that she brought up, which we could actually take a look at. U.S. Federal Code. Yes, the Violence Against Women Reauthorization Act of 2022. Ange hit it right on the money. This lets you bring civil action in federal court against someone who shared intimate images, explicit pictures, recorded videos, or other depictions of you without your consent. Period. I mean, it's right there. A media clause was added. It also includes sharing those images through technology such as internet or social media. All right. Well, looks like a pretty open and shut case. Epistemic injustice, discrimination that prevents people from sharing knowledge, gaslighting is a form. Again, we can thank Biden for this. Hopefully the judge is decent in Florida. You never know. Hi, Olivia. Going to be hard for him to beat that, I think. Yeah, I think so too. I think... Yeah, I just don't know. He either should have not responded because of pending litigation or not responded in this way, because there are several like parts of that response that I think make this worse. So the statement absolutely made him look worse, in my opinion. Yeah, 100% agree. I used to really like Destiny before this. Can't forgive. Yeah, it is frustrating. So Destiny's always been like controversial, and he's had some unhinged takes, and he's had some drama. But I think this is really the first time where it's like there is no justification. There's no argument here. There's no justification for what he did. There's certainly no justification for his response now. It sounds like he's willing to pay her off to avoid going to court. Yeah. His ex-wife has a video saying he did the same thing to her. I think the difference with the ex-wife stuff is that there was way more going on in that situation that could muddy the waters, whereas this is like cut and dry. The ex-wife drama was like something else. It was wild. I didn't go into that the video specifically, Mim, so I can't speak on that. But all of the drama regarding all of the prior drama has not been something like this. Like, this is something where his community is actually like starting to break in a big way because of how cut and dry it is. His own admission gives the victim what she needed to prove. Yeah. Off topic, but when's the last time we heard from Liam? Liam, like, he goes live like every night. He comes up on my FYP, even though I'm not following. Question: if Destiny's phone was hacked and it was leaked, is he responsible or no? I don't believe he would be, in that regard. But Ange can speak to that. Yeah, because if she sent him the material consensually, but then he was hacked non-consensually, I really don't think he would be held regard. But that's not what happened. Okay. I don't even know where we're at. Oh my god, it's 12:14. He's basically butting. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It really is. It really is unfortunate. Someone mentioned it before, but like he canvassed a lot. He canvassed for Warnock and what's the other Georgia senator, Ossoff, in the runoffs, which was like a huge deal at the time. And like I said, he's a really good debater. Just it's so frustrating that he would do this, you know. But anyway. Men suck. It's a huge letdown, yeah. I can't say I'm too shocked considering his track record. Good night, Kay. Another thing that becomes, I think, frustrating is that if men are a majority, why are men? Yeah. If men are a majority of the biggest political, what's the word here? Not necessarily content creators, political. What's the word I'm looking for here? Field? I don't mean politicians though. I'm talking about theater. Okay, political theater. Pundits. We could say pundits. If men are a majority of these the big ones, right? We're talking the Joe Rogans, we're talking the Hassans, we're talking the Charlie Kirks, both sides of the aisle, right? Political sphere, whatever you want to call it. If men are the majority, okay, and men suck, right? So a lot of times shit's gonna come out about these men. Our side cares, and their side doesn't. So we see someone like Steven Crowder, who was caught on his Ring camera abusing his pregnant wife, and he's still just as popular, right? And we should care. It's not like we shouldn't. That's not the argument. It's why does the other side not fucking care about women? And it's almost like it's like a circle of punishment. It's like, so their side doesn't care about women, so they can keep all of their political influence and use it to continue to punish women. Don't be a gooner, Dan. We need you to carry the torch, LOL. I'll try. Fuck, man. It's the double standards or lack of standards from the right. Yeah. It's almost like America is built on misogyny. Okay, it's after 12. I didn't realize the live went this long. But I am I'm gonna bring up like 2 more guests, just people who I know have been waiting for a long time. Dan, you could fill the vacuum Destiny leaves. That's what people in YouTube chat were saying. I need the Vivans though. I don't have the wherewithal to learn as many things as Destiny learns because I don't have the Vivans. It's tough. I also think he's probably smarter than me, but I don't think that stopped anyone from being popular on the internet. So that's the Vivans. It's like Adderall. He didn't always have the Vivans. They are great at using the fears and bigotry of some against others to enrich themselves. They do not care who gets hurt. Yeah. Good night. Thank you, Homeless. I appreciate that. Lawless versus flawless. Yep. Is Destiny right wing now? No. Destiny, I I think the only thing he is quote unquote right wing on is he's more on the side of Israel than Palestine, although he's not like full blown on Israel's side. And then he is more to the right, at least of me, on guns. But other than that, I would not say he's right wing. I prefer Harry and the Gang over Destiny. Well, I mean, yeah, those are the homies. He's probably canceled for a bit. Can you explain the Israel-Palestine conflict? Not well. Not well. There's a lot of history. That I'm not well versed enough to speak on. I can speak a little bit on the current like flare up of this conflict, but we have decades of this conflict that I'm just not fully researched on. I've never heard of Destiny somehow. So he was big on Twitch, then got banned on Twitch, and so he's and he got a contract on Kick, and no one watches Kick, so maybe that's why you didn't hear of him. Jimmy Carter wrote a book about it. Never thought I'd see the day Destiny gets canceled for a bit, though. I mean, I guess we'll see what happens. There have been cancel attempts for sure. I've only heard of Destiny recently because of TikTok. I know they tried to cancel him, or at least the right tried to cancel him for his comments about the firefighter guy at the rally. Study World War II's end and aftermath to adequately understand Israel-Palestine. Are you pro-Palestine? Yeah. I'm not pro-Hamas, though. I'm pro-Palestine, but not pro-Hamas. It's called Palestine Peace, not Apartheid. Apartheid. That's Jimmy Carter wrote that? I'd definitely be interested in that book, actually. Potential big news on Thursday? Okay, well, none of these guests are connecting. Probably because they've been in the box too long. If this one doesn't connect, I think I'm just gonna call it for the night. Yeah, I'm actually really tired. Uh, harmless. The thing is, it's clear that Hamas is willing to do things beyond what just rebelling would entail. And it's also clear that Hamas is willing to use human shields, and that's why I don't support Hamas, even though I do support pushback against Israel.
Hello, Dan.
Hey.
I just have one question. I've been watching your lives for a while,
Okay.
and I just want to see if you can agree with something. Would can you agree with me that a criminal is someone that breaks the law? If
Um,
I break the law, I am a criminal.
a criminal is someone who breaks the law and is convicted.
So, can we come to a consensus that if I cross the border illegally into the United States, I have broken into the country, and therefore I should be sent back to the country of origin because I wasn't invited, and I crossed in a way that I wasn't supposed to, and I broke the law.
No. Why would
So
we?
you're telling me?
Why would I agree with that?
So you're saying that I should be able to just march into the United States without invite, and I shouldn't be able to be sent back?
No, if you're caught at the border, and you don't claim asylum, then yeah, you can be deported.
But like, let's just say I like crossed like through the forest in like Canada or something, and like I didn't cross legitimately, and then I get caught. Like, do you think I should be able to be deported because I didn't come here legally? Do you think it's insulted to the
If you
people that came here
claim
legally?
asylum, then it is legal.
Yeah. What is that?
What is asylum?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm
Um,
only 21. I'm kind of like loose on the terms.
Got you. So asylum is basically a term. Asylum is like when you are facing hardship where you're coming from. You're escaping some kind of hardship. So you're claiming asylum in a country where you can be safe.
Okay, so do you think Mexicans should be able to cross because they're like, I don't like Mexico and I want to raise my kids in a safer country? Like, is
Um,
that would Mexico count? Because that's kind of where I guess I'm kind of confused. I'm just Trump's just letting like he's deporting a lot of Mexicans. I've noticed like Colombians, like people like that,
what does people like that mean?
like people from the southern part, not like northern from Canada. It seems
Okay.
like southern countries south of the U.S. If that makes sense.
Okay. So, I think that it depends on the person's situation, and the
Okay.
best way to determine if that person qualified for asylum is to adjudicate their claim. And the best way to adjudicate their claim is to fund the courts and judges
Yeah.
that do that, which was in the Langford Border Bill.
Okay. See, the only thing that I'm just confused about is they've came into our country uninvited. So I feel like regardless of the reason that they're here, they should be sent back. And that's where I kind of agree with Trump a little bit.
Why?
Because they came into our country uninvited.
What
If they were brought in
what is
by our
what do you mean
government,
uninvited? Can you explain what that means?
they came into the country
We have
illegally.
a legal asylum seeking process.
What if they came in illegally though? I'm not talking about legal. I'm talking
You,
about
you didn't even
they
know the
came-
word asylum before you came up here.
I know. I'm sorry.
So
I'm not.
I need you to understand there's a legal process where if you are in the country illegally, you can claim asylum, and you are now a legal asylum seeking migrant.
Okay. I'm gonna look into this as well. And then the other like I'm sorry, I didn't mean to like upset you. Just I'm not too good on the terms. Like I said, I'm only 21. I'm not. I try to stay out of politics, but I really do feel like if you come into a country uninvited, you deserve what's coming. But that's just kind of I'm gonna look into it more. I'm not trying to upset you by any means. And then I guess the second question I have is like where do you stand on abortion? Let's start there. I'm just curious what you think how we should handle this. Like, are you pro life? Are you pro choice? Like, why don't you fill me in?
Okay. So I personally don't think my opinion matters much. I think it should really be determined by people who have uteruses. I don't have a uterus. I don't know why it matters, but my personal opinion, I am pro-choice. I also believe that even if I wasn't pro-choice, it's legislating where you can and can't have an abortion only causes more violence against women. And that's because when you start to legislate at certain weeks, prior to viability, of course, so like 6 weeks, etc., and you don't have exceptions for the life of the mother or rape or incest or anything like that, but particularly for life of the mother, right? There's always an exception for life of the mother. The problem is when you legislate it, it makes it so that the doctor now has to go through hurdles to determine whether or not this person is dying enough to save, whether or not this person is at risk enough, because otherwise they can lose their license, they can be sued. So even if I wasn't pro-choice, it doesn't make sense to legislate this topic.
Right. It's just, aren't you? I am so glad that my mom didn't choose to abort me, though. You know what I mean? Like, I'm happy to be here. I'm just saying though, like, rape cases aside, I'm just like, aren't you glad that you weren't aborted?
No,
Like,
I wouldn't have existed. I didn't have a consciousness to employ that decision-making process.
yes, but with all due respect, when I was a baby for the first few years of my life, I also didn't remember anything as well. So you technically could have gotten put down as a baby, and you
But
wouldn't
as a
remember.
no, but as a baby, you were still you were still experiencing the world. You were still sentient. You could see.
Yeah.
You can feel. You can have emotions. That's not what a
Right.
fetus does.
No, I know, absolutely. I can't believe the people in the comments are just like, they're not giving me the light of the day. Like, I'm just expressing. I'm just glad we're talking about this. Like, I'm pretty like neutral. Like, I don't know where I stand. I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit just because I know that you're pretty left wing. But like, I really am. I just, me personally, I'm glad that I wasn't. I'm glad that I was given the chance at life, if that makes sense. And
I just don't know. I don't know how to explain it to you in a better way. You are employing that thought as a sentient being, but had you been aborted, you wouldn't have been a sentient being. You understand?
okay, I see what you're saying. I do. You are right. But I still feel like that once you're like a fetus, like like you're gonna be something. If that makes, like, it was something that was gonna be a child. So
I mean, there's a lot of things that could have been children.
why do you think Trump won by a landslide? Like I don't even like I don't know why. Like,
Do you think?
I
Do you
thought it
think
would have been
one? Do you
closer.
think 1.5% is a landslide?
It was, how many seats was it? It seemed like a lot.
How many seats? He actually lost seats
Yeah,
in
like
the
there's
House.
quite a few more seats.
He lost seats in the House.
Okay.
He lost, I think, one
I
or two
thought
seats.
Trump.
Do you mean states?
Yeah, like, okay, states, whatever. I just
Yeah.
feel like just Trump won.
So he won.
Trump won this one fair and square.
He won the same states that he won in 2016, except he also flipped Nevada. But he didn't win by many votes and actually lost, like I said, lost seats in the House. So I don't know where this landslide is coming from.
You live in Florida, correct?
Yeah.
How is it not paying state income tax? Like, is that like you live in a right wing state? Like, DeSantis is, in my opinion, as right wing as it gets. Like, isn't it nice to like save on taxes and stuff?
There's a trade off.
Like, what would the trade off be coming from someone that lives in Florida?
Okay. So first of all, I moved here when it was a purple state, just to be clear. Now it also didn't have state income tax back when I moved here, but there is a trade off. So number one, there are social services that are not funded in the same way. So for example, you
Bing,
can't.
bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Harmless, thank you so much for the galaxy. So for example, you can't get Medicaid if you're poor in this state. Period.
What would you do then if you needed a surgery, like a life change? Let's just say I got diagnosed with something like serious and I needed a surgery. Do I just die? Like, how would that work? And I can't afford it. And I can't afford it.
Listen, you go to the emergency room, they make you stable, and if there was a surgery that they consider elective, yes, you would just die. And so there are trade-offs to not paying state income tax. I know that I wanted to move my mom down here when she was 63, and we determined we couldn't because she wouldn't have healthcare. We assumed that she'd be able to apply for Medicaid like she had in New Jersey, and they were like, no, unless she's pregnant or disabled, you can't apply. You could make $0 a year, and it doesn't matter. You can't get Medicaid.
Yeah.
So that's one of the trade-offs. Another trade-off is something I actually bring up all the time when I'm driving at night. We fucking don't have streetlights in a lot of places. We can't see anything. But that's a small issue. Additionally, we what was the other thing we just talked about? Hey,
I've been to like Miami and like West. Is that the area? Like, are you on the east side or the
no,
west side?
I'm in Central Florida. Also, we have property taxes are rising exponentially to cover this stuff. In the past 5 years, property taxes have gone up about double, and insurance. Now, this isn't a state income tax issue. This is a Florida specific issue. Insurance has almost tripled in this state. And by the way, during this insurance crisis, this is huge news. Insurance companies are fleeing from the state. During this insurance crisis, Ron DeSantis is worried about teachers saying the word gay. So yeah, there are trade-offs to living in a no state income tax state. Our problems are not ever managed.
No, I know. I'm not like, I'm going to be honest. I voted for Trump, but like, I agree. Like I'm kind of like neutral, to be honest, but I grew up a Republican. So I kind of just like did that out of habit. My vote doesn't matter anyways. You know, like I really don't.
What state are you in?
I was, New Jersey, right where you're from. Like, do you go back to New Jersey in the summer at all?
Not in the summer. I go back once a year. About.
How hot is it in the winter or in the summer there? It must be pretty hot, right?
I don't remember. I don't know.
But I heard it's like the humidity is really bad there in the summer. But I'd say like, what would you say like are the best states to move to? Like right now, like as far as like cost of living, like you look into this stuff more than me. Like I'm looking to relocate just like you. Like I'm looking into Vegas, all the major cities in Texas, like Dallas, Austin, Houston. And I'm looking into like some of the major cities in Florida, like Tampa or like West Palm Beach or Fort Lauderdale, maybe even Orlando. Or like maybe like Knoxville, but it's a little cold for my liking.
Does anyone remember the clip from The Office where Michael goes to Kevin and he's like, "Hey Kevin, do you know any like single, like attractive, smart women that I can date?" And Kevin, I don't know if he said smart. I'm giving Michael the benefit of the doubt and assuming that he didn't just say single and attractive. And then Kevin was like, "Michael, if I knew someone like that, I would take her for myself." If I had the answer to what the best state to move to was, I would have gotten the fuck out of this backwards ass state where 57% of the state can want expanded abortion access, but because Republicans fucked us in the ass in the early 90s, we need 60% to pass a ballot initiative. Yeah, if I knew what the best states were to move, I probably would have gotten out of here already. So sorry, I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you did relocate to Florida and you are tend to lean left. So that's why I was a little bit confused. A lot of people do it for the weather now. I know a lot of liberals that move to Florida strictly on the weather. And they've even like how do you feel about Gavin Newsom, for example? Like a lot of people say that he's like really hurt that state.
I don't know enough about the policies of California to speak on it. But
Okay.
so to just quickly point out why I moved to Florida. First of all, it was almost 10 years ago, so it was much more purple. That's number one. But yeah, I moved number one for the weather, number two for family, and I can't remember the third reason off the top of my head, but it didn't have to do with politics.
Okay. And you don't regret that decision at all? That's cool.
I don't regret that decision at all. No, I mean I got to spend time with my grandma before she passed away, and I do enjoy the weather,
Yeah.
but it's just right now things are falling apart around me.
Yep. Is it almost 1 o'clock there?
Yeah, it is. Tuffy, why are you being so annoying?
Mm. Do you love America, or are you kind of neutral on it right now? Like, because I love America. Like, I'm so happy that I'm here. I just feel like a lot of people aren't people in the comments can comment on this, but I just feel like a lot of people are like not thankful that we were born here. Like, think about how many people want to come here. Like, I just feel like we're gonna screw up something that's really good if we don't start pointing out the good, and we're only looking at the bad.
Well, the guy you voted for is stripping away the good as we speak. Every day, a new good thing about America is being rolled back.
Such as what?
So, for example, it used to be that in this country, if you were a child and your parents didn't make a lot of money, you'd have access to a free and nutritious breakfast and lunch. And as of yesterday, it's looking like that might not be the case anymore. That's just one example. But oh my God, do I have a lot. The rule of law was something that I thought was sacred in this country, but clearly Donald Trump believes he's above the law. And hell, sounds like 77 million people also think that because they were willing to vote for a convicted felon. They were willing to vote for somebody who... The way he speaks about immigrants and minorities in this country is not the way America, or the United States rather, should be. It's not the values that we had. We were a country founded on immigrants, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And he demonizes immigrants. Like, we can even go back to Reagan, who I disagree with on his economic policy, but even Reagan talked about like the merits of immigrants, and Donald Trump has made it so that we have half the country that is afraid of immigrants, to the point where someone can come up here like yourself and basically say we should get rid of anyone that came here illegally, but without any good reason to do so.
But they're illegal though. They broke.
Okay, and
they broke into the country. Again, it's just my opinion, but it's just my thought tells me if you've broken into a country illegally, then you should be sent back to your country of origin, because
even if, let me ask you a question.
Properly.
Even if you've been living here for years and have been working and committing no crimes, starting a family, do you think they should be sent back?
It doesn't make it right though.
Okay, hold on.
I agree with you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying even then, we should do it. Based on what? What is your reason?
Okay, I have kind of a new let me just run an idea about you that just came to mind. We let everyone that is already here stay, but then we stricten up our border security starting now. How do you feel about that?
Sounds good to me.
Because
that's not the guy you voted for, though. In fact, the guy you voted for, unfortunately, didn't even have a policy to stricten up the border. His policies were twofold: build a wall, which doesn't stop visa overstays, doesn't stop the abuse of the asylum seeking process, and doesn't stop people going over or under the wall, right? Build a wall and mass deportations, which, as you just proposed, would be not a part of your strategy. Because I agree, mass deportations are horrible. I don't know if you agree, but that's where we're at.
I mean, I do feel sympathy in the fact that after 30 plus years, some of these guys are getting sent back. Don't get me wrong. I feel bad, but they did do things in a way that they weren't supposed to. That's the only reason.
Do you ever speed?
I sometimes, but I don't like to. Maybe when I was a little bit younger, but I try not to.
Okay.
But it happens. It happens.
Yeah. Wouldn't you say speeding is more dangerous than someone coming here for a better life?
I would agree. Yep.
Yeah. So should we throw you out of the country for speeding?
No.
So why would we throw somebody out of the country who wants to find a better life, is already living here, right, with a family and not committing crimes, and here's the one that should matter to conservatives, would cost us more money to do. It costs billions of dollars to do these mass deportations. We'd also lose billions of dollars in tax revenue because they're paying, the people that are here, right, illegally are paying for your Social Security and your Medicare and they're not going to receive those benefits.
How are they paying tax though? Like if they're like
This is something else you need to look into. You didn't know about asylum seeking. You didn't know. You know what? You're very young. I think you've been in a Republican echo chamber, like you said. It was just tradition. You've always thought that way because of your parents.
Yeah, that's right.
I think if you learn more, you will break out of this. So number one,
definitely. Yeah.
I'm just going to answer your question. How are they paying tax? Number one, sales tax. Everyone pays sales tax because no matter what you buy, you're paying tax. But number two, a lot of undocumented immigrants apply for ITINs, ITIN, which is essentially a way to pay federal tax without a social security number.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to keep talking, but I'll just bring this issue up one more time. I don't want to keep talking about the specific issue because we're just going to keep like going back and forth. But the main reason, like, I tend to like the abortion side of things. I tend to agree that abortion is wrong, just like based off of religious beliefs. Like, and it's something that I can't really argue with. It's just, I genuinely believe that it's not something that should be allowed. It's like, it's a personal thing. Like, it's just religious.
So then just don't get an abortion. Easy.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, obviously I'm not getting an abortion, but okay. I wouldn't
Problem solved.
Yeah. But you're right though. Like I shouldn't, you're right. I got to think about it more.
Yeah. So here's your homework assignment. You're going to look up the asylum seeking process.
Correct.
You're going to look up ITINs, ITIN, just to see how undocumented immigrants are paying into Social Security and Medicare without receiving anything in return.
Yep.
You can, you know what? I'm actually also I'm gonna refer you to an article that I think will appeal to your potential fiscal conservative side.
Like I'm glad we're talking about this. Like I'm really learning a lot from someone like you rather than just like Googling it, you know?
Okay.
I'm open to like switching parties and like I don't vote. Like I've only voted once because I'm 21, but I would vote I would vote Democrat like next election. Like if I felt like for people like you that are like obviously changing my mind a little bit on this. I got to think about it though.
Okay, so this is a really good study done by the American Immigration Council, which goes over I'm going to get to the summary just because we don't have a lot of time here, but it goes over what the drawbacks would be of these mass deportations. So right now we're estimating about 11 million undocumented immigrants living in the United States as of 2022. It's probably a little bit more right now, but let's say 11 to 15 million, whatever that number is. A one-time operation to deport these immigrants would cost at least $315 billion, and it has the breakdown. And then we have how much we're going to lose. So, first of all, mass deportation would exacerbate the U.S. labor shortage. In 2022, nearly 90% of undocumented immigrants were of working age compared to the 61.3% of U.S.-born population aged between 16 and 64, making undocumented immigrants more likely to actively participate in the labor force. Losing these working age undocumented immigrants would worsen the severe workforce challenges that many industries have already been struggling with in these past few years. This is especially true in the agriculture industry.
Right.
We are also going to lose $22.6 billion in tax revenue to Social Security and $5.7 billion in tax revenue to Medicare. These are taxes that they're paying and receiving nothing out of. We are receiving these. So it would cost billions and also lose us billions. I don't know if you've ever watched Arrested Development, but it's like when they were leaving the banana stand and she's like, oh, well, for every banana, for every dollar we take, because they were taking money from the cash register, for every dollar we take, we throw a banana in the garbage and that balances it out. It's actually doubling the problem. We're spending money to lose money.
Right. I honestly, you're changing my mind a little bit. Like, I agree. The ones that are here should stay for the reasons that you've been talking about. Okay, we can come to an agreement that we shouldn't be kicking out people that are already living here. But I really do believe if you have a law, you need to enforce it. Because why do we have laws? We have to enforce them. So that's why I think we should strengthen it up going forward.
Yeah. So I agree with you. I think we should have more legal immigration. We should make legal immigration easier and illegal immigration more difficult.
Exactly.
And that's something that at least partially the Langford border bill addressed. I don't know if you've looked into that the fact that Donald Trump.
I'm going to be honest, I haven't really looked into a lot.
Yeah, so it was a bipartisan border bill that essentially Donald Trump said, please, you guys cannot pass anything before the election because he wanted to run on immigration. And what it would have done is, and Langford, by the way, is a very conservative Republican, just FYI. So what it would have done is it would have provided funds for courts to adjudicate these asylum-seeking claims. So I mentioned before, there's a lot of people that have sought asylum. Now, we can argue whether or not they should be seeking asylum just because they don't like Mexico, like you put it, or if they're escaping violence, like cartel violence, whatever it is. All of that would come out in court, right? And it would determine if the person would be deported or would have a valid asylum-seeking claim. It would provide funds to get these processed faster because right now they're waiting years to be processed versus if this bill went through, they'd only be waiting 6 months or less. That's number one. Number two, this bill actually would have made it more restrictive for the people that could seek asylum. So we wouldn't have as much of an influx of people seeking asylum under false pretenses. That's number two. Number three, it would have provided funds for more border security to actually strengthen our border. It would have also added more. It would have given the president more ability to curtail the flow coming in. So if we hit like a certain average of encounters, the president would actually have the power to just shut down the border, which the president can't unilaterally do right now. There's so many things in this bill that are things that both Republicans and Democrats would be okay with, and Donald Trump blocked it for his own benefit. So,
how do you feel about Trump wanting to remove birthright citizenship? I just want to hear your opinion on that, because I really do think that it's a little bit silly that someone can just cross into the States and have a kid and then the kid's American. You know what I mean?
I think it's a violation of the 14th Amendment, number one. And if we want to talk about the principle of it, I don't think we should be punishing the child for the crime of their parents.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's tough because these people, they come here with the intent of just having there's the baby. I don't know how I feel about that. Like I said, I'm kind of in between. I'm kind of torn on it, so I just wanted to hear your opinion on that. Okay. But you're right. I don't think we should be punishing kids either. It's not the kid's fault that they were born here. But.
Yo, Henry, I don't know if you're still here. I am so sorry I saw this 50 minutes late, but thank you so much for the $5.
What do you think of what Charlie Kirk has to say? Because I hear him and
okay, I was already trying to end the live.
All right, no problem.
I think we had a good discussion. So
yeah.
You have a good night.
Too.
What do you think Charlie Kirk has to say? It was a wild turn.
Thanks, Obama. Thanks, Obama.
Rena, thank you so much for the sub. Open-minded guest, W. I mean, we'll see. Listen, if he comes back and he knows more, I gave him homework. He needs to look up the asylum-seeking process, the Langford border bill. If he comes back and absorb the things we talked about, then I'm totally for it. Ah, man. Guys, I know there's a lot of requests. I am tired. I am hungry. Bring me your huddled masses. Isn't that there's something there. It's midnight, Dan. Oh yeah. Wait, we haven't had midnight hasn't midnighted today. It's been a different vibe today, to be fair. Somebody ordered Dan some souvlaki. Wait, who ordered me souvlaki? He's been in multiple lives. This dude ain't learning shit. I was going to ask what was for dinner. I'm going to be a mom. Go eat, young man. Dan, what's your IG? It should be Dan Malik Politics. It's also in my bio. We read the room. Yes, that's true. Yeah, no problem, Redwood. We'll have to do these like Q&A vent sessions more often. What in the flub is souvlaki? It is a Greek dish. It's essentially like chicken shish kebabs. Then I got pulled over by ICE today. Can I come up real quick? Yeah. Thank you, Kev Dog, for finishing that for me. Six-hour live is a long one for sure. Yeah, the last week I was doing pretty good at ending the live before 5 hours, but I guess I backslid. You got up here, but I don't know what happened. As a reminder, everybody. Oh man, of all nights for me to stay up, I'm supposed to get up for the RFK confirmation hearing tomorrow. Okay, yeah. As a reminder, I'm not gonna be live this weekend. That's why I went live today. I'm gonna be live tomorrow. Hopefully, if I wake up for the RFK confirmation hearing, and then also at night for regularly scheduled program. Did I just give you guys the finger? I'm sorry. What time? Someone I think said 10:30. I should probably just look this up. "10 a.m." says. Is Hannibal's confirmation after that? I don't know. Okay, y'all. I think I just gotta like rip off a band-aid and end the live. Louis in YouTube chat says, "Who is the craziest of the cabinet picks, by the way, in your opinion?" I think RFK and Kash Patel are probably the craziest. I think Pete Hegseth is also really bad, but I don't think he's crazy. RFK and Kash Patel are actually out of their minds. Yeah, like there's the ones that are dangerous are Hegseth, Tulsi, and Pam Bondi. The ones that are crazy and dangerous are RFK and Kash Patel. Did you see Carolyn Kennedy's video on RFK Jr.? Oh, I actually my mod sent me that and I didn't play it for you guys. How long is this? Let me see.
Dear Senators,
It's 6 minutes, chat. I'm gonna leave it. We could play it tomorrow. I can't do it tonight. I'm sorry. Play it as the outro and just leave. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna eat. I'll just play it. I'm gonna just play it. I'll go heat up my food and then yeah. That's a good idea. Whoever said that. Gonna go live for the RFK Jr. hearing. As of right now, I'm giving myself a 60% chance of going live and a 40% chance of not going live. Because I'm really tired and I might not wake up.
Throughout the past year, people have asked for my thoughts about my cousin Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his presidential campaign. I did not comment, not only because I was serving in a government position as United States Ambassador to Australia, but because I have never wanted to speak publicly about my family members and their challenges. We are a close generation of 28 cousins who have been through a lot together. We know how hard it's been, and we are always there for each other. But now that Bobby has been nominated by President Trump to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, a position that would put him in charge of the health of the American people, I feel an obligation to speak out. Overseeing the FDA, the NIH, the CDC, and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, agencies that are charged with protecting the most vulnerable among us, is an enormous responsibility and one that Bobby is unqualified to fill. He lacks any relevant government, financial, management, or medical experience. His views on vaccines are dangerous and willfully misinformed. These facts alone should be disqualifying. But he has personal qualities related to this job, which for me pose even greater concern. I've known Bobby my whole life. We grew up together. It's no surprise that he keeps birds of prey as pets, because Bobby himself is a predator. He's always been charismatic, able to attract others through the strength of his personality, his willingness to take risks and break the rules. I watch his younger brothers and cousins follow him down the path of drug addiction. His basement, his garage, his dorm room were always the center of the action, where drugs were available, and he enjoyed showing off how he put baby chickens and mice in a blender to feed to his hawks. It was often a perverse scene of despair and violence. That was a long time ago, and people can change. Through his own strength and the many second chances he was given by people who felt sorry for the boy who lost his father, Bobby was able to pull himself out of illness and disease. I admire the discipline that took and the continuing commitment it requires. But siblings and cousins who Bobby encouraged down the path of substance abuse suffered addiction, illness, and death, while Bobby has gone on to misrepresent, lie, and cheat his way through life. Today, while he may encourage a younger generation to attend AA meetings, Bobby is addicted to attention and power. Bobby preys on the desperation of parents of sick children, vaccinating his own kids while building a following hypocritically discouraging other parents from vaccinating theirs. Even before he fills this job, his constant denigration of our healthcare system and the conspiratorial half-truths he's told about vaccines, including in connection with Samoa's deadly 2019 outbreak of measles, have cost lives. And now we know that Bobby's crusade against vaccination has benefited him in other ways too. His ethics report makes clear that he will keep his financial stake in a lawsuit against an HPV vaccine. In other words, Bobby is willing to profit and enrich himself by denying access to a vaccine that can prevent almost all forms of cervical cancer and has already been safely administered to millions of boys and girls. During my time in Australia, I worked on the Quad Cancer Initiative, and I learned that cervical cancer is among the top 3 forms of cancer among women in a majority of countries. Tragically, every year, more than 200,000 children lose their mothers. They are orphaned due to a lack of vaccines and screening. Those are the real-world consequences of Bobby's irresponsible beliefs. We are a close family, and none of that is easy to say. It also wasn't easy to remain silent last year when Bobby expropriated my father's image and distorted President Kennedy's legacy to advance his own failed presidential campaign, and then grovel to Donald Trump for a job. Bobby continues to grandstand off my father's assassination and that of his own father. It's incomprehensible to me that someone who is willing to exploit their own painful family tragedies for publicity would be put in charge of America's life and death situations. Unlike Bobby, I try not to speak for my father, but I am certain that he and my Uncle Bobby, who gave their lives in public service to our country, and my Uncle Teddy, who devoted his long Senate career to the cause of improving health care, would be disgusted. The American healthcare system, for all its flaws, is the envy of the world. Its doctors and nurses, researchers, scientists, and caregivers are the most dedicated people I know. Every day they give their lives to heal and save others. They deserve a knowledgeable leader who is committed to evidence and excellence. They deserve a secretary committed to advancing cutting-edge medicine to save lives, not to rejecting the advances we have already made. They deserve a stable, moral, and ethical person at the helm of this crucial agency. They deserve better than Bobby Kennedy, and so do the rest of us. I urge the Senate to reject his nomination. Sincerely, Carolyn Kennedy.
Guys, I think I just got banned on TikTok. Hold on. Wait, how long ago was that? Happened like 3 minutes ago? Oof. You did not get banned? I did. Well, my live access was suspended. I should have went to bed. I should have went to bed. Who is the guy that told me to? It's because you were changing. I wasn't changing. I was That's not the reason they gave me. The reason they gave me was reproduce content. I was using a lint roller. I wasn't changing. What do you mean? Yeah, we all saw you. I literally didn't change. Yeah, I appealed it. What was the length pre-appeal? 3 days. Does YouTube chat tell you if your comments have been filtered? I don't know. Okay, YouTube and Twitch, I love you guys, but I'm gonna end the live. I was hoping that I'd see the appeal either get accepted or declined, so I could let you guys know, but I'll post it in the Discord. Good night, y'all. What now, Dan? Well, I'm gonna wait to see how the appeal goes. I could go live on the backup tomorrow, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to use Live Studio on my PC because I don't have 10K followers. So I might just uninstall TikTok and live in the woods. I don't know. Anyway, good night, y'all. Dan, go to bed before this gets banned too. Yeah, good call.